Spirit void. Spirit void. Wang Lin retreated with a pale face. Although everything looked ordinary, it was extremely scary. Wang Lin felt the terror of a spirit void cultivator for the first time. There were far fewer spirit void cultivators than nirvana void cultivators, and their status was a lot higher. While retreating, Wang Lin coughed out several more mouthfuls of blood. He collided with an old man from the outer realm. Before the old man could even scream, a powerful force rushed into his body and his body collapsed. However, before his flesh and blood could scatter, it was condensed into a wisp of vitality that was absorbed by Wang Lin. Even his origin soul wasn't able to escape and was absorbed by Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin didn't stop retreating, he immediately charged into the outer realm cultivators. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin retreated in a straight line through these outer realm cultivators. Anyone who was touched by him quickly died. There was a flash of killing intent in esteemed Nanzhao's eyes and he was about to chase. However, he heard a cold snort and then Master Hongshan arrived. Esteemed Nanzhao felt his vision blur and get replaced with red. His expression changed greatly and instantly retreated, no longer paying attention to Wang Lin. This old man hasn't killed for tens of thousands of years, so you all might have forgotten where this old man got his Taoist name from. Master Hongshan waved his hand and endless red light appeared. These red lights didn't come from the distance but from the bodies the outer realm cultivators. It was as if their blood was shining through their bodies. The blood light pierced through the bodies of several cultivators, making it seem as if they were wearing bright red shirts. A blood-red shirt even appeared on esteemed Nanzhao's body. These shirts were not shirts, but it was still shocking. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The instant the red shirts appeared, miserable screams echoed. The blood inside these 1,000 cultivators was all forced out of their bodies due to a strange force. The blood was squeezed out from every pore on their bodies. Their miserable screams were filled with endless pain. Now these 1,000 cultivators were really wearing red shirts. The moment the red shirts formed, they immediately shrank. As their miserable screams echoed, these 1,000 cultivators quickly turned into mummies and died. Their origin souls were imprisoned inside their bodies and were unable to escape. When their bodies died, death energy rushed into their origin souls, making them like the living dead. If this was it, it wouldn't show off Master Hongshan's methods. He waved his hand and the eyes of these dried-up corpses wearing the red shirts gave off monstrous blood lights. As if they were being controlled, they charged into the outer realm cultivators and began a slaughter. Give me back my blood. I want blood. I want blood. Give me your blood. My body is very painful. My body is very dry. I want blood. Strange roars came from these cultivators. They wanted blood. After losing their blood, the pain they felt was not something others could understand. Esteemed Nanzhao also had a blood shirt around his body. He spat out a mouthful of spiritual force and his face became pale. His expression changed greatly. Then his body trembled and collapsed. The moment his body collapsed, his origin soul and his eyes were filled with endless fear and panic. He faintly remembered a legend that had spread in the outer realm tens of thousands of years ago. A terrifying rumor about the Second Sealed Realm War. The rumor was only talking about one person. Blood Shirt Child. You're the Blood Shirt Child. There was a flash of coldness in Master Hongshan's eyes as he charged at esteemed Nanzhao. He was going to kill. At this moment, among the second wave of outer realm cultivators, the expressions of the two-third step cultivators changed greatly. They clenched their teeth and charged at Master Hongshan. Master Enlightened East also recognized that person from the terrifying rumors, and his expression changed greatly. He stopped paying attention to Zhou-Lin, Ling-Dong, and the heaven-splitting axe and charged at Master Hongshan. 3 third-step cultivators. There was a hint of fierceness in esteemed Nanzhao's face as he retreated, and he waved his hand. He took out another body and entered it. He then waved his hand and 3 fist-sized balls of poison appeared. They shot toward Master Hongshan. For third-step cultivators, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor clenched his teeth and turned his attention away from Wang Lin. He also charged toward Master Hongshan. 5 third-step cultivators to battle Master Hongshan. Master South Cloud wasn't paying attention to Master Hongshan or the countless Outer Realm cultivators. He was charging at the realm sealing formation. His task was very difficult. He needed to repair the gap in the realm sealing formation. The inner realm is not ready. It needs some more time. The realm sealing formation can't be opened. Master South Cloud felt anxious as he closed in on the formation. He immediately saw Ling Dong and Zhou Jin. Wang Lin, lend these two to this old man. Master South Cloud's hoarse voice echoed across the stars. Wang Lin immediately sent out a message while he retreated and healed. Ling Dong and Zhou Jin immediately flew toward Master South Cloud and clasped their hands. The two of you, protect this old man. Master South Cloud didn't speak much, and after giving out an order, he stepped toward the realm sealing formation. His hands quickly formed seals and large amounts of restrictions flew toward the realm sealing formation. Grandmaster Yun Luo was in the outer realm surrounded by more than 100,000 cultivators. Her pupils shrank. She didn't expect that due to the accident with the realm sealing formation, they would suffer such heavy casualties the moment they entered. The heaven-splitting axe was the biggest issue. Now that there was no one stopping it, it was chopping through the cultivators. It could clearly be seen from a distance, and every time it chopped down, 5,000 cultivators would die miserably. Grandmaster Yun Luo raised her hand. She pointed at the axe and softly said, "In such a short period of time, my outer realm has sacrificed nearly 20,000 cultivators. Heaven Punishment Palace, Sword Clan, Soul-Breaking Strike, stop that axe!" As her voice echoed, the cultivators in black around the Heaven Punishment Palace all looked up. They charged toward the heaven-splitting axe without hesitation. As the axe fell once more, these nearly 1,000 cultivators silently appeared. They all made the same movement and a black phantom sword seemed to appear and they swept forward. 1,000 rays of sword energy gathered and shot toward the axe. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the axe paused for a moment. The sword energy collapsed and the 1,000 cultivators coughed out blood. However, they didn't stop there. They waved their left hands. Their blood fused with their swords and they shot out the rays of sword energy stained in blood. Grandmaster Yun Luo's eyes lit up as she looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Her jade-like hand formed a seal and pointed at Wang Lin. 3 elders of the Sealing Extermination clan, please take care of this child. No matter what the cost, seal or kill him. After Grandmaster Yun Luo spoke, 3 ghostly lights appeared behind her and turned into 3 figures in purple robes. These people in purple were like the sovereign. Their appearances were shrouded by their robes. Without saying a word, they charged at Wang Lin. It was at this moment the cultivators of the Cloud Sea arrived. The tens of thousands of cultivators began a brutal battle against the invading cultivators. The war was extremely fierce the moment it started. Crazed roars echoed, crazed slaughter was set off, and blood auras spread out like crazy. A Cloud Sea had just killed an Outer Realm cultivator. But before he could look up, a sword penetrated his body. An Outer Realm cultivator then came from behind and grabbed the sword to head to the next target. Glory to the Cloud Sea! The dying Cloud Sea cultivator struggled to turn to look at his homeland once more. However, his vision blurred and he let out a miserable smile before he chose to self-destruct. If he was going to die, he was going to die with a bang. A thunderous rumble echoed when the Cloud Sea cultivator exploded into a destructive aura that spread in all directions. Even further away, a middle-aged man from the Cloud Sea was covered in wounds. Lots of blood was flowing out of his body. There were also 4 flying swords stabbed into him, causing a wide range of collapse. However, he charged forward while laughing as if he didn't know pain. He locked onto the Outer Realm cultivator, and when he closed in, his body exploded, forming a powerful shockwave so he could die along with the Outer Realm cultivator. Further away, an Outer Realm cultivator at the 3rd Heaven's Blight was moving around like lightning. Often, large amounts of Cloud Sea cultivators would die whenever he passed by. During this chaotic battle, it seemed like no one could stop him. He appeared before a Cloud Sea cultivator and his hand pierced into this cultivator's chest. He took out the cultivator's heart and revealed a cruel smile. He crushed the heart in his hand, and just as he was about to leave, he frowned. The Cloud Sea cultivator that had his heart crushed and origin soul shattered had used the last ounce of power in his body to grab hold of this cultivator. The power of ants. The Outer Realm cultivator sneered and waved his hand. The Cloud Sea cultivator's body collapsed and was thrown away. His head flew out and was thrown into the distance. However, his eyes retained the hatred from when he was alive, staring at the Outer Realm cultivator. He watched the Outer Realm cultivator het swarmed by a large amount of Cloud Sea cultivators due to his delay. They didn't even try to fight, they all chose to self-destruct. If the self-destruction of 10 cultivators can't kill you, then 100 would. If 100 couldn't kill you, 300 would. As the rumbles of the self-destructions echoed, the destructive force destroyed the Outer Realm cultivator. Even during his death, all he could hear were these 5 soul-shaking words. Glory to the Cloud Sea. The severed head closed his eyes as he flew off and was shattered by the fluctuations of an Outer Realm cultivator's spell. Years later, a cultivator who was part of the first battle in the Cloud Seal went from a little Nirvana Scryer cultivation to a First Heaven's Blight cultivator. He was now the head elder of a small sect in the Cloud Sea. He was qualified to teach Tao, and during one of his lectures, a disciple asked him what glory was. He answered like this: Glory is a will, a chaotic will. There is only one thought in this will, and that is to not allow yourself to retreat. To not allow the enemy to take one more step. Even if you die, you must die with a bang. However, not all cultivators can enter a madness like this. After all, we are still afraid of death. Especially after the cultivators around you all die. Especially when tens of thousands of cultivators die until there are only a few thousand left. Who isn't afraid of death? This moment glory is only an illusion. Not many people can be filled with glory in the face of death. But back then, a person said one sentence that changed it all. He let us know what real glory was. I still remember that sentence. It is something I'll never forget. Every time I think about it, I feel like I'm back in that place, and my blood boils. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he retreated. He saw all of this, the madness of the Cloud Sea cultivators. He saw faces recalling the past fondly and felt an indescribable aura. Kill, 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 kill. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and charged into the enemy army. He raised his left hand and a monstrous flame shot forward. All the Outer Realm cultivators blocking his path died. He waved his right hand and thunder rumbled across the world. The endless thunder devoured the Outer Realm cultivators. His surroundings were full of Outer Realm cultivators. Wang Lin had broken off from the Cloud Sea cultivators and charged into the heart of the enemy army. Wang Lin's eyes were red from killing. He had no idea how many he had killed. He only knew that all the cultivators around him were enemies. Blood light flashed, and the blood sword surrounded Wang Lin, taking the lives of the Outer Realm cultivators. Just at this moment, 3 ghostly lights shot out from the Outer Realm army toward Wang Lin. When they got close to Wang Lin, they turned into 3 purple-robed cultivators. These 3 purple-robed cultivators floated there. Their hands formed seals and they began to chant. As a descendant of the Sealing Extermination clan, I offer my life to summon the clan spell to seal all his origin energy. Seal. As a descendant of the Sealing Extermination clan, I offer my life to summon the clan spell to seal all his vitality. Seal. As a descendant of the Sealing Extermination clan, I offer my life to summon the clan spell to seal his whole body. Seal. As 3 voices echoed at the same time, 3 rays of light shot out from between their eyebrows. These lights carried endless pressure and shot toward Wang Lin. Amidst his slaughter, Wang Lin looked up. His bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. In his brief killing, he had consumed a large amount of origin energy. He wasn't fighting against one person, but tens of thousands of people. There were no intricate moves, it's just how many invaders he could kill. All spells became very simple in this battlefield. They only needed to kill, kill, kill. The 3 Sealing Extermination clan seals howled across space and instantly collided with Wang Lin. The sealing extermination clan's seals could not be resisted. If their seals could be stopped, the sealing extermination clan wouldn't be such a powerful clan. Wang Lin let out a roar. When the 3 seals arrived, he threw a punch with his right hand. The punch howled through the air and a huge, phantom fist appeared. It flew through the seals without doing anything to them. The moment the 3 seals landed on Wang Lin, the phantom fist landed on the 3 figures in purple. The first seal landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This seal rushed into his body and sealed his origin energy. The second seal also landed between his eyebrows. Wang Lin's face rapidly aged until he was an old man. The third seal landed at the same time. Wang Lin's body trembled. His 7-star ancient god power quickly left his body and was sealed between his eyebrows. 3 seals flashed violently between Wang Lin's eyebrows. As they flickered violently, countless branches spread out over Wang Lin's body. At this moment, it looked as if Wang Lin was covered in a net of light. His origin energy, vitality, and physical strength were completely sealed. However, the price for sealing Wang Lin was their lives. Just as the 3 elders in purple sealed Wang Lin, they were hit by Wang Lin's punch. A violent wind swept by and the hoods that covered their faces were blown off. The 3 of them remained calm and there was no fear in their eyes. When the first arrived, they closed their eyes. They had been adopted by the Sovereign Council when they were little to seal a 3rd-step cultivator. To trade their lives to seal a 3rd-step cultivator, that was their only value. Thunderous rumbles echoed when Wang Lin's phantom fist blew through them. Their purple robes were shredded, their flesh dissipated, and their origin souls collapsed. Although they had died, but their seals didn't dissipate. Grandmaster Yun Luo was observing this from a distance. She raised her right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. An order was given and the Outer Realm cultivators charged at Wang Lin. He has been sealed. Now kill him and you can enter the ancient star system ranking. This person is already useless. Kill him. He killed countless of our fellow colleagues. He is a powerful 3rd-step cultivator. Today we will kill him and shake the inner realm. Wang Lin had lost all his strength, so his body could no longer stay afloat and he began to fall. In an instant, 10,000 cultivators closed in on him with monstrous killing intent. They threw their treasures at Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Wang Lin was hit by countless treasures. Although he no longer had his cultivation, he still had his powerful body. Under this powerful impact, Wang Lin coughed out blood. Sealing extermination clan. Wang Lin roared as his sealed cultivation, vitality, and ancient god power rushed at the seals in an attempt to break out. Thunderous rumbles continued as thousands of flying swords landed on his body. Popping sounds echoed and Wang Lin coughed out blood once more. But there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. After the large amount of treasures, the 10,000 cultivator closed in and their spells bombarded him. An Outer Realm old man approached. He raised his hand and let out a roar. Go die! His right hand shot toward Wang Lin's forehead and slammed down. However, when his palm landed, the old man let out a miserable scream and raised his right hand. Wang Lin's body was extremely strong, so the bones in the old man's right hand had shattered. Just at this moment, even more Outer Realm cultivators arrived. Spells appeared and more than 10 people's palms landed on Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Wang Lin coughed out blood once more. These hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people all launched their spells. Under this bombardment, more injuries appeared on Wang Lin, but the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Not enough, still not enough. Is this all the power you have? Wang Lin's voice was weak, but the cultivators here weren't ordinary, so they could clearly hear it. Arrogant to the extreme. Kill him. Everyone attack. This old man doesn't believe we can't kill this person. What kind of body does he have? It's terrifying. Not only were the Outer Realm cultivators were shocked, so were the cultivators of the Cloud Sea. As they recalled this shocking scene, they remembered Wang Lin's identity. At this instant, all the Cloud Sea cultivators became crazy. They wanted to rush over to protect Wang Lin. Wang Lin's physical strength not only shocked the outer realm cultivators, but caused their killing intent to become even stronger. Each of them used their full cultivation and launched their most powerful spells. The entire star domain was shaken by them. This storm rumbled and shot toward Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the expression of Grandmaster Yun Luo, who was watching all of this unfold, changed greatly. Cracks appeared on her right hand that was divinating and blood dripped down. Not good. This person can't be killed like this. She was about to give her order, but she was a step too late. As the storm formed by the powerful spells of tens of thousands of cultivators closed in, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He clenched his teeth and allowed the storm to arrive. A thunderous rumble echoed. Inside the storm, Wang Lin's body was covered in wounds. Even his eyes were dim, and he was seriously injured. He coughed out blood, but inside his dim eyes contained a mad battle intent. The storm roared and continued to bombard Wang Lin's body. However, Wang Lin borrowed this external force to break the first seal. The moment the origin energy seal collapsed, Wang Lin raised his head and stepped forward. He waved his hand, causing ethereal fire to appear, and miserable screams echoed. The second seal collapsed. Wang Lin's old man face rapidly recovered to that of a youth, and his body's injuries rapidly recovered. The third seal collapsed and his ancient god power rushed out from between his eyebrows, filling his entire body. Have you guys all attacked enough? Wang Lin's voice echoed from within the storm. The slaughter of the battlefield shouldn't have any silence. Right now, the scope of the battle was extremely wide, and the tragic deaths of all these cultivators was something that hadn't been seen for tens of thousands of years. Even the battle between All Heaven and the Alliance didn't reach what this battle had reached in a short period of time. However, right now, when Wang Lin spoke, the battlefield around him suddenly became silent. The strength of Wang Lin's body had brought unimaginable shock to the 10,000 cultivators that were attacking. Their eyes were filled with terror. They were scared. They didn't understand what kind of cultivator Wang Lin was to have such a powerful body. The power of his body was terrifying. In that short period of time, Wang Lin had survived through their frenzied attacks. In particular, the old man whose arm was broken was filled with endless fear, and at this moment, he didn't hesitate to retreat. This led these 10,000 cultivators to retreat like crazy. Their retreat caused the Cloud Sea cultivators to cheer. This scene was like a dose of adrenaline being injected into their bodies. Glory to the Cloud Sea! Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm! Glory to the Cloud Sea! Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm! Cheers echoed like crazy. At this moment, all of them looked at Wang Lin, who had walked out from the storm and continued the slaughter. When Wang Lin walked out of the storm, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He waved his right hand and the storm collapsed. It was sent scattering in all directions. At this instant, Wang Lin stepped forward. Ethereal fire and thunder shot at the surrounding cultivators. Miserable screams echoed once more and the war continued. In the constant slaughter, Wang Lin was exhausted. His injuries were far worse than they seemed on the surface. He had already been seriously injured by the attacks of 10,000 cultivators. Even the recovery speed of a 7-star ancient god seemed unable to keep up with the intense war. His eyes were bloodshot from slaughter. He knew that this battle was far from over, but he couldn't retreat. Because Wang Lin had walked out, the morale of the Cloud Sea cultivators had undergone an insane boost. Although they had suffered heavy casualties at this moment, they launched a frenzied counterattack. The formations Master Hongshan had passed onto them were engraved in their minds. At this moment, the remaining 30,000 cultivators all began setting a formation. Just as they were about to finish, the Outer Realm cultivators seemed to know that they should slaughter their way over to stop the formation from being set. Once could be coincidence, 2 times could also be coincidence. However, 3, 4, 5, and 6 times was not a coincidence. The formation of the Cloud Sea couldn't be set no matter how heavy the casualties were. The Outer Realm cultivators were filled with killing intent. Although some were afraid due to Wang Lin, most were still filled with killing intent. They charged in from the outer realm as if there was no limit. All of this was because of one person, Grandmaster Yun Luo. Grandmaster Yun Luo was deep within a large amount of cultivators in the outer realm. Her jade-like hands were forming seals and signs of divination were flashing in her eyes. She raised her jade-like hand and pointed forward. Orders were being sent. The army was split into 4 sections and they moved into the inner realm. Under her control, the army seemed to gain a soul. Grandmaster Yun Luo continued to divinate and see all possible dangers. This made it so the Cloud Sea cultivators still couldn't set up a formation to kill the enemy. Every time a formation was about to set, the woman would point and a large amount of cultivators would charge out to stop the formation from being completed. Wang Lin's gaze was like lightning as he looked into the distance at Grandmaster Yun Luo. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Master Hongshan, who was fighting 5 third-step cultivators, also looked up along with Wang Lin. Master Hongshan was at the mid-stage of Arcane Void and was only 1 step from the late stage. He completely held the advantage while fighting 5 third-step cultivators, but he was still restricted for a period of time. Could be said that Master Hongshan had played a crucial role in this battle. He had held down all the third-step cultivators beside the head of the Heaven Punishment Palace, who was being trapped by the jade from the Lord of the Sealed Realm. This made it so no third-step cultivator could interfere with Wang Lin or stop Master South Cloudform repairing the realm sealing formation. As he looked up, there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He waved his hand and a red cloud surrounded his body along with the other 5 third-step cultivators who were in a bitter struggle against him. He then charged toward Grandmaster Yun Luo with them. If this woman doesn't die, this battle will drag on. Master Hongshan roared and charged forward while 5 third-step cultivators were fighting him. He broke through the void and appeared next to the realm sealing formation. He went on and charged toward Yun Luo. The expressions of the cultivators around Grandmaster Yun Luo changed greatly and they charged forward. Only Grandmaster Yun Luo remained calm, and there was even a hint of mockery in her eyes. She had always been haughty and proud. In the inner and outer realms, only 3 people were worthy in her eyes. Even Master Hongshan was not worthy. She was waiting for Master Hongshan or Master Southcloud to arrive. The moment Master Hongshan arrived, ice began to rush out and shroud the inner realm. The 9 frozen planets in the ancient star system trembled. The boy inside the ice smiled and took a step forward. What moved was not his body but the giant piece of ice. This ice trembled and disappeared without a trace. The moment it disappeared, it reappeared outside the realm sealing formation and shot toward the gap. Just as Master Hongshan was about to kill Yun Luo, the cold energy came out of the gap in the formation. The giant ice not only broke through the formation, it ripped the gap even bigger and entered the inner realm. When it entered the inner realm, the ice collapsed into countless pieces. These pieces turned into an unimaginable ice storm that shot toward the 30,000 cultivators of the Cloud Sea. At the same time, the boy inside the ice revealed a fierce gaze and closed in on Master Hongshan. Bloodshirt child. Back then you and I were both children. We battled many times, but it was not satisfying. Today we will battle again. Return to your original body. This mere avatar is not enough to battle this old man, the cold-looking child said in an indifferent voice. As his voice spread out, he had already closed in on Master Hongshan. Master Hongshan's expression was extremely serious, but he didn't speak. He took a step back and appeared before the ice storm charging into the Cloud Sea. He waved his sleeve and the storm was shattered. However, just as the storm was shattered, Master Hongshan's expression changed greatly. A red shadow appeared inside the storm. The red figure was flickering and was less than 100 feet from Master Hongshan. It collided with Master Hongshan at an unimaginable speed. After colliding, the red shadow quickly retreated, revealing a woman in red. This woman was the one that had used 3 drops of her essence blood to summon the 3 ghosts. One of the celestial imperial concubines. Master Hongshan's face was pale and he retreated a few steps. A blood mark appeared on his chest. This blood mark looked like the head of a ghost, and it quickly spread. You're just as despicable as before. You haven't changed at all. Master Hongshan stared at the cold-looking boy and the woman in red. Fui to the appearance of the woman in red, the ice storm didn't completely disintegrate. The remaining storm shrouded the Cloud Sea cultivators, and cracking sounds echoed. The cultivators of the Cloud Sea were covered in frost and turned into ice sculptures that collapsed. In a flash, nearly 10,000 cultivators died. The deaths of nearly 10,000 cultivators caused fear to wash over the cultivators of the Cloud Sea. Facing such simple yet terrifying deaths, even their glory trembled and faltered. It was because of what the woman in red said next that the faltering glory began to collapse. That little girl, Yun Luo, has already calculated everything. The purpose of this battle is to kill you and that Master South Cloud. The cold boy guessed that you would attempt to save these Cloud Sea ants by stopping the storm. Yun Luo figured you wouldn't notice me at this urgent moment. So I hid inside to land a heavy blow. This sentence filled the remnant Cloud Sea cultivators with despair. Everything was part of the enemy's plan. What did their glory count as? Even Master Hongshan had fallen for their scheme. What did they have to maintain their own glory? What did they have to support themselves to continue fighting? The moment the glory collapsed, the mockery in Grandmaster Yun Luo's eyes became even stronger. She raised her jade-like hand and launched the decisive battle. The countless cultivators rushed out toward the cultivators of the Cloud Sea that had lost their glory. The casualties were heavy. While smiling, the woman in red didn't pay any attention to Master Hongshan, but went straight for the gloomy Master South Cloud, who was repairing the realm sealing formation. She was extremely fast and instantly closed in. Master South Cloud let out a sigh and gave up repairing the formation. He turned around and prepared to battle the celestial imperial concubine with Ling Dong and Zhou Jin. The cold-looking body didn't give Master Hongshan a chance to recover. He was like a piece of never-melting ice as he charged at Master Hongshan. He was joining the other 5 third-step cultivators to battle Master Hongshan. This sudden reversal shook the star system. If the Cloud Sea didn't get reinforcements, they would lose this battle. The Third Army of the Outer Realm had more than 60,000 cultivators from 10 clans. They charged toward the realm-sealing formation. Wang Lin watched all of this. He silently pondered and retreated until he was in front of the Cloud Sea cultivators. His eyes were filled with a monstrous battle intent. As the Cloud Sea cultivators felt despair, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. It's only death. Although this one sentence was a roar that shook the entire star domain, it wasn't enough to restore the collapsed glory. It wasn't enough to restore the desperate will to survive. There were less than 10,000 cultivators of the Cloud Sea remaining. Under the constant slaughter, they began to flinch. One person retreated, then everyone retreated like the tides, and everything collapsed. Every single Cloud Sea cultivator revealed despair as they looked at the outer realm invaders that were several times their number. They lost the courage to keep fighting. Once they retreated, the outer realm cultivators became even more fierce. Their mad laughter and roars spread out into the heart of every Cloud Sea cultivator. However, they were still retreating. Few people were not afraid of death, and they were afraid. The Cloud Sea is done for. Rather than dying here, might as well survive now. The war is not over. Although this battle is lost, if I go to another star system, there will be another chance. Many excuses floated into their minds for their escape. They retreated even faster. Master Hongshan didn't retreat. He was battling 6 third-step cultivators, and he knew he could not retreat. He was powerless to stop other cultivators from retreating in fear, but he was a third-step cultivator. If he retreated, this battle would really be over. The failure of the first battle would be a fatal blow for the inner realm, who hadn't finished their war preparations. As the Cloud Sea cultivators frantically retreated, the outer realm cultivators rushed like wolves into a flock of sheep. Miserable screams echoed, and without glory thousands more died. There was another person who didn't retreat. Wang Lin. He didn't speak again but raised his head with a determined gaze. He charged toward the outer realm cultivators pursuing the Cloud Sea cultivators. Every step he took caused thunderous echoes to rumble. Wang Lin waved his hand and the giant thunder tattoo appeared once more. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin's right hand ripped space itself. Open, ancient thunder realm. Space rumbled and a giant spatial rift was opened. An ancient aura rushed out. Then a number of ancient thunder dragons came out of the rift and entered the thunder tattoo. Endless thunder rained down. Every bolt of thunder was more than 100 feet thick, bombarding the enemy like crazy after Wang Lin released his thunder essence. A firestorm appeared out of nowhere, forming a giant vortex. There was a vermilion bird inside, and it shot toward the outer realm cultivators as it let out a cry. The thunderous rumbles shook the star domain. One person stopped the pursuing outer realm army. One person caused the outer realm army to stop. This scene was enough to shock the hearts of all cultivators. The star domain seemed to be split in half. One side was the thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators in despair. The other side was the outer realm army that was 10 of thousands in number. At the center was Wang Lin. There was a huge thunder tattoo roaring in the space between them. There was a 9-colored firestorm revolving around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's back was turned toward the thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators, and he was facing the endless army before him. He calmly looked at them. He unexpectedly caused the entire outer realm army to not dare take even half a step forward. After a brief moment of silence, roars came out from the outer realm army and they rushed forward. Wang Lin didn't speak. He raised his right hand and the blood sword appeared. He grabbed the blood sword and stepped forward. The thunder tattoo's roar rumbled and the firestorm rotated around him. The moment the outer realm cultivators closed in, over 1,000 people began burning from the ethereal fire and retreated with miserable screams. More than 1,000 people were hit by thunder, and their bodies collapsed. However, there were simply too many outer realm cultivators, and there was a large amount of powerful cultivators among them. Wang Lin not reached the third step yet, but even if he did, he wouldn't be able to resist more than 100,000 cultivators. Storms of spells from the outer realm cultivators rushed at Wang Lin. This was a battle to the death, but he didn't retreat. He let out a roar and continued to rush forward. He coughed out blood and dyed his white clothes red. His eyes were bloodshot. His face was filled with exhaustion. His origin energy was drying up. His mind wasn't able to keep up, and the injuries on his body were becoming worse. Injuries covered his entire body. However, it was impossible to calculate the amount of outer realm cultivators that had died by his hand, and Wang Lin didn't try to calculate. At this moment, he couldn't find a reason for him to leave. The Lord of the Sealed Realm's request, everyone he knew in the inner realm, his hometown, all of this made it so he couldn't retreat. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and the world became the color of blood. During this constant slaughter, one person from the retreating Cloud Sea cultivators stopped. He was a young man only at the Nirvana Scryer stage. He was lucky to not die during that tragic battle. He turned and stared at Wang Lin's back in the distance. He looked at Wang Lin charging into the endless waves of cultivators like two huge arms stopping the army. "Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight," the young man muttered. The collapsed glory showed signs of reawakening. Another Cloud Sea cultivator stopped retreating and silently looked at Wang Lin's back. The battle intent in his eyes awakened and his eyes turned red. A sense of madness erupted from his heart. Even more Cloud Sea cultivators stopped retreating and looked at Wang Lin, muttering, "Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight." At this moment, an inexplicable feeling erupted, and it could make anyone go crazy. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. The Cloud Sea cultivators stopped one by one until these cultivators that were running away like homeless dogs all stopped. They all looked at Wang Lin, and at this moment, Wang Lin's roar echoed clearly in their ears. These words were feeble in their ears and weren't able to set off any ripples in their minds. However, at this moment, Wang Lin was using his actions to tell the Cloud Sea cultivators what the meaning of "cultivators like us never shrink from a fight" was. Although their glory to the Cloud Sea had collapsed, Wang Lin gave them another glory, the glory of battle, to fight for the Cloud Sea, to fight for their home, and to fight for everything they wanted to protect. Just at this instant, the giant heaven-splitting axe descended once more and another 5,000 Outer Realm cultivators died. Wang Lin looked up at the heaven-splitting axe and charged up as the thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators watched. Lord of the Sealed Realm, help me! Wang Lin's roar echoed into the realm-sealing formation, into the jade that had trapped the palace lord of the Heaven Punishment Palace. The Lord of the Sealed Realm's remnant divine sense erupted with all the life force he had left. A gentle light spread into the entire realm-sealing formation. It went into the heaven-splitting axe that had just chopped down and was slowly rising up. The heaven-splitting axe suddenly trembled when this light fused with it. It struggled greatly and resisted the soft light. However, as the soft light continued to fuse with it, a thunderous rumble echoed and the large axe stopped in the air. Bursts of ancient god aura rapidly spread from it. Heaven-splitting axe, please lend my inheritor your power. An ancient voice came out of the formation and entered the ears of every cultivator. There was a hint of sorrow in Master South Cloud's eyes. How could he forget this voice? The expression of the woman in red that was fighting against him changed, and a rare trace of fear arose in her eyes. The memories of the past appeared in her mind. Master Hong Shan's expression was calm, but there were hints of reminiscence in his eyes. It was as if he had returned back to the past when he traveled with the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm's adherence to old ideas made him angry, but the Lord of the Sealed Realm would just silently shake his head and smile. The cold-looking boy also heard this, and a hint of fear also appeared in his eyes. The person he feared the most was not the sovereign, not the celestial imperial concubines, but the Lord of the Sealed Realm. As the ancient voice echoed, the heaven-splitting axe stopped struggling and shrank until it was several dozen feet tall. However, the ancient god aura it emitted increased greatly. Wang Lin leaped up and grabbed the heaven-splitting axe before everyone. This was an ancient god weapon, the most powerful royal clan weapon. This was a heaven-splitting axe. The moment Wang Lin grabbed the axe, his ancient god stars rotated rapidly. An aura similar to when he obtained the ancient order inheritance erupted from his body. It had been countless years since the axe had been sealed into the formation, and Wang Lin was the first ancient god to hold the heaven-splitting axe since then. When Wang Lin grabbed the heaven-splitting axe, a powerful ancient god aura rushed into his body through his right hand. It went straight in between his eyebrows into the eighth star that was only a vortex. This ancient god aura was heaven-shaking. As it rushed into Wang Lin, his eighth star vortex began to swell and absorb like crazy. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. Wang Lin's voice was like thunder, and behind him, the Cloud Sea cultivators became crazy. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. This wasn't just Wang Lin's voice, but the cries and roars of the thousands of remaining cultivators. At this moment they forgot about death, they forgot about everything. The only thing that remained was monstrous battle intent. Wang Lin stood above tens of thousands people and looked at the thousands of cultivators behind him. Are you all willing to die with me? This line set off a storm and echoed into the ears of the thousands of cultivators, causing them to let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar entered the ears of the countless Outer Realm cultivator and made their hearts tremble. They looked at Wang Lin with fear in their eyes. Countless years ago, during the Second Sealed Realm War, their ancestors also looked at another person with the same eyes, the Lord of the Sealed Realm at that time. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he turned to look at Grandmaster Yun Luo, who was being protected by countless cultivators. Monstrous killing intent erupted from his eyes. He was prepared to do what Master Hong Shan was stopped from doing. Before the excited gazes of the thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators and the fearful gazettes of more than 100,000 Outer Realm invaders, Wang Lin stepped forward with monstrous killing intent. Kill! Wang Lin roared. This roar was heaven-shaking. It was an ancient god roar. This roar shook the heavens, and an indescribable aura erupted from Wang Lin's body and entered this roar. This roar caused the expressions of a large amount of Outer Realm cultivators to change, and they actually retreated. The shock to their souls caused endless fear to rise inside them. It was as if Wang Lin, who was holding the heaven-splitting axe, was in invincible existence. The shocking battle intent erupting from his body would cause anyone who blocked him to collapse. Those thousands of crazed cultivators moved with Wang Lin. Thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators charged forward like crazy. They were going to die. The Cloud Sea cultivators could die in battle, but they couldn't escape. This was a determination, a will, a glory, the glory of dying in battle. This glory was going to spread across the entire inner realm and ignite the frenzy of war. Only then could there be a sliver of hope for victory when the gap between the two sides was so great. The war that would last an unknown amount of time had just begun. If they lost this battle, there will not be any living being left in the inner realm. This was a real battle to the death. In the cold mountain in the distance, the beacon burns for several seasons. Those that died at the frontier were buried but not remembered. Wang Lin rushed into the invading outer realm cultivators like a sword piercing into the enemy. He didn't wave the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand. He only lifted his hand. Just the killing intent made it so no one dared to block him. Grandmaster Yun Luo's expression changed greatly. She stared at Wang Lin and raised her jade-like hand. As the orders were sent, the shocked outer realm cultivators all charged forward with ferocious expressions. It was as if this was the only way to mask their fear. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he continued rushing forward. A powerful storm surrounded his body. No one could block him, no one dared to block him. Kill! Those cultivators that had charged forward immediately scattered. The fear in their hearts suppressed their ferocious expressions. Master Hongshan and Master South Cloud immediately charged forward to stop all the third-step cultivators from interrupting. However, the cold-looking boy was on par with Master Hongshan, who had just been injured by the celestial imperial concubine. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't hold everyone off when facing so many third-step cultivators. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was the first to rush out from the battle against Master Hongshan. He was filled with killing intent and surrounded by black fire as he charged forward. As he charged forward, his Fire Sparrow mark flashed and rushed out, forming a giant black firebird. The firebird was very large, and it surrounded the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's body. A large amount of Joss flames appeared above the firebird, giving it a powerful momentum. He charged through layers of cultivators toward Wang Lin. Little bastard, so what if you have the heaven-splitting axe? Let this old man show you how I'll kill you. He was extremely fast, and in an instant he was less than 10,000 feet from Wang Lin. The black firebird released menacing-looking flames that were closing in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were red from killing. He stared at the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor as he charged forward. He didn't speak a word and jerked the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand. His ancient god stars rotated rapidly and ancient god power filled his body. He mercilessly chopped down on the incoming Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. Anyone who blocks me will die. Wang Lin jumped forward and waved the heaven-splitting axe. A giant phantom axe appeared before Wang Lin. This phantom axe was very large, almost as large as the formation spirits. It chopped down at the black firebird. This axe was heaven-shaking, and it attracted too much attention. Even the various third-step cultivators battling Master Hongshan and Master South Cloud all looked over from the corners of their eyes. There was no need to speak of the countless invading cultivators that had rushed in. They looked over with fear and expectation in their eyes. They were expecting the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor to kill Wang Lin so Wang Lin could die before them. This was the only way to disperse the fear that lingered in the hearts of the outer realm cultivators. The thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators behind Wang Lin looked up in excitement. They didn't fear death, but if Wang Lin was blocked by the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, even if those two began a fierce battle, it would heavily impact the fierce momentum they had just built up. Wang Lin couldn't be blocked, not even for a breath. Wang Lin was filled with killing intent when the phantom axe smashed down on the black firebird. The black firebird released a monstrous flame to resist the heaven-splitting axe. However, this axe was the heaven-splitting axe. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the monstrous fire collapsed. The fire wasn't able to resist at all as the phantom axe pierced through. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars. Everyone clearly saw what happened next, and it was something they could never forget. The pride of the Cloud Sea cultivators, the immortal nightmare of the Outer Realm invaders. The phantom axe didn't stop. It swooped down upon the black firebird. The firebird let out an extremely miserable cry that echoed in the hearts of all the cultivators present. The black firebird's body was chopped in half by the heaven-splitting axe and collapsed. This revealed the pale-faced and terrified Fire Sparrow clan ancestor that was inside the firebird. He watched the axe fall with a momentum he couldn't resist. It was as if he had lost all power to fight back, only able to watch the heaven-splitting axe land between his eyebrows. Thunderous rumbles echoed and an aura of death rushed into the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. Blood erupted from between his eyebrows and a line of blood appeared. This line continued to spread and eventually split apart. It ripped away his flesh, blood, and his clan mark, revealing his skull. His skull began to shatter and cracks appeared, revealing the pink brain below. The phantom heaven-splitting axe chopped down and cut his brain like tofu. It mercilessly slashed down and split the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's head in half. Cracking sounds echoed as the phantom heaven-splitting axe moved. Blood erupted from the neck, chest, and every part of the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's body. The axe pierced through and split his entire body in half. His origin soul wasn't able to escape. It was destroyed as his body was chopped in half and dissipated among the stars. All of this happened in a flash. Instant kill. Instantly killing a third-step cultivator. After the axe passed through, everything became silent. The Outer Realm cultivators were staring at the collapse of the firebird, and were stunned by the corpse of the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor that was chopped in half. They couldn't believe it. They didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, no one could stop Wang Lin. He charged through the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's torn-up corpse. He was filled with killing intent as he stared at the pale Grandmaster Yun Luo, who was filled with fear. All Outer Realm cultivators seemed to react at this moment. They all let out screams of terror, and all the cultivators before Wang Lin retreated. Even the cultivator closest to Grandmaster Yun Luo became pale and subconsciously retreated. They looked at Wang Lin as if he was a demon that had climbed out from hell and was going to destroy all life. Even Grandmaster Yun Luo started to retreat. The fear in her eyes was even more intense than others. She looked at Wang Lin and recalled the image she had divinated. The back of the figure in her vision, that terrifying existence, seemed to be walking toward her. Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm! Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm! Excited roars came from those thousands of cultivators. Their voices became louder and louder and more excited until they become a sound that seemed to echo for an eternity. Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm! This was the real glory of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. It was a sense of haughtiness, an aura that made everyone before him seem like mere ants. The endless invading cultivators before Wang Lin retreated in terror. Wang Lin's speed seemed to reach a limit. Every step he took emitted a thunderous rumble that shook the stars. The heaven-splitting axe that had killed the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor released a howl. This howl was filled with killing intent and crazed determination that collapsed the Outer Realm cultivators' will to battle. This was just the first battle. It was just the start of the war, yet a third-step cultivator of the Outer Realm had already been killed. He wasn't even killed by despicable means nor by a powerful cultivator like Master Hongshan. He was killed by Wang Lin, who was viewed as the Lord of the Sealed Realm, in a straight and fair battle. There was no better method of disintegrating the confidence of the Outer Realm cultivators. Wang Lin had done all of this with his own strength. He had obtained the first kill in the first battle of this war that really made him famous in the Outer Realm. Taoist Water's death didn't count as anything. It was merely killing a slave. However, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's death was different. It was a grand battle merit from killing a general of the other side. This was the brightest light for the Cloud Sea cultivators that had suffered heavy casualties. The 100,000 Outer Realm cultivators began to slowly retreat. Aside from fear, There was also a sense of awe in their eyes. Even the cold-looking boy and the celestial imperial concubine looked over. Master Hong Shan's heaven-shaking laughter suddenly echoed. The Lord of the Sealed Realm has killed a third-step cultivator of the Outer Realm. We have not lost this battle. As his laughter echoed, he waved his sleeves. A red light flashed out from within his body and he charged at the cold-looking body. He trapped the remaining third-step cultivators with him. Master South Cloud also laughed as he blocked the celestial imperial concubine and battled against her. No one seemed to be able to stop Wang Lin as he charged forward with the heaven-splitting axe. The Outer Realm cultivators continued to retreat, but they weren't as fast as him. From afar, he looked like a blade piercing into the abdomen of the invading army, and he continued to charge through. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Before the lingering sound dissipated, another rumble would start. Grandmaster Yun Luo's face was extremely pale as she subconsciously retreated. Her right hand continued to form seals as she divinated for a chance of survival. Her hand was blurry as it changed rapidly. "Stop him!" Grandmaster Yun Luo screamed for the first time in this battle. Her voice was filled with endless fear and sounded distorted. There were many third-step cultivators battling Master Hongshan. The cold-looking boy's cultivation level matched his, and the boy waved his right hand, creating a cold aura. This cold aura affected esteemed Nanzhao and pushed him out of Master Hongshan's suppression. "Kill the Lord of the Sealed Realm!" Cold-looking boy roared. He saw that the hearts of the Outer Realm cultivators had been shaking. What happened earlier not only collapsed the battle intent in their hearts, it also caused intense fear to spread. This kind of thing was very deadly in a great battle, and he couldn't let this matter continue. If they really let Wang Lin charge into the army and kill Grandmaster Yun Luo, then even if they won in the end, it would actually be a loss. In his eyes, this was very easy to resolve. As long as they killed Wang Lin, everything would be fine. He had not only allowed esteemed Nanzhao to leave, but also another third-step cultivator that came with the second army. This third-step cultivator was an old man in blue from the Bai Lei clan. After he was broken free, he suddenly charged at Wang Lin. Esteemed Nanzhao was far faster than the old man in blue. He turned into a ray of black light as he charged toward Wang Lin with even more powerful killing intent than before. At this moment, Wang Lin was charging through the Outer Realm army. Any cultivator that couldn't retreat in time could be burned by ethereal fire and scream miserably before collapsing. He was less than 5,000 feet from Grandmaster Yun Luo. 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet. Just when he was only 2,000 feet away, esteemed Nanzhao arrived behind Wang Lin. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. He waved his hand and a 5-colored poison smoke appeared. This 5-colored smoke was esteemed Nanzhao's life essence poison. It had been refined by him for countless years from all the poison he had collected. It was his most important treasure, and it could be compared with Great Desolation's poison. "Junior Wang Lin, this battle is over." A cold light flashed in Nanzhao's eyes and his right hand reached out. He was less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. The 5-colored smoke behind him shot forward and turned into 5 tornadoes. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars. The 5 tornadoes closed in on Wang Lin from behind. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. His blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. He had to kill anyone who tried to stop him. This momentum could not be stopped. Wang Lin's ancient god stars rotated and the Emperor Furnace appeared. The moment it appeared, 9 drops of poison appeared before Wang Lin. "Poison, I have it as well. Only 3 drops are needed to kill you." Wang Lin waved his left hand and 3 drops of poison flew toward the 5 tornadoes. The moment the poison appeared, esteemed Nanzhao's pupils shrank. Great Desolation's poison. If it was Great Desolation using it personally, it might be a threat, but you even dare to take this thing you obtained through some unknown method out. Esteemed Nanzhao sneered as he closed in with the 5 tornadoes. He was less than 500 feet from Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the 3 drops of poison collided with the 5 tornadoes. The 3 drops of poison exploded and turned into a monstrous poison ocean. This poison was ethereal and soon changed into a large palm that directly smashed into the 5 tornadoes. The 5-colored smoke was formed completely of different, shocking poisons. However, at this moment, when it touched the poison drop, it acted as if it had encountered an even stronger poison and was devoured. 1 tornado directly dissipated into the poison ocean. Before esteemed Nanzhao could react in horror, 2 more tornadoes collapsed. This isn't Great Desolation's poison. Esteemed Nanzhao's expression changed greatly. He had been accompanied by poison all his life and knew all the poisons in this world. However, the 3 drops of poison that had turned into this poison ocean was a poison he had never seen before. This poison was very similar to the Great Desolation's poison, but there was a strange difference. It was this difference that made it so esteemed Nanzhao could not notice how terrifying it was until it was right before him. All of this happened in a flash. The 5 poison tornadoes collapsed and were absorbed by the poison ocean. Then the ocean charged toward Nanzhao like a monstrous wave. Both sides were too close, less than a few hundred feet away, so not even esteemed Nanzhao could avoid it. Just as his expression changed, he took a step back and his body became blurry, as if he was going to dissipate. Just at this moment, the poison ocean rushed through him. A miserable scream came from inside the poison ocean. Esteemed Nanzhao's blurry body was forced to reappear. His skin began to fester and poison smoke was released from his body. His eyes became filled with unimaginable fear and he retreated like crazy. He wanted to break free from this poison ocean. What kind of poison is this? Not even Great Desolation can refine this kind of poison. Esteemed Nanzhao's expression was miserable as he quickly retreated. However, after moving only several feet, his feet melted into blood water. Even his bones melted. Miserable screams that could shake one's mind echoed across the stars, and until they became a shocking cry for help. Save me! Esteemed Nanzhao's lower body had dissipated completely. His arms melted into blood water as he attempted to raise them. Even his upper body melted as well as the poison ocean wrapped around him. The screaming suddenly stopped. The poison ocean returned to Wang Lin along with esteemed Nanzhao's soul, which could be dead or alive, and was put inside Wang Lin's emperor furnace. Only the remnants of a miserable scream still echoed inside the ears of the 100,000 cultivators. The fear in their eyes reached a limit. In particular, the old man in blue that had stepped forward stopped in terror. When Wang Lin coldly looked over, cold sweat appeared on the old man's forehead and he quickly retreated. Wang Lin waved his left hand while he silently pondered. The remaining 6 drops of poison around him flew into the poison ocean and formed a giant vortex around him. He didn't have time to feel heartache for this treasure. Wang Lin let out a roar and pointed with his left hand. The poison sea vortex rushed out. Then his right hand reached at the void and a spatial rift appeared. Countless fierce mosquito beasts charged out. Whether it was the poison ocean or the mosquito beasts, both were things Wang Lin couldn't use earlier, because they were his aces in a group battle. The third step cultivators of the outer realm clearly still had power to spare, and if not used at the critical moment, these aces would be stopped before their full effect could come into play. Although right now was not the best time, Wang Lin couldn't wait. As for the nether beast, after devouring the golden storm, it seemed to have disappeared. Wang Lin had attempted to summon it many times, but there was no response. The poison ocean scattered and the mosquito beasts howled. Wang Lin held up the heaven-splitting axe and charged at the pale Grandmaster Yun Luo. He swung down with his right hand and the heaven-splitting axe chopped down. There was a flash of axe light and space itself seemed like it was going to be split apart. The heaven-shattering rumble gave off a pressure that shook the hearts of the invading cultivators. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared and this giant axe was the only thing that remained. There were still many cultivators before Grandmaster Yun Luo who hadn't retreated yet. They looked in shock as the giant axe rushed toward them. The outer realm cultivator in front was a middle-aged man in black. He only had time to raise his hand before his body and form a seal as he subconsciously tried to resist. However, the axe just whizzed past him. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and quickly extended across his body. The clothes he was wearing gave off a tearing sound as they split. His face still retained the horror as large amounts of blood ejected from his body, and he was split in half. There were dozens of cultivators behind this middle-aged man. It was as if the stop spell had been used on them when the giant axe passed by. Their bodies trembled and were cut in half. It was impossible to describe the speed of the axe. Before the howling dissipated, the hundreds and thousands of outer realm cultivators behind those dozens felt their vision blur. Their vision never returned. Their bodies collapsed as the sound of the axe passing by echoed. The cultivators behind them all remained still like statues until the axe passed through them like a meteor. A line of blood appeared between their eyebrows and they died one by one. It seemed like no force could stop this axe from penetrating through all the cultivators. The axe closed on the deathly pale Grandmaster Yunluo. A rare sense of helplessness appeared in Grandmaster Yunluo's eyes. Her vision was enveloped completely by this monstrous axe. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared and this murderous axe was the only thing that remained. All of this happened too fast. When the axe closed in, Grandmaster Yunluo only had time to bite her tongue and cough out a mouthful of blood. The blood formed a palm-sized blood shield. This blood shield was an octagon with very uneven edges. The moment the blood shield appeared, the axe landed on it. A shocking sound echoed across the stars. The blood shield was like a piece of tofu. It couldn't even withstand one blow. The runes on it shifted rapidly, changing into a net that wanted to stop the axe. As the rumble echoed, the net was of no use and the axe pierced through it onto the blood shield. The blood shield broke without being able to hold off the axe at all. The axe landed on Grandmaster Yunluo's delicate body before she could even react. The axe swing went through Grandmaster Yunluo's body and into the gap in realm ceiling formation behind her. The entire realm ceiling formation trembled. All of this happened in an instant. When the realm ceiling formation trembled, Grandmaster Yunluo coughed out a mouthful of bright red blood, and her body split into two pieces of clothes that began to fall. If these two pieces of clothes were connected together, they would be the same as a doll mortal children would play with. This doll had a nose and eyes. It looked exactly like Grandmaster Yunluo. It's an avatar. Wang Lin stepped forward and arrived at where Grandmaster Yunluo was. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the two pieces of clothes. He waved his left sleeve and a monstrous fire burned those two pieces of clothes. Even if it's an avatar, I can find your original body. Wang Lin had made up his mind to kill Grandmaster Yunluo. The moment he realized this was an avatar, his left hand formed a seal and the two pieces of burning clothes collapsed. As they collapsed, two strands were extracted by Wang Lin's spell. They intersected as if they were two snakes and formed a vortex. Nether Guide Pass. With a roar, the vortex formed a black hole. The black hole was completely dark and it was unknown where it led to. However, just as the black hole appeared, the thunder tattoo in Wang Lin's right eye flashed. The G realm that was sealed as an accompanying thunder shot out of Wang Lin's right eye without hesitation and flew into the black hole. At the same time, the fire essence rushed into the vortex behind the G realm thunder. Thunder and fire rushed in. In the ancient star system, one of the three forbidden lands of the Sovereign Council. This place didn't exist in normal space. It was the Holy Land Grandmaster Yunluo's ancestors had passed down for generations. The lake was clear and there was an island in the middle. She was sitting under a pavilion on the island, wearing white, and her long black hair flowed down. Her face was pale and her eyes were closed. The moment her avatar was killed by Wang Lin, her body trembled and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into blood mist that drifted away. A few drops landed on her white clothes, making for a shocking sight. She opened her eyes, revealing that they were filled with fear. However, her expression suddenly changed. She looked up just as a black hole-like vortex appeared above the island she was on. The moment the vortex appeared, the sound of thunder rumbling began to echo. The thunder was red, and the moment it appeared, it dyed the sky blood red. A bolt of red thunder descended down on the island Grandmaster Yunluo was on. As the red thunderbolt descended, It grew larger and larger until it was more than 1,000 feet long. It was like a bolt of heavenly thunder that was going to destroy everything on the island. The pressure of the G realm spread out from the red thunder. A heaven-shaking bang echoed when the red thunderbolt landed on the island. The entire island trembled. After the thunder, the endless fire surged and surrounded the island. From afar, it looked like a sea of fire burning. Even the water in the lake was dissipating into white gas due to the sea of fire. The thunder and fire mixed together. The island trembled violently as if a giant hammer had struck it. It was torn apart into pieces and scattered in all directions. Third divination, the heavenly thunder descends. Fourth divination, the sea of fire burns. Fifth divination, the island scatters. Grandmaster Yun Luo was sitting on a piece of the island at the center, and the pavilion behind her gave off a gentle light. She coughed out blood once more, and her face was ashen as she bitterly looked at the world around her. Ancestors' 8th divination, the 5th divination. Just at this moment, the G-realm thunder closed in on Grandmaster Yun Luo after destroying the island. It looked like countless blood snakes swimming, making for a shocking sight. This red, snake-like thunderbolt rapidly condensed on the gentle light around Grandmaster Yun Luo. An instant later, it collided with the gentle light. The gentle light began to distort and condense until it was wrapped tightly around Grandmaster Yun Luo's body. It flickered violently in an attempt to resist the G-realm thunder. However, the gentle light was clearly no match. After resisting for a few breaths, it collapsed. The endless red thunder rushed in toward Grandmaster Yun Luo's original body. When the red thunder arrived, Grandmaster Yun Luo bitterly waved her jade-like hand. A black skeleton appeared before her. This skeleton gave off ancient aura. It was the bones of her teacher. The moment the bones appeared, the red thunder seemed to be attracted and rushed into the skeleton. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the skeleton suddenly collapsed. 6th divination. Ancestors' remains shatter. 7th divination. The soul returns to merge with the clan. 8th divination. The autumn orchid revives. 9th divination. Grandmaster Yun Luo's voice gradually dissipated within the rumbles. After her master's bones had absorbed all the red thunder, they collapsed. The fragments formed a storm that wrapped around Grandmaster Yun Luo's body. Her body shattered and completely disintegrated. Even her origin soul collapsed. However, her soul fused with the storm of bone fragments and disappeared along with the storm in a flash. In the Cloud Sea battleground, Wang Lin was holding the giant axe up as he stood there, and his gaze swept past the outer realm cultivators. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. The poison ocean howled across the stars, and the tens of thousands of mosquitoes beasts roared as they moved with the poison ocean, charging toward the 100,000 outer realm cultivators. In the distance of the Cloud Sea, large ripples suddenly appeared. Inside the ripples, 1, 2, 3, more than 900 cultivation planets suddenly flew out. The all-heaven reinforcements had arrived. Even further away, bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. They ripped open the void and quickly closed in. It wasn't, say, a few bolts of lightning but countless bolts. The summoned river reinforcements had arrived. The cultivators from the summoned river stood on their bolts of lightning. Some carried one person, some carried more than 10, and some carried even hundreds of cultivators on them. The summoned river cultivators that had never appeared in the other 3 star systems before appeared in this shocking manner. The bolts of lightning gave off a thunderous rumble. They were so fast that they were impossible to track with the naked eye. Their clothes were a bit strange. They were military-like, seeming as if they had uniform attire at a glance. Although they weren't identical, it only seemed as if they were from different countries. One thing that was very strange was that a majority of the cultivators were female cultivators. This was something that was extremely rare in All Heaven, the Cloud Sea, and the Alliance. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators from the summoned river, only a few thousand were males. The summoned river cultivators all had a serious expressions. They were determined and filled with killing intent. Although they were female at this moment, their killing intent wasn't lacking. A scholar-like cultivator wearing a long shirt stood on a dragon-shaped lightning bolt. Her hair fluttered, revealing a beautiful face. Beside her was a beautiful middle-aged woman who was silently following on a bolt of lightning. On the All-Heaven side, a large amount of All-Heaven cultivators came through the ripples along with the Cultivation's planets. They were from various families, but they were united. Master Lu Fu was in front, and he charged forward with a gloomy expression. He waved his sleeves and his broken sword flew out. At this moment, they were not summoned river cultivators or all-heaven cultivators. At this moment, they were all inner realm cultivators. The reinforcements from all-heaven and the summoned river made the few thousand remaining cloud sea cultivators even more excited. They were already not afraid of death, and when they saw reinforcements, they became even more energetic. As for the outer realm cultivators, although they had more people, their hearts were shaken. As the poison ocean and mosquito beasts attacked, miserable screams echoed and they quickly scattered. As a result, it was as if they were routed. Wang Lin's roar was like a powerful blow that had collapsed the remaining resistance in the hearts of the outer realm cultivators. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor is dead. The third step cultivator Nanzhao is dead. The Sovereign Council's Grandmaster Yu Luo is dead. Next is you. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he walked forward waving the axe. Thunderous rumbles echoed and corpses filled the area. Master South Cloud was battling the celestial imperial concubine. At this moment, the girl from Summoned River that was dressed like a man closed in with lightning popping around her. Fellow cultivator South Cloud, leave this person to Purple Dream, the scholar said softly. She then waved her jade-like hand as she stepped into the battlefield. Master South Cloud smiled and retreated, no longer looking at the celestial imperial concubine. He took Ling Dong and Zhou Jin with him and began repairing the realm sealing formation. Lowly servant, why hasn't your elder sister come? The pupils of the celestial imperial concubine shrank and she let out a cold snort. The two of them attacked each other, but it was difficult for a victor to be determined. The scholar-looking woman remained calm and softly said, "Elder sister will be here soon, you can wait a moment." As for Master Hong Shan, the beautiful middle-aged woman and Master Lu Fu joined the battle, which lessened the burden on Master Hong Shan. However, the cold-looking boy became gloomy. The attack of All Heaven and Summoned River caused the collapsed Outer Realm army to suffer even more death. The miserable scream of death seemed to linger for an eternality. Although most of the Summoned River cultivators were female, their attacks were all fierce. They specialized in speed, and their bolts of lightning zipped around the battlefield. The female Summoned River cultivators were launching their most powerful attacks. As for All Heaven, thunderous rumbles echoed within the formation made of over 900 planets. Phantoms of planets appeared and they smashed toward the Outer Realm cultivators. As the poison ocean raged, the Outer Realm cultivators screamed miserably as they melted into pools of blood and died one by one. Large amounts of mosquito beasts attacked these cultivators. They would often swarm a cultivator, and in an instant the cultivator's blood and origin energy would be sucked dry before becoming mummified. The Outer Realm cultivators were forced back again and again. Nearly 10,000 cultivators died in this short period time, and they continued to retreat. Their confidence had been destroyed by Wang Lin when he killed 3 people. They no longer dared to battle. When they first came, they were filled with confidence. In their eyes, the inner realm cultivators were mere ants. They had come to kill and rob, thinking the inner realm couldn't put up any strong resistance. In truth, after they entered the inner realm, the massive deaths of the Cloud Sea cultivators just added to this belief, which made them excited. However, they were wrong. Now, all the outer realm cultivators knew they had looked down upon the inner realm cultivators. They had looked down upon the force they could release when their homeland was invaded. The death of the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor had shook their confidence. Esteemed Nanzhao's miserable scream had collapsed their courage to fight. Finally, the death of Grandmaster Yun Luo had completely destroyed their confidence. It had turned their self-confidence into monstrous fear. This war we've lost. The outer realm cultivators scattered in terror and retreated like crazy. They were afraid, and they wanted to leave the inner realm. To them, the inner realm cultivators were like lunatics. They didn't care if they lived or die, they only cared if they could kill one more before they died. The poison ocean roared, the mosquito beasts hissed, and the cloud sea cultivators attacked without fearing for their lives. The all-heaven cultivators rushed in, and the summoned river cultivators closed in on lightning bolts. All of this formed huge net of slaughter. Wang Lin held up the heaven-splitting axe and charged forward. Every time he swung his axe, cultivators would die. His white clothes had already turned blood red. Then Wang Lin simply turned into a cloud of fog and rushed forward. The fog he formed was more than 100,000 feet wide, and it wrapped around a large amount of cultivators. All of these cultivators had their life force sucked away before they turned into blood water as they died. This was a counterattack. Just like how the cloud sea cultivators had been slaughtered, the inner realm cultivators were launching the final counterattack in this tragic battle. Under the impact of the all-heaven and summoned river cultivators, the outer realm suffered even more casualties. The mosquito beasts and poison ocean were like a storm that would take any life they touched. Out of the more than 100,000 outer realm cultivators that came, there were less than 80,000 remaining. Just at this moment, the third army from the ancient star system arrived. They appeared outside the realm ceiling formation and were about to rush in. 2/3 step cultivators at the mid-stage of Nirvana Void appeared in front. They were about to bring nearly 50,000 cultivators in. Once they arrived, the routed outer realm cultivators would gain the will to resist. The third army hadn't even entered yet, but just their roars were able to make the scared and scattered outer realm army show signs of stopping their retreat. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he slaughtered. He turned into a vortex and rushed forward. He appeared above the hole in the realm ceiling formation. He stood inside the gap and waved his right hand. His voice spread in all directions. "With me here, unless I die, no one can take half a step into the inner realm." As he spoke, popping sounds came from his body. Then his body instantly expanded and his 7-star ancient god body appeared. His tens of thousands of feet tall body was extremely large, enough to shock any cultivator who saw him. Outside the realm ceiling formation, the third army from the outer realm rushed in. They didn't know Wang Lin's might, and despite Wang Lin's large body shocking them, there was no fear in their midst. They were filled with greed and madness as they rushed toward Wang Lin like locusts. Wang Lin stood there as he coldly looked at the outer realm cultivators coming at him. There were 2/3 step cultivators calmly looking at him. His right hand moved to the side, and when the third army of outer realm cultivators arrived, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. "Kill!" An ethereal firestorm rushed out from Wang Lin's left eye toward the thousands of cultivators in front. Those thousands of cultivators all screamed as they retreated with their bodies burning. Then they turned into ashes in an instant. "Kill!" Wang Lin roared again as the thunder tattoo in his right eye released endless thunder. The endless thunder spread out into a sea of thunder that rapidly expanded. Anyone who was touched by the thunder collapsed. The expressions of the third step cultivators changed greatly. They didn't hesitate to charge toward Wang Lin. "Kill!" Wang Lin let out a third roar. He raised the heaven-splitting axe above his head and held it with both his hands. Then he mercilessly chopped down. With this chop, the 7 ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rumbled as if they were going to explode. He was using all his ancient god power. With this chop, Wang Lin broke the last silver of confidence the outer realm cultivators had. With this chop, the heaven-splitting axe flew out of Wang Lin's hands. The heaven-splitting axe that flew out of Wang Lin's right hand expanded thousands-fold. As it chopped down, a giant rift appeared in space. This rift charged out of the gap in the realm ceiling formation and rushed out. The 2/3 step cultivators were shocked. At this moment, they didn't try to resist but quickly dodged. However, they were slowed by the giant axe. Just as they wanted to dodge, the heaven-splitting axe flew out. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the 2/3 step cultivators both coughed out blood. One of their arms separated from their body as the axe flew by. Their faces were deathly pale and they no longer dared to fight. They rapidly retreated and escaped. Although the two of them had managed to dodge with serious injuries, the cultivators of the Third Army could not dodge. As the heaven-splitting axe flew by, a large amount of lives ended. There were no screams, only collapse and disintegration. A giant gap tens of thousands of feet wide appeared in the army after the heaven-splitting axe passed through. This gap was completely empty, leaving only the smell of blood lingering. The heaven-splitting axe penetrated the cultivator army and flew off into the distance. It only slowly dissipated after flying out more than 1,000,000 feet away. The outer realm was completely silent. The third wave of outer realm cultivators stared in shock at the gap created by the heaven-splitting axe, and their hearts trembled. In the inner realm, the invading outer realm cultivators who saw this revealed despair. Anyone who enters the inner realm will die. Wang Lin clenched his right fist and coldly stared at the outer realm cultivators outside the realm ceiling formation. His voice was like a gust of cold wind. Just at this moment, the roar of a horn rapidly came from the ancient star system and entered the inner realm through the gap in the realm ceiling formation. This horn sound seemed to awaken the terrified third wave of outer realm cultivators, and they looked at Wang Lin with complicated gazes. They engraved Wang Lin's appearance in their hearts. In a flash, the third wave of cultivators slowly retreated and no longer charged toward the realm ceiling formation. They were flying off back into the ancient star system. The sound of the horn entered the inner realm and was heard by the tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators. They retreated even faster toward the gap in the realm ceiling formation. The shadow that was casted on their hearts by Wang Lin and the inner realm would linger forever. However, Wang Lin was standing in the gap in the realm ceiling formation. Not only had he blocked the third wave from entering, he was now indirectly blocking the only path of escape for the outer realm cultivators that had entered the inner realm. You all have killed tens of thousands of my inner realm's cloud sea cultivators. How can I let you all come and go as you wish? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he didn't retreat half a step. The all-heaven cultivators, the summoned river cultivators, the remaining thousands of cloud sea cultivators, the howling poison ocean, and the tens of thousands of mosquito beasts all charged at the retreating outer realm cultivators. As rumbles echoed, even more outer realm cultivators died. Desperation caused a sense of madness to erupt from within them, and they charged toward the gap where Wang Lin was. They wanted to leave, they wanted to return to the ancient star system. Tens of thousands of cultivators rushed toward the gap, with the inner realm cultivators chasing them. At this moment, all the cultivators were charging toward where Wang Lin was. Ethereal fire spread, and all the outer realm cultivators that were rushing over were burned by the ethereal fire. Master South Cloud had finished the slowest part of the repair, and it was near its end. The gap in the realm ceiling formation was gradually closing, which made the outer realm cultivators even more crazy. They continued to close in while Wang Lin's ethereal fire raged. No cultivator could get within 5,000 feet of Wang Lin. He stood there like a door sealing the heavens. No one could cross. The cold-looking boy, the celestial imperial concubine, and the remaining third-step cultivators of the outer realm were also anxious. However, due to being blocked by Master Hongshan and company, they couldn't do anything. This battle was far more tragic than anything Wang Lin had seen in his life. Even with Wang Lin's heart of slaughter, he felt mournful. He raised his right hand and waved, sending out more than 10 ancient leaves toward the outer realm cultivators. These leaves formed more than 10 layers of seals and stopped these tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators from escaping. The eyes of the all-heaven cultivators, the female cultivators from Summon River, and the thousands of cloud sea cultivators were red from killing. Their deaths and injuries were also heavy. If not for the poison ocean and the mosquito beasts, this battle would have been even more difficult for them. I want all of you who came from the outer realm to die. None of you will leave. Wang Lin's words were filled with determination. After the ancient leaves came out, his right hand quickly formed seals and endless restrictions appeared. The outer realm cultivators that were sealed were filled with despair as the slaughter continued. If they knew this would happen, they would have never dared to step into the inner realm. Just before the restrictions appeared from Wang Lin's right hand, a sigh came from the ancient star system. Then a burst of blue light accompanied the sigh. A person slowly walked out of the blue light. Wang Lin was familiar with this sigh. When he heard this sound, his heart sank. He turned his head to look at the rapidly recovering realm sealing formation and saw the middle-aged man that had walked out of the blue light. "Let them come back," the middle-aged man said slowly as he looked at Wang Lin. Dao Master Blue Dream, the pupils of Master South Cloud, who was repairing the realm sealing formation, shrank. Dao Master Blue Dream had already reached peak of the arcane void stage, so he was no match for him. The power of a peak arcane void cultivator was terrifying beyond imagination. Among the 5 masters, not even Devil Master Nine Heaven and Dao Master Miao Yin could compare to Dao Master Blue Dream. There was only a sliver of difference in their cultivation levels, but that sliver was like a gully. Almost no one could make the sovereign change his plans. Miao Yin couldn't, Nine Heavens couldn't, but Blue Dream could. Master Hong Shan, who was battling the cold-looking boy, also became serious. Dao Master Blue Dream was simply too famous. Wang Lin's right hand paused for a moment as he looked at middle-aged man. The sound of slaughter still echoed in his ears. After a long time he shook his head. "I don't want to attack you. Due to my kindness to you before, let them come back. My ancient star system has lost this first battle. Now don't force me." The middle-aged man was calm and his voice was not strong, but it was filled with an irrefutable pressure. The sound of slaughter slowly stopped. Aside from Master Hong Shan and company, who were still fighting, everyone else focused on Wang Lin, waiting for his answer. Wang Lin had already made the inner realm cultivators respect his identity as the Lord of the Seal Realm. Although his cultivation level wasn't as high as Master Hong Shan's, to them, he was worthy of being the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the middle-aged man, and a moment later, he clasped his hands and a determined gaze appeared in his eyes. He waved his right hand and millions of restrictions appeared and condensed into a giant umbrella bone. When the bone appeared, the umbrella slowly spread out and the realm-burning umbrella suddenly appeared. Taoist Master Blue Dream looked profoundly at Wang Lin and shook his head with a sigh. "Due to my daughter, I have passed you spells and a Dao spell to avoid the Celestial Imperial Concubine's attack. That was the first time. The Sovereign's fishing the moon in the well was the second time. Today is the third time. However, Wang Lin, you have to remember that there will not be a fourth time. The fourth time, I'll attack." Dao Master Blue Dream withdrew his gaze and turned around. He ignored everything and disappeared in a flash of blue light. The moment he disappeared, the realm-burning umbrella completely appeared. The umbrella hadn't opened yet, but an eternal, destructive fire appeared. Looking at where Dao Master Blue Dream disappeared, the faint shadow of a woman appeared before him. The woman was shaking her head and faintly smiling. Those words from hundreds of years ago appeared in his mind. "Let us forget each other." The loss of vitality caused the woman's shadow to fade. All the vitality in Wang Lin's body rushed into the realm-burning umbrella and turned into a force that would support the opening of this umbrella. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the realm-burning umbrella slowly opened. The destructive fire rushed out and covered the area. Countless cultivators struggled in the sea of fire, and their distorted faces seemed to drill into Wang Lin's eyes. The first battle seemed like it was about to come to an end with the ancient umbrella opening and both sides suffering heavy casualties. However, just at this moment, a killing intent that shook Wang Lin's mind came from the ancient star system and locked on to the area between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the gap in the realm sealing formation that had already healed to less than 1,000 feet wide. He saw one person, a person in white. He was holding a bow, and it was pointed at Wang Lin, the sovereign's head disciple, Feng Yi. Wang Lin had seen this bow before, Dao Ji Li Kuang. The bow that shot down the ancient order's left eye, a heaven-shaking supernatural treasure that could be considered the peak of creation. It had even pierced through the ancient order's powerful Dao spell. A powerful bow that had taken away his feelings for his home, taken away half of his memories. When Wang Lin sat on the throne in the ancient order tomb and entered that dreamlike state, He personally saw the might of the Li Kuang Bao. That arrow was enough to shake the world. In Wang Lin's eyes, even the realm-sealing formation would collapse before its power without any ability to resist. This bao didn't belong to this world. It was the important treasure from the hometown of the ancient order. This was the strongest treasure Wang Lin had seen beside the heaven-defying bead and the compass pointer from the fallen land. How could Wang Lin not be frightened by this treasure? His pupils shrank and he felt an indescribable chill spread across his body. He even felt waves of pain coming from between his eyebrows. All the hair on his body stood up and a sense of life and death appeared in his heart. This feeling rapidly spread across his body. That bao was taken away by the seven-colored Taoist back then, and now it's in his hands. This person is the head disciple of the sovereign. Could the sovereign have something to do with the seven-colored Taoist? Wang Lin stared at the young man in white with a cold gaze. The young man's face was aging rapidly as the bao absorbed his life force. He was drawing the bao by force using his life force. Aside from the seven-colored Taoist, Wang Lin could be the only person who knew the origin of this bao and seen this bao in action. The solemn look that appeared in his eyes aroused a lot of confusion in the others. From the view of outsiders, the young man in white was only at the early stage of nirvana scryer, and the bao in his hand gave off no fluctuations, as if it was an ordinary bao. Wang Lin's serious expression suppressed his mind, allowing him to enter a state of emptiness. It was as if everything else had disappeared, and only the bao that was being slowly drawn remained. Fortunately, this bao had no arrows. The only arrow had disappeared into the void after taking the ancient order's left eye. No one knew if that shocking arrow still existed or where it was. Wang Lin thought that if he could find the arrow, he could find where the ancient order's left eye had gone. However, unless this arrow was in a place where no one existed, someone would have obtained it and shaken the stars. It could even cause a calamity as people fought for it, just like the heaven-defying bead. However, until now, Wang Lin hadn't heard of anything related to this arrow from old myths or legends. It was as if this arrow had disappeared without a trace. Although the bao without an arrow was still terrifying, it couldn't compare to how terrifying it was in the past. If it had the arrow, Wang Lin would have no chance of surviving a shot from this bao. He stared at the young man in white. All of this young man's actions became slow in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin watched the young man raise his hand and slowly pull the bao string into a full moon. At this moment, Wang Lin felt intense pain coming from between his eyebrows. Under this intense pain, Wang Lin felt like a stake had pierced through his skull and into his brain. Sweat came from Wang Lin's forehead. All of this happened in the instant. Wang Lin turned and looked at the young man in white pulling the bao. When Wang Lin saw this bao, a monstrous roar came from his body. He turned around and his body became blurry, as if he was going to fuse with the world. At the same time, Wang Lin rapidly raised his hand and his 7 ancient stars rotated like crazy and flew out of his forehead. The 7 stars rotated before him, giving off a powerful ancient god aura. As the ancient god aura spread, the ancient order head immediately appeared before Wang Li. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin had set up everything the instant he was going to leave. His reaction was so fast that even the young man in white was startled. Then there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Could it be that he recognizes the bao? As the young man in white thought of this, his hand that was holding onto the bao string loosened. As the string loosened, there was a buzzing sound. At first it was weak, and a powerful light gathered on the bao. The young man's left hand was originally filled with flesh and blood. But at this instant, all the flesh and blood began to wither. It wasn't just his left arm. It rapidly spread until half his body was like a mummy. However, it was all hidden under his large robe, so others couldn't see it clearly. It was as if a large amount of his vitality had entered the bao the moment he loosened the string. The light gathered until it formed a milky white phantom arrow. When the bao string loosened, this arrow shot forward. This arrow was very fast. It instantly broke through the void toward the gap in the realm's ceiling formation that was less than 500 feet wide. As the phantom arrow closed in on the gap, That weak buzz suddenly reached a peak and turned into a roar that shook the heavens. The cultivators inside the realm sealing formation, both inner and outer realm cultivators, were shaken by this roar. It was as if their minds and origin energy were being sucked away by this roar. This caused these countless cultivators to bleed from their orifices. There were cultivators from both sides that were already seriously injured that couldn't bear this roar. They coughed out blood. Their origin souls collapsed, and they immediately died. The roar from his arrow caused Master Hongshan, Master Southcloud, and the other third-step cultivators all stop fighting. They looked up with shock on their faces. Only the celestial imperial concubine and purple dream from the summoned river revealed a hint of fear in their eyes when they saw the bow. That bow! That bow is in his hand. A startling howl echoed as the phantom white arrow shot toward the gap inside the realm sealing formation. The moment it charged in, even the realm sealing formation trembled. Not just part of the realm sealing formation, but the entire realm sealing formation that sealed the entire inner realm began to tremble violently. If it was in the past, it would have immediately caused the formation spirit to appear. However, the arrow was releasing a crazed will. This crazed pressure seemed to make the formation spirits retreat. It was as if they were afraid to appear. As the realm sealing formation trembled, the 500 feet gap seemed to stop closing as if it was frozen. It allowed the white arrow to shoot straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was in a state of high concentration and seemed to have forgotten everything beside the white arrow. As he retreated, his body rapidly dissipated. The intense pain from between his eyebrows spread. It was as if a pair of invisible hands wanted to rip open his skull. The white arrow howled as it rushed through the realm sealing formation and was less than 10,000 feet from Wang Lin. The howling of the arrow was extremely sharp. The killing intent inside the sound caused the cultivators in the inner realm to turn pale. The 1,000-foot distance was really insignificant. As the roar echoed, the 7-star ancient order head before Wang Lin began to distort violently. It was as if an indescribable power was closing in. This arrow was shooting to kill. In an instant, the arrow closed in and charged into the ancient order head. As the thunderous rumble echoed, not even Wang Lin's ancient order head was able to resist for long. The head was penetrated and the arrow was about to break through toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body hadn't completely integrated with the world. As the white arrow closed in, the feeling of a life and death crisis increased. Wang Lin revealed a determined gaze and waved his hand. His ancient god body's hands went into the ancient order head and grabbed the white phantom arrow. The moment his hands touched the white arrow, Wang Lin felt a powerful force enter his body. Even his 7-star ancient god body felt it difficult to deal with this. His body trembled and he coughed out blood. He was forced out from being half-merged with the world and to retreat. Every step he took covered several dozen feet and would cause a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin had a fierce expression as he clung onto the arrow and retreated more than 10,000 feet. Blood continued to flow out as he retreated these 10,000 feet. He was already injured, and now his injuries were worse. Thunderous rumbles sounded once more. Wang Lin stepped into the area the outer realm cultivators were being sealed by the ancient leaves. The moment he entered, a large amount of black fog came out of his back. As soon as an outer realm cultivator touched the black fog, their body would wither as all their life force had been drained away by Wang Lin. All of this happened in a flash. Just as Wang Lin was resisting the arrow using this method, the man in white outside the realm sealing formation became gloomy and drew the bow once more. It should be over. As the young man spoke those 4 words, his face rapidly aged from a youth to an old man. His hand that had pulled the bow to a full moon loosened and the second white arrow shot out. A sharp howl charged into the gap in the realm sealing formation with the arrow, heading toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin was already at a disadvantage while facing 1 arrow. 2 arrows was life and death for him. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The fire in his left eye rotated like crazy and the thunder in his right eye flickered madly. The essences in his body suddenly erupted. It was too late to think too much right now. He only knew that if he didn't destroy this arrow in his hand before the second arrow arrived, he would die. A frenzied aura suddenly appeared in the Cloud Sea Star system and charged over. When the aura got near, the shadow of a barefoot, middle-aged man appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin knew this barefoot man. It was the powerful, fierce beast that was sealed by the last lord of the sealed realm, Tai Aluo. He had chosen to face the second arrow for some unknown reason, buying Wang Lin precious time for a chance to survive. The moment he appeared, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. His hands formed a seal and he stepped toward the second arrow. As his hands formed seals, fine scales began to appear around Tai Aluo. These scales were thin and black, and they soon covered his body. "I can only delay it for 3 breaths for you." A thunderous rumble echoed when his hands collided with the arrow. A shocking force came from the arrow and entered his body. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his arms began to distort. It was as if he couldn't withstand the arrow and was about to be pierced through. He let out a roar, and as his body trembled, the scales on his body flew off. These scales suddenly formed a shield. There were 3 strange, golden scales at the center of the shield. His hands that were holding off the arrow collapsed into a bloody mess. Then the second arrow rushed out and collided with the scale shield. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed. The scale shield trembled and the scales along the edges collapsed. In a flash, only the 3 golden scales remained. This lasted 1 breath. These 3 golden scales collapsed in 2 breaths, and Tai Aluo retreated with a bitter smile. The second arrow wasn't targeted at him, so he was able to retreat when he was no match. Tai Aluo had done as he promised and delayed for 3 breaths. These 3 breaths were extremely precious to Wang Lin. During the first breath, Wang Lin had bitten the top of this tongue and spat out a mist of blood before him. During the second breath, the destructive fire from the realm-burning umbrella gathered toward Wang Lin from all directions. The fire surrounded him and fused with the blood before him. This formed a destructive force, and it confronted the arrow he had clenched in his hand. During the third breath, the black fog behind Wang Lin spread out like crazy toward the outer realm cultivators behind him. At the end of the 3 breaths, the arrow collided with the destructive fire fused with Wang Lin's ancient order blood. The arrow disintegrated layer by layer, but the impact was still terrifying. After disintegrating, the arrow only carried 20% of its original power. It broke through the blockade formed by Wang Lin's hand and shot toward the area between his eyebrows. During this process, the arrow disintegrated even more until it was 3 inches from Wang Lin's brow and was only 10% of its original size. A thunderous bang rang out when the very small residual of the arrow collided with the area between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Miserable screams echoed across the world. It wasn't from Wang Lin but from the outer realm cultivators behind him. All the outer realm cultivators surrounded by the black fog withered into dried-up corpses. The broken arrow collapsed and Wang Lin's body was soaked in sweat. However, the danger was not over. The second arrow was closing in. It was impossible to avoid it. Wang Lin revealed a crazed expression. He let out a roar and his right hand pointed at the sky. At this critical moment, he couldn't care about the consequences anymore. His right hand reached out and the umbrella flew toward him while shrinking. Wang Lin then grabbed the handle of the umbrella. Holding it in his grasp, Wang Lin's life force rapidly flowed into the ancient umbrella. His ancient god body was filled with life. At this moment of danger, he didn't have time to think. His ancient god body immediately showed signs of withering. The umbrella was originally open 10%. At this moment, as Wang Lin was injecting life force into it like crazy, the monstrous fire inside raged. When the second arrow was less than 100 feet away, Wang Lin let out a roar and mercilessly pushed the umbrella open. 20%. At this instant, the ancient umbrella was opened 20% by Wang Lin's suicidal method. The destructive fire that could burn space itself rushed out from the umbrella. The space around Wang Lin collapsed before the sea of fire as if it was being refined, revealing the void below. When the second arrow closed in, it collided with the umbrella that was open 20%. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the second arrow trembled as if it was going to melt. However, A force came from the bow that caused the arrow to pierce through the sea of fire and struggle to close in on Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. A 100 feet distance could be crossed in an instant by a cultivator, much less the arrow. Wang Lin's body was already withered, but at this moment, he injected even more vitality into the umbrella. He looked like an old ancient god near the end of his life. His powerful body was now like a corpse. The realm-burning umbrella absorbed more vitality and opened up even more as Wang Lin let out a shocking roar. Although it hadn't reached 30%, it was infinitely close. As a result, the fire that came out became even more terrifying. The second arrow collapsed 10 feet away from Wang Lin. However, as it collapsed, the power from the bow rushed out and collided with Wang Lin's chest. There caused a thunderous bang. Wang Lin coughed out blood and a tearing pain came from his chest. This intense pain caused him to rapidly retreat as he coughed out blood. However, as he retreated, his eyes lit up. He hadn't been seriously injured in a long time, and this injury had caused his killing intent to soar. He waved his hand as he retreated and a monstrous blood light appeared. The blood sword appeared. It could destroy anything, but only if they were corporeal. If put up against the white arrow made of vitality, it didn't have much use. The blood sword flew out toward the gap in the realm ceiling formation that was now less than 200 feet wide. However, at this moment, Wang Lin grabbed it, suppressed his killing intent, and dissolved this impulse. There is something wrong with this. I have failed to kill that person and to lure him out. The cultivator in white that had already become an old man was filled with disbelief and his expression was gloomy. He was amazed at how he couldn't kill Wang Lin after shooting 2 arrows. At this point he had already lost too much vitality and could only sigh in his heart with a sense of pity. He coldly looked at Wang Lin through the realm ceiling formation before turning to walk away. However, just as he retreated, a demonic energy came from the Cloud Sea star system. This demonic energy was extremely fast. It was on par with the speed of the arrow from before. As the demonic energy spread, the ancient demon from the ghost sect appeared as a phantom near the realm ceiling formation. The 9 stars in his left eye rotated. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the bow in the old man's hand. However, his body was only a phantom, meaning his real body hadn't come. Although he had 9 stars in his eye, they were a mere projection. While grinning, he closed in on the cultivator in white and mercilessly clawed at him. He had waited for this opportunity for some time. In truth, he was already here when the cultivator in white appeared, but he was afraid of the bow's power, so he had waited until the old man was about to leave. As the 9-star ancient demon closed in on the cultivator in white, he suddenly turned around and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. The big fish didn't come, but a small fish came. An invisible pressure spread out from the ancient star system. It turned into an invisible palm print that silently pressed down. The expression of the 9-star ancient demon's avatar changed and the greed in his eyes suddenly disappeared. He screamed and anxiously retreated to avoid the palm. However, he was too slow and was grabbed by the palm before he could return to the realm ceiling formation. The palm mercilessly squeezed and the 9-star ancient demon's avatar collapsed into a large amount of demonic energy. The palm absorbed all the demonic energy and then disappeared. The sovereign's head disciple, Feng Yi, came on the order of my teacher to send this bow to the fellow cultivators of the inner realm. The bow is here. The 2 arrows were meant to show the power of this bow. If anyone is confident, you can try to take it. The cultivator in white clasped his hands and let go of the bow. The bow floated before the gap in the realm ceiling formation. A soft light came from the bow. It gave off an attraction that would make one crazy. Teacher has passed down the order to give the inner realm 3 chances to take this bow. You must send back 30% of our outer realm cultivators for each try. Do you guys want it or not? There was killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. If he hadn't made the nether beast his life essence beast, then opening the umbrella like that would have expended 90% of his life force. However, even with the nether beast he couldn't do it often. Although the nether beast had nearly endless vitality, it still couldn't withstand the crazy consumption of the ancient umbrella. What is the sovereign doing this for? He seems to be a little scared. He wants to use this bow to lure someone to appear. The inner realm was completely silent. The third step cultivators battling Master South Cloud and Master Hongshan had retreated from the battle. They looked coldly from the side. However, the red celestial imperial concubine had a gloomy expression. She didn't know this bow would appear, and after hearing Feng Yi's words, a slight hint of anger appeared on her face. She knew that she had become someone's pawn. The red celestial imperial concubine let out a cold snort and looked at Purple Dream from the summoned river. She no longer looked at anyone else and flew toward the gap in the realm ceiling formation. No one stopped her, and Master South Cloud's eyes lit up. The red celestial imperial concubine had entered the ancient star system and disappeared without a trace. As for the cold-looking boy and the rest, they silently pondered as they retreated and left through the gap one by one. What, no fellow inner realm cultivator would dare to take this bow? The sovereign's head disciple shook his head and looked at the inner realm cultivators. The gap in the realm ceiling formation had recovered to 100 feet and the edge of the formation was about to close completely. However, when it was less than 70 feet wide, the huge palm that had collapsed suddenly reappeared and grabbed the realm ceiling formation. Thunderous rumbles echoed as it used great force to tear at the gap. The gap that had almost healed was ripped open several thousand feet. The thunderous rumble was deafening, and an irresistible pressure came from the hand. Master Hongshan and company were shocked by this pressure and quickly retreated. Wang Lin's face was also pale. He was forced to retreated several thousand feet due to the pressure. Master Hongshan's eyes turned cold. As he retreated, he took a step forward and waved his right hand. Red light appeared and shot toward the palm that was tearing the gap in the realm ceiling formation open. At the same time, Master South Cloud hit his forehead with his palm. His body trembled and shadows of clouds appeared behind him. These clouds condensed into statues that lined up to form a formation. They followed after Master Hongshan's red light toward the huge palm. The summoned river's Purple Dream, the beautiful middle-aged woman, Master Lu Fu, and Tai Aluo all attacked at the same time. Various spells flew out and fused with Master Hongshan and Master South Cloud spells, forming a heaven-shaking storm that flew toward the giant palm, ripping open the formation. With Wang Lin's command, esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin also launched their spells. It could be said that all the third-step cultivators of the inner realm had launched their spells to create this storm. Wang Lin's ancient god stars rotated rapidly and he waved his right hand. The ancient god head appeared and suddenly turned into a huge fist. The fist was covered in fire and thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed as it fused with the storm, creating the most powerful blow from the inner realm, and shot toward the palm. In a flash, the most powerful attack from the inner realm collided with the palm. The moment they collided, a powerful demonic energy came from the inner realm to form the 9-star ancient demon. His eyes were filled with hatred as he opened his mouth and spat out demonic energy. This demonic energy turned into a huge, demonic dragon and shot forward. The moment the demonic dragon flew out, the 9 ancient demon stars flew out from his left eye and fused with the demonic dragon. It fused with the storm and shot toward the palm. Thunderous rumbles shook the star system. Everyone in the inner and outer realms could hear this clearly. The storm collided with the palm, creating a boundless shockwave that scattered in all directions. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Master Hongshan and company coughed out blood and quickly retreated. Under the powerful impact, 4 of the 5 fingers immediately collapsed. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's ancient order punch arrived, landing on the last finger. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Wang Lin's body trembled and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Pain came from his right hand as if the bones were broken. He retreated once more. When the last finger on the palm was hit by Wang Lin's ancient order punch, it showed signs of collapse. At this moment, the demonic dragon from the 9-star ancient demon landed and the last finger collapsed. Only the palm remained, and it was knocked back by the joint attack of all the third-step cultivators from the inner realm. The shockwave spread into the realm ceiling formation. This caused the formation to tremble and the gap to expand rapidly. During the shockwave, the bow was still floating there, as if this force was insignificant before it. The soft light around it merely distorted a bit. The palm that had lost the 5 fingers released a 5-colored light. It looked as if the 5 fingers were going to regenerate. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The space behind Wang Lin and the others trembled. A roar powerful enough to shock anyone came from the inner realm behind them. The roar seemed to be a universe away, but in a flash it became monstrous. The expressions of Master Hongshan and company changed greatly. Wang Lin also looked back. He saw a scene he could not forget in his life. 9 burning cultivation planets. 9 cultivation planets burning like the sun flew through the star system. Space itself shattered due to their speed and countless ripples spread due to their hot temperature. They moved very fast and closed in a flash. They charged toward the bow that was floating outside the realm ceiling formation. The giant palm that was recovering waved and blocked before the bow. Collided with the first burning planet. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the first burning planet turned into a powerful force. When it collided with the palm, it collapsed, and the powerful impact forced the palm to retreat. However, before it retreated 10,000 feet, the second planet arrived and the palm retreated once more. The third cultivation planet closed in and collided with the palm. The giant palm trembled and suddenly exploded. When it exploded, a black-robed shadow walked out. The black-robed shadow was the sovereign that Wang Lin had seen outside the ancient order tomb. After he appeared, he didn't say a word and he waved his hand. A bright light came from his withered hand. It was as if his hand had become the first eternal light in this world. His raised right hand pressed down on the 4th cultivation planet. A thunderous rumble echoed and the 4th planet collapsed. But the black-robed shadow also retreated a few steps, and the light in his hand collapsed. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th planets all arrived at the same time. When they got close to the black-robed shadow, they all exploded at once, forming an indescribable impact that spread in the ancient star system. A heat wave spread into the depths of the ancient star system. As the heat wave passed, the starry sky shattered. The black-robed shadow was pushed back and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his body was going to be ripped apart. "You're not dead?" A hoarse voice filled with shock came from the person in black. "I'm not dead." A voice that came from an unknown place in the inner realm rushed out into the outer realm like crazy. The 9th burning planet smashed down on the black-robed shadow. The black-robed shadow let out a roar and his hand quickly formed a seal. A giant well appeared behind him, and there was a crescent moon reflected in the well. At this moment, the black-robed shadow's dried-up left hand reached into the well water. He fished up the crescent moon from the well. One couldn't tell if he had fished up the well water or the crescent moon. In short, there was a large amount of water, and inside the water was a crescent moon. After he fished it out, the black-robed shadow waved his hand and the well water flew toward the 9th planet. The two immediately collided, but the well water quickly evaporated. In a flash, the well water was turned into white gas. However, at the same time, the cultivation planet was torn to pieces. One could clearly see a crescent moon mark appear on the planet. This mark penetrated the planet, causing it to collapse and pierce into the void. Back then, when I slaughtered my way into the outer realm, none of the 5 masters were my match, and I stole a large amount of Joss flames. Today we meet again, and you're still so weak. The voice was ancient, but it was extremely domineering. The moment the voice finished speaking, a blurry figure appeared where the crescent moon was going to land. The figure waved his right hand and wrote down the word, "Battle." The word "battle" caused the crescent moon to collapse. People only know that he used the power of a roar to drive you out, but they don't know about the warning within that roar. If you dare to take a step into the inner realm, you will without a doubt die. You are as timid as a mouse. Little palm-print servant boy, you dare to call yourself sovereign. Aside from members of the Li family, no one else can make it recognize it as their owner. Since you have taken it out as bait, this old man will accept it. The blurry figure's voice was calm, and he stepped toward the bow that was floating there. "Old Ghost John, "You're still not dead." The black-robed shadow raised his head. The top part of the robe was torn into pieces, revealing the face below. It was an extremely old face filled with wrinkles. It was as if his body had been alive for far too long. Those wrinkles were like gullies, and they gave off an ancient aura. There was a mark between his eyebrows. This mark looked like a scar, as if someone had branded him countless years ago. As for the shape of this mark, no one could see it clearly. Although this person was old, there was not a single hair on his face. It was as if hair would never grow on his face, or should never appear on his face. Sovereign, little palm-print servant boy. His face was pale as he stared at old Ghost John. His eyes were filled with endless hatred, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. He grabbed his head disciple and quickly escaped. The vague figure closed in on the bow floating there. He raised his right hand and reached toward the bow. Just as he was about to grab it, the blurry figure exclaimed lightly. His expression seemed to change, but he didn't withdraw his right hand but reached out even faster. The string of the bow was pulled straight, but at the end, a seven-colored light flashed. As the seven-colored light flashed, the string of the bow snapped. There are indeed 7 colors. The blurry figure's eyes shined brightly. There was a buzz and a miserable roar came from the broken string. The 7-colored light flew out along with the arc formed by the broken string. The bow string was originally not long, but at this moment it extended indefinitely. Everything within the arc was separated from normal space. The eyes of the blurry old man let out a cold snort as he grabbed the bow and threw it back into the inner realm. At the same time, he quickly retreated, but he was cut off by the bow string. Normally, he wouldn't care, but the bow string gave off a 7-colored light. He raised his right hand and wrote the word, "Battle," 7 times in a row. The moment the 7 words appeared, they were broken by the bow string. When the 7 words shattered, the old man's expression became solemn. He spat out a mouthful of white energy and formed a white word, "Battle." The bow string closed in and collided with the white word, causing it to pause for a moment. During this pause, the blurry figure retreated back into the realm sealing formation. 7-colored Taoist, you really did attack. This was your third and last chance. Million Cultivation Spirit Print. Since you have taken the initiative to break the seal, this old man will wait. The moment he entered the realm sealing formation, the white word dissipated and the bow string lashed out on the realm sealing formation. The formation trembled. Before the formation spirits could appear, a large crack appeared within the formation and the bow string entered the inner realm. The ones closest to the realm sealing formation were not the summoned river or all heaven cultivators, but the tens of thousands of outer realm invaders that were trapped by Wang Lin's ancient leaves. At this moment, the bow string lashed out into the area sealed by the ancient leaves. There were no miserable screams, as it happened too fast. Only after the bow string had swept past did the tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators collapse. The bow string was not something they could withstand, and they were cut in half. The blurry old Ghost John revealed a sneer and disappeared without a trace when the bow string closed in. He had appeared suddenly and left just as suddenly. It was as if he had only come to confirm something and bring the bow into the inner realm at the same time. From when he arrived to the moment he left, he never even looked at the bow. There was no need to mention the cultivators here. Including Wang Lin, all of them were irrelevant like ants. If this bow recognizes an owner, it is a treasure. If not, it will take life force to use and it will be extremely weak. If any one of you likes it, you can take it to play. His voice echoed and slowly dissipated. All of this happened in an instant. The bow string snapped, the realm sealing formation collapsed, and countless people died. The bow string seemed to have released all its power, and the broken string followed where the bow was thrown by old Ghost John into the inner realm. It just happened to go toward Wang Lin. Was this a coincidence or not? To take or not to take? These two decisions suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's mind as he watched the bow closing in. The bow string had lost some power, but it was still flailing around, causing the space around it to collapse. This bow, I'll take it. Wang Lin revealed a deceived gaze. He was very close to the bow, and at this moment, He stepped forward and reached for it. He grabbed the bow. The moment he grabbed the bow, a powerful force entered his right hand. His right hand collapsed under this powerful force. Blood splattered everywhere and the bow was about to fly off. Madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and his left hand grabbed the bow. His left arm rumbled and became a bloody mess, but it didn't collapse. However, when he caught the bow string lashed out toward his waist and penetrated through. Intense pain washed over him like a wave. Under this pain, even Wang Lin let out a miserable scream. A crack appeared on his waist and his body below his waist separated from his upper half. His body was split in half by the bowstring. The body below his waist collapsed into a bloody mess. Wang Lin's face turned pale and he was thrown back. His vision was blurry. The price of obtaining the bow was too great. As Wang Lin was thrown back by the bow, he clearly felt it emit a powerful rejection force. It was as if no one else could make it recognize them as its owner. If you wanted to control this bow, you would have offered it your life force. Otherwise, even if you held it in your hands, you couldn't draw it. When Wang Lin felt the stubborn aura from the bow, the intense pain caused him to cough out blood. Only his upper body remained. Aside from when he went into the Ancient Order tomb, this kind of injury was rare. The Nether Beast had been asleep since devouring the Golden Storm, but it was still connected to Wang Lin. This intense pain entered its mind and caused the sleeping Nether Beast to awaken at this moment. The moment it awakened, a ray of ghostly light flew out from Wang Lin's body. At first it was not big, but it soon grew very large. The Nether Beast's huge body suddenly appeared in this chaotic space. Feeling this intense pain, the Nether Beast seemed to forget its fear and let out a heaven-shaking roar. It opened its mouth, but not to devour. Instead, a monstrous, golden light seemed to release along with the roar. Golden Storm. The golden storm it devoured but hadn't managed to digest was spat out. This golden light soon made it so it was impossible to see anything else. The golden light rapidly expanded as it was ejected and flew toward the realm sealing formation. This golden storm was strong enough to destroy a star system, and almost no one could resist it. The sovereign's expression changed greatly, especially after he saw the Nether Beast. His eyes were filled with excitement and terror. As thunderous rumbles echoed, the golden storm charged into the realm sealing formation and erupted outward. A destructive force suddenly erupted. The expressions of the summoned river, all heaven, and cloud sea cultivators turned pale. The eyes of Master Hongshan and company turned red. They desperately used spells to move these tens of thousands of cultivators by force. In the blink of an eye, no inner realm cultivator remained in this battlefield. All the inner realm cultivators were moved away by Master Hongshan and company. Even they themselves had left in an instant. As for Wang Lin, they wanted to save him, but he was at the place where the golden storm was spat out, so they couldn't approach due to the destructive power. Esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin had to retreat and leave when the golden storm erupted. As the golden storm spread, the realm sealing formation collapsed on a wide scale. The jade rapidly dissipated and spread into the realm sealing formation. When the jade left, the palace lord of the Heaven Punishment Palace was free. However, as soon as he broke free, he was devoured by the golden storm. He didn't scream at all before his origin soul, Joss flames, and everything vanished. The ancient star system outside the realm sealing formation was affected by the golden storm as well, and a widespread collapse occurred. After a long time, a monstrous roar echoed and the entire battlefield was shrouded in the golden storm with the realm sealing formation as the center. Within the golden storm, the realm sealing formation collapsed, the outer realm space collapsed, and the inner realm space collapsed. This golden storm expanded to a certain degree before releasing a bang that could be heard throughout the entire inner and outer realms before it completely exploded. After the storm passed, the first battlefield turned into a giant black hole that spanned countless miles and blocked the hole in the realm sealing formation. After the Nether Beast spat out the golden storm, it had opened its mouth and devoured Wang Lin and the bow. When the destructive force started spreading, it had turned into a mustard seed and disappeared. Rumbling roars continued to come out of the large black hole that was sealing the opening between the inner and outer realms. This sound would linger for the next 10,000, tens of thousand years, and it showed no signs of dissipating. The first battle ended in such a bizarre way. This giant vortex sucked in the fog that was unique to Wang Lin and became a fog vortex. This battle was a huge blow to the outer realm. This caused the frenzied outer realm cultivators to feel sober. The outer realm had suffered too much in this battle. The cultivators of over a dozen tribes all died. There were no survivors from the ones that entered the inner realm. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor had died. Esteemed Nanzhao had died. And even the Lord of Heaven Punishment Palace had perished. More than 100,000 cultivators were buried in the inner realm. The entire ancient star system was permeated in sorrow. This sorrow was intense, and it slowly turned into anger for vengeance. Influenced by this anger, even more outer realm clans requested for the war to continue. As the call for war increased, the Sovereign Council gave the order to prepare for the second battle. The entire outer realm began to prepare. They were waiting for the second battle to get revenge. Some old monsters that had been in closed-door cultivator for tens of thousands of years, like the ones Dao Master Blue Dream had talked about, came out of closed-door cultivation. They stared at the inner realm with killing intent. The name Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin had been firmly remembered by the outer realm. They clenched their teeth in hatred. It was Wang Lin who had killed the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, killed esteemed Nanzhao, killed Grandmaster Yun Luo's avatar, and destroyed the island she was on, resulting in her whereabouts being unknown. It was this person who had released the poison ocean and mosquito beasts that became a nightmare for the outer realm cultivators. It was this person who had killed countless outer realm cultivators that destroyed the confidence of the outer realm. He was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He had to die. Wang Lin's appearance was distributed by the Sovereign Council and was now known by all outer realm cultivators. They had also set an unprecedented reward just to kill him. The Cloud Sea cultivators had suffered heavy casualties in this battle, with only thousands remaining. The entire Cloud Sea was now almost abandoned due to this battle. The large amount deaths caused most of the sects in the Cloud Sea to become empty. The ones remaining were the weak cultivators. The thousands of surviving Cloud Sea cultivators took the burden of educating future cultivators. They gathered the various sects from before to form the future 10 sects of the Cloud Sea. Fortunately, the God sect, Demon sect, and Ghost sect hadn't revealed too much of their power. But they could barely maintain the current situation in the Cloud Sea. Due to the large amount of collapse caused by this battle, the entire Cloud Sea became unstable. Spatial rifts had appeared everywhere, so it was very dangerous to fly through the Cloud Sea. The Demon sect had sent out nearly 70% of their cultivators to be stationed at the location of the first battle. Without the realm sealing formation, it was now the gate into the inner realm, even though the area was filled with spatial storms. The Ghost sect also had sent a large amount of cultivators to be stationed here. As for the God sect, under Mu Bingmei's leadership, they set up powerful formations and formed a blockade for the second battle that would soon occur. The summoned revered cultivators left a part of their group here outside the fog vortex, with the beautiful middle-aged woman as the leader, and settled down. The all-heaven cultivators had also left a part of their group. The remainder returned home to prepare for the second battle. The brilliant void star system that never appeared in this battle sent 10,000 cultivators after the battle ended. They were led by a woman wearing a water blue dress and settled down outside the fog vortex. This woman was very beautiful but also extremely cold. The coldness in her eyes caused all the cultivators around the vortex to feel like they were facing an iceberg. In the first battle, the Outer Realm's Grandmaster Yun Luo shocked Master Hongshan and the others. It was because of Grandmaster Yun Luo that the Inner Realm army was extremely passive during the battle. They couldn't even set a formation down. Grandmaster Yun Luo's ability to deploy troops and divinate left a deep impression on Grandmaster Hongshan and the others. If the Lord of the Sealed Realm hadn't killed her avatar, then even when the Summoned River and all heaven reinforcements came, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Very few large wars occurred inside the Inner Realm. As tens of thousands of years passed, They slowly lost the experience in these types of battles. This battle was a lesson, but at the same time, it allowed Master Hongshan and company to understand that even if one has high a cultivation level, an army without a leader was just a handful of sand. The woman with the water blue dress was brought here by Master Southcloud from the Brilliant Void Star system. She was not only the leader of the Brilliant Void cultivators, but also the commander-in-chief of all the Inner Realm cultivators here. After this battle, the name Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin had completely spread across the Inner Realm. Almost all the Inner Realm territories knew of the merits of the Lord of the Sealed Realm in this battle. Killing the Fire Sparrow clan's third-step ancestor, killing Outer Realm third-step cultivator esteemed Nan Zhao, killing Outer Realm Commander-in-Chief Grandmaster Yun Luo. With his axe, he had stopped the third invading army from the Outer Realm and caused tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators to not dare to take half a step into the Inner Realm. With the power of one person, he had stopped the Outer Realm cultivators from fleeing the Inner Realm. These various stories gave the Inner Realm cultivators a sense of confidence and feverish reverence. They remembered the name Wang Lin. They remember the title Lord of the Sealed Realm. Wang Lin's prestige increased like crazy in the Inner Realm and suppressed that of Master Hongshan and company. He became the spiritual leader of the Inner Realm. In the end of the battle, the Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin released his nether beast and eradicated the last of the invading force. The fog vortex was something he had brought out. Anyone who didn't believe this would become silent when they arrived at the Cloud Sea and saw the fog vortex. Then a sense of frenzy would slowly appear deep inside their hearts. Almost all the cultivators stationed outside the fog would silently watch the vortex that shocked their hearts and minds. After a long time, they would respectfully bow and then leave. If there were still some that did not believe, their words couldn't be heard by the cultivators of the Cloud Sea, especially those thousands of cultivators that survived the battle. Each of them were absolute fanatics when it came to Wang Lin. They wouldn't allow any disrespect toward him. To them, Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin was their glory. Even if a good friend from the other star system said something disrespectful, they would immediately turn on that friend. Wang Lin's name became a legend in the Inner Realm. However, this legend had disappeared without a trace. No one knew if he was alive or dead. Master Hongshan and the others worked together to cast a spell to find Wang Lin, but they found nothing. The nether beast that had turned into a seed seemed to have experienced something strange, and no one could find it. However, the Cloud Sea cultivators believed that the Lord of the Sealed Realm was still alive. Master Lu Fu believed that the Lord of the Sealed Realm was still alive. All Heaven's Shi Zifeng and Planet Lingdong's Xiaqing believed that their teacher was still alive. Shengong Hu and Zhang Konglei also believed this. Esteemed Lingdong and Zhou Jin's slave marks hadn't faded, and the large amount of poisonous mosquito beasts in the Cloud Sea star system made many people believe that the Lord of the Sealed Realm was still alive. Mu Bingmei, who had become the God sect master due to one line from Wang Lin, had tears in her eyes, but she firmly believed Wang Lin was still alive. In sorrow, Situ Nen gave up cultivating in the Rain Celestial Realm and silently went drinking. He drank too much and laughed as he looked up at the sky. However, as he laughed, tears flowed down uncontrollably. He drank for 3 days, he laughed for 3 days, and he cried for 3 days. Later, he resolved to leave the Rain Celestial Realm. He was going to find his brother. When he left, Zhou Ru was filled with tears. Through her determined request, she left with Situ Nan. Big Head and Lei Ji left 2 days after Situ Nan left. They were going to search for their master. The first one to leave the Rain Celestial Realm was not Situ Nan but 13. When he heard about the situation, he left without any hesitation with Wang Lin's statue. Many people were looking for Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin, but no matter how much they looked, they couldn't find a single clue. Where are you? Situ Nan and Zhou Ru looked at the vast star system. Where are you? In the all-heaven star system, Shi Zifeng, Xiaqing, and company silently looked at the starry sky. In the God sect, after settling some trivial matter, the very tired Mu Bingmei drank a bowl of medicine soup. She silently looked at the sky outside the pavilion and muttered to herself, "Where are you?" Outside the fog vortex in the Cloud Sea, The woman in the water-blue dress looked at the fog vortex, and after a long time, she let out a sigh. "You don't know who I am. Where are you?" 13 was silently flying through the stars. He had a determined expression as he searched endlessly, relying on his faint connection and the aura from the statue. The mosquito beasts were also looking for Wang Lin. There were many of them, and with the poison ocean fused into them, they had obtained a powerful toxin. They didn't attack any cultivators, but the horde howled as they searched. Their sad hiss wheezes like a young child that had just lost their parents. Any cultivator who saw this group of mosquitoes would stop and bow toward them. In the brilliant Void Star system or the Alliance Star system, there was an chaotic area filled with shattered rocks in the far northern area. At this moment, there was a piece of gravel the size of a fist floating there. This piece of gravel was covered in holes that connected to the interior. The nether beast that had turned into a seed was hiding here. It was terrified by the destructive storm and had lost its wits. With its personality, it was prepared to hide here until it died. The outside world was too terrifying, too terrifying. There was a sky and stars in the strange world inside the nether beast, but there was no life. To be more accurate, very few lives. Before Wang Lin, there was only one other person. It was that poor cultivator that was scared by the nether beast twice and thought the world inside the nether beast was the real world outside. There was a semi-collapsed cultivation planet inside the nether beast. This planet was no longer round, there was no vegetation on it, and it was completely silent. A cultivator with broken clothes filled with facial hair crouched there and stared at a body on the ground. Strange, is this person not dead? A few days ago, before I left, he wasn't this large, and after leaving for a few days he grew quite a bit. From the looks of this, it will take a few years to be completely grown. Well, it seems to have something to do with my blood. The dull-eyed cultivator touched his chin as he walked around the corpse several times and kicked it a bit. Damn it! You dare to pretend to be dead before this king? The cultivator glared and kicked the body. Seeing no response, he immediately went for a few more kicks. Finally, he giggled and jumped on the body. After jumping on it for an hour, he felt satisfied and lied down on the ground, staying at the sky in a daze. He had been searching this place for countless years, but he hadn't seen a second person. He still remembered that an unknown number of years ago, he was also lying here, looking at the sky in a daze. He had been begging the heavens to give him a fellow cultivator to play with. He thought of this almost every day, but this time was different. Just as he thought of this, his eyes widened and there was a flash of light in the starry sky. He saw something fall from the sky and land on the other side of this planet. He was startled for 4 or 5 days before he reacted. He then rushed toward the other side of the planet in joy. He had found this broken body there and brought it back here. Finally, someone to accompany me. Although it's a dead man, how can a dead body be growing again? Oh, maybe, who knows? I say, today is going to rain. Little Red, go bring the rain shelter, Jade. I ate it last time I got drunk, you say. Then go ask the Lee family for another. Damn it, if they won't give it, tell them this king will ask my big brother to steal it tomorrow. That might be the case. Maybe there isn't enough silver to use. What if there is not enough? Little Gue, go find my big brother and tell him to give me some. If he doesn't give any, tell him that tomorrow this king will let. I'll go steal it myself. The cultivator didn't even know what he was muttering. This phenomenon started when he was trapped in the seven-colored realm. If it wasn't for this random muttering, he would have really gone crazy. After muttering for a long time, he let out a big breath and he looked at the corpse. His expression suddenly changed and became fierce. You dare to scare this king? Let's see how this king will deal with you, he roared. As he roared, he jumped into the air and his hands formed seals, creating a large amount of spells that launched at the body. The earth rumbled for a long time, and before the rumbling stopped, this madman cultivator used even more spells. The bombardment continued for several consecutive days. If a third-step cultivator saw the spells this madman was using, they would be terrified. Little Pink, take my move. The madman raised his right. The world rumbled and then a giant palm print appeared. However, the palm print seemed to be lacking power and immediately collapsed when it touched the body. However, the palm was filled with power and majesty. This was the most authentic war spirit print. It was like the war spirit print the Lord of the Sealed Realm left at the God sect, but the one used by this madman was even more authentic. "Little Silver, watch how this king hits you," the madman roared. Then he pointed at the sky. The entire sky suddenly turned into the canopy and a giant pillar that supported the sky appeared. It was a giant umbrella. Realm-burning umbrella. "Burn for this king." The madman waved his right hand and the umbrella shrank until he could hold it in his right hand. He poked the body on the ground with it, but although the umbrella was powerful, it was, in fact, powerless. The moment it touched the corpse, it immediately dissipated. "Old man Li Guang, take Told Man's arrow." The man smiled and raised his hands as if he was holding a bow. There was no bow in his hands, but an arrow suddenly appeared and shot toward Wang Lin. "Seven-colored little girl, your husband has been forced away by my big brother. I say you better follow this king. You see, I can use the seven-colored spell as well." The madman raised his right hand and there was a flash of seven-colored light. The seven-colored light turned into a spell wheel that flew forward. Time slowly passed. The madman continued to chatter and used large amounts of spells that had never appeared in the inner or outer realms. It wasn't until a few days later that the madman slowly stopped. He was gasping for breath on the side and revealed a look of satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. This king's spells have become even stronger. Not bad. Now it's time to practice my strength." He stood up and walked up to the corpse. There was a bow in the corpse's hand. The bow was being held tightly by the corpse, but its string was broken. It was attached to the bow on one end and the other was fused with the flesh of the corpse. The madman rubbed his hands and grabbed the bow. His face turned red as he tried to drag the bow away. His body jumped and he continued to roar. "Damn it, this damn person from the ancient nation holding the Li Guang bow. Even when dead, he is still so strong. What did I just say? Ancient nation? Li Guang's bow." The madman was startled for a moment and loosened his hand. He then thought for a long time. He looked at the corpse and shook his head, saying, "Ancient nation, that feels very familiar. I feel a lot of hatred." After a long time he still couldn't think of anything. He scratched his head and let out a sigh as he looked down at the body before him. He then bit his finger on his right hand and placed it in the mouth of the corpse. "Drink it, drink more so you can quickly regrow your body so you can play with me." He had not just been feeding this body for 1 or 2 days. Ever since he found the body, whenever he remembered, he would feed the body some of his blood. "This king's blood is very precious. That little girl from the Li family begged me for many years before I gave her a drop. And there was also who was it? Little Red. Who was it? Oh, it was that sex saintess who was kidnapped by that person. If not for the fact that I thought she was pitiful, this king wouldn't have given it to her. 1 drop of this king's blood is more precious than the Tao Sage. Alas, there is no food to eat. Little Red, go to the Chimu family to get me some fruit. That fruit their family grows that only grows once every 100,000 years. The dream fruit. Bring it to me. If they don't give it, tell them that this king will get my big brother to steal it for me tomorrow." As the madman muttered to himself, he didn't notice that the corpse that was rapidly recovering suddenly slowed down after absorbing his blood. Not only did the recovery stop, but it reversed, making the injury even worse. There was a power that was rejecting this blood like crazy, as if they couldn't exist together. However, during this rejection there was a hint of fusion. This corpse was Wang Lin. The blood from the madman couldn't merge with the ancient order power inside him at all. The two devoured each other like crazy, as if they were in a life and death struggle. This mutual destruction caused Wang Lin's body to go through a strange change. This change seemed to be changing his bloodline, a change from a mortal to a true celestial. The Li Guang Bao hadn't recognized another owner since its owner's death, and not even old Ghost John thought anyone would be recognized as its owner. As this change took place within Wang Lin, a heaven-shaking change was happening with the Li Guang Bao as well. If old Ghost John saw this personally, even he would be filled with disbelief. The broken bow string that had grown into Wang Lin's body was slowly fusing with Wang Lin's new bloodline. The power of Wang Lin's bloodline was slowly permeating the entire bow. The bow gave off faint cheers of excitement that only Wang Lin could hear. This was a cry of joy for finding another master after its first master had died countless years ago. The bow felt that Wang Lin's changing bloodline was 100 times more pure than its previous master. Like the difference between water and wine. The madman stared at the sky in a daze and continued to mutter to himself. It's raining. Little Red. Come and rub your master's shoulders. Go tell my big brother that this kid is tired and I'm not going to cultivate. I'm going out to play. Tell him to not come find me. Once I play enough, I'll go back. If he dares to find me like in the past, I'll cut all relations with him. Every time Wang Lin's ancient god power reached the critical moment of healing, it was blocked by the blood from this madman. This made Wang Lin's injury worse and his body was like the raging sea. This intense pain was enough to make one mad. If Wang Lin wasn't unconscious, it wouldn't be too bad. But Wang Lin had regained consciousness a long time ago. However, when he awakened, his body was filled with the blood of this madman. This blood was filled with an extremely pure power. Wang Lin had never seen this kind of power in his life. Only the no celestial spell that he saw when he sat on the throne in Ancient Order Tomb could match it in power. However, this power couldn't be used by Wang Lin. It was hidden inside Wang Lin's blood and flowed through his body. As it fought with the ancient god power, it slowly fused with Wang Lin's bones and blood. The bones were the source of creating blood. The blood from the madman continued to enter Wang Lin's bone marrow and change his bloodline. One's bloodline was in the bone marrow. To change the bone marrow was to change one's bloodline. If successful, the blood that will flowed through Wang Lin would be like the madman's, noble and pure. Wang Lin could feel an indescribable feeling from this sense of nobility. It was enough to shake one's mind. Wang Lin was shocked to find that as the blood flowed into his body, his origin soul trembled as if this blood was some unimaginably noble existence. An existence that was at the peak of cultivators. As time passed and this pure blood flowed through Wang Lin's body, his body would undergo a metamorphosis like a mortal becoming an celestial. The sobered Wang Lin was terrified by this blood. But he also saw all the spells the madman had used on him. It was as if millions of bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind and he couldn't recover for a long time. The madman's muttering caused monstrous waves to surge in Wang Lin's mind. However, Wang Lin couldn't ponder about this in detail due to the intense pain in his body. The pain he felt now was several times stronger than when he faced the Ancient Order trial. He couldn't move his body, not even open his eyes. His origin soul was being locked in place by the blood, so he wasn't able to move at all. Fortunately, during this intense pain, there were cheers coming from the bow. This cheer gave off a sense of warmth that eased Wang Lin's pain. He had a very strange feeling, as if the bow in his hand had fused with him and became part of his blood. He also saw that the bow that had never recognized an owner didn't recognize him but his slowly changing bloodline. It was as if only with this bloodline would it recognize someone as its owner. This king's blood is very. I remember there being a little witch named Fei Fei who borrowed something from me. The madman muttered to himself as he sat beside Wang Lin, confusion filling his eyes. After a long time, he shook his head and took his finger out of Wang Lin's mouth. He then put it into his own mouth, and after licking it, he revealed an intoxicated expression. Even this king enjoys this king's blood. However, I can't carelessly give it away. My big brother said that just one drop of this blood what can it do? Little Red, where the hell did you go? This king has been here for so many years and you still haven't come to find this king. Just you wait. Once this king comes home, this king will eat you. As the madman muttered to himself, he seemed to become angry. He got up and walked around Wang Lin several times before he finally stopped. There seemed to be anger inside him. When he saw how Wang Lin was still not recovering and had returned to the state of when he found him, he became even more angry. How come it's so difficult to grow a body? Is it difficult? If this king was in your state, I would have already recovered. How many years has it been? Why must you be so stupid? The madman got more and more angry as he spoke. After kicking for a bit, his face became even more angry, and he began jumping on Wang Lin's body. He continued to jump and shout like a crazy person. My big brother said that my family's blood can heal all injuries in the world. This king has given you so much, but your body still hasn't recovered. You. The man jumped to the side and stared at Wang Lin. His mouth never stopped talking. This king just refuses to believe this won't work. Just you wait. The madman muttered as he raised his right hand and hit his chest. The moment he hit his chest, a strange mark appeared on it. The madman's body trembled and his face became red. He then coughed out a mouthful of blood that landed on Wang Lin's body. This king has plenty of blood. Quickly recover your body to play with this king. That mouthful of blood couldn't compare to the trickle of blood from his finger. It was like the difference between a stream and a mighty river. This blood was golden and filled with a pure energy. When it landed on Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin trembled. All the pores on his body opened to quickly absorb this blood. In just an instant, all the blood was absorbed clean. The large amount of blood entered his body and turned into a storm. It began a slaughter with Wang Lin's ancient god power, and some of it directly fused with his bone marrow, beginning his metamorphosis. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the madman's face turned pale and he gasped for breath. He stared at Wang Lin, but the anger in his eyes became even stronger. Still no effect? You wait for this king to take a break. Just you wait. The madman sat down while filled with anger. He didn't sit down to cultivate but just sat there. Then he suddenly got up and stood before Wang Lin. Damn it, if this king doesn't give out my blood voluntarily, even if someone drains all my blood, it will be no use. I refuse to believe you can't regrow your body. The madman roared, and his right hand hit his chest once more. This time he hit himself 3 times. One mouthful of blood flew out. Then the madman's face turned pale and he retreated 2 steps. Then he coughed out the second mouthful of blood, and following that came the third mouthful of blood. The 3 mouthfuls of blood turned into a rain of blood that fell on Wang Lin. Damn your... The madman's eyes were red-eye, and even if his big brother was here, he won't be able to stop him. He let out a roar, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat a blood arrow at Wang Lin. This blood was his life essence, which was many times more precious than his ordinary blood. Then his eyes rolled over and he fell down, passing out due to the excessive loss of blood. Before he passed out, he was still muttering to himself. This king's blood is very precious. This time I seem to have overdone it. So dizzy. Little Red, come and massage this lord. Wang Lin's body was covered in blood. This blood seemed to be alive. When it landed on him, it drilled into his body through his pores. The large amount of blood, especially the life essence blood, caused an indescribable pressure to erupt inside Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's ancient order power collapsed and was suppressed, but they didn't fuse on a large scale. Nevertheless, because the ancient order power was suppressed, the blood that had been poured into his body directly entered his bones and fused with his bone marrow. This fusion didn't only take place in small areas like before, it instantly fused together. Wang Lin's body trembled and a large amount of red dots appeared all over his body. Large amounts of his own blood was being moved. As the blood fused with his bone marrow, new blood was created. Just as the new blood was born, a noble aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. This noble aura was like something that belonged to the ruler of the world. Even the world itself had to bow before it. The 9-colored fire in his left eye burned brightly and could vaguely be seen through his eyelids. However, as it burned, the noble aura from his bone marrow caused the 9-colored fire to collapse into countless flames. But they all soon fused back together. A golden fire suddenly appeared. This golden fire contained the Tao of the heavens. But it wasn't Tao fire. With the appearance of the golden fire, the thunder in Wang Lin's right eye rumbled. The aura from the blood caused the thunder to collapse, and the 9 accompanying thunders also collapsed. The moment that the thunder and accompanying thunders all collapsed, a bolt of golden thunder appeared in Wang Lin's closed right eye. Gold, everything was gold. However, this gold wasn't very deep, it was very light. However, it was still enough to terrify anyone who knew the secret of this gold color. Gold, the color of celestials. Real celestials. Golden fire had appeared in his left eye and golden thunder flashed in his right eye. If Wang Lin were to open his eyes, all the cultivators who saw his eyes would be shocked. They would feel an indescribable pressure erupting from Wang Lin's eyes. Although Wang Lin's thunder essence had reached completion, it was still incomplete. However, with the power of his new blood, the imperfection disappeared and his thunder suddenly became celestial thunder. Real celestial thunder. The golden fire in his left eye was only at the ethereal state and was far away from becoming Tao fire. However, as the power from his new blood rushed in, the fire suddenly evolved to an ethereal fire beyond any other fire. Real celestial fire. Just the celestial fire and celestial thunder were enough for Wang Lin to kill any early-stage nirvana void cultivator. Even mid-stage nirvana void cultivators wouldn't last for too long before they would also die. Even late-stage nirvana void cultivators would be shaken by this celestial fire and thunder and would choose to retreat. As the new blood created by the bone marrow flowed through Wang Lin's body, the remaining 3 essences, life and death, karma, and true and false, began to slowly reach perfection. They only needed the opportunity to reach the grand Tao. The appearance of the madman was like a great fortune comparable to the inheritance he had obtained at the land of the ancient god. It was enough to change his life. This great fortune was still not over yet. Wang Lin's mind was clear, but he still couldn't move at all. He silently felt the changes in his body. This completely different feeling made him speculate a few things. The new blood that was created from his bone marrow gave off an extremely powerful aura. It was celestial spiritual energy. As the blood flowed through his body, his origin soul was rapidly changing. What Wang Lin didn't know was that in the 4 celestial realms, even the 4 celestial emperors like Qing Lin would be mere mortals compared to him. The bloodline inside Wang Lin had reached a heaven-shaking level. However, his body was extremely special, something that had never been seen before. His body was that of the ancient god, an inheritance from the ancient order. However, his bloodline had been changed by that madman to become the bloodline of a celestial. This kind of thing was simply too rare. The 2 completely opposite forces continued to bombard each other. Although the ancient order power was suppressed, the celestial blood couldn't destroy it. As a result, Wang Lin's body was incomplete. During this incomplete process, his lower body was rapidly recovering and being destroyed. His origin soul was also sober but imprisoned. If this continued, Wang Lin would be a living dead person, or he would be refined into a heavenly treasure. This treasure would be something both the ancient order and the celestials could use. At this time, he had to make a choice. He had to choose between the previous ancient order heritage and give up this shocking fortune, or this new fortune and give up the ancient order inheritance that had accompanied him for most of his life. It was a very difficult choice. Even if Wang Lin wanted to choose, he couldn't. His origin soul was unable to move, as it had separated from his body to some degree. Damn it, I'm tired to death. At this moment, the madman who had passed out due to excessive blood loss woke up. Although he looked tired, he excitedly looked at Wang Lin. After taking a look, the excitement on the madman's face faded and was replaced with endless anger. Damn you! You still haven't recovered. This old man's blood. This blood can be traded for so many things. So much blood. All that blood I gave you is enough to get that 7-colored chick. If my big brother knew, he would go crazy. The madman sprang up and grabbed Wang Lin's should. He began shaking Wang Lin like crazy. Return my blood. You took this king's blood but still haven't recovered. You're trying to anger me. Little you. Take this guy out and chop his head off. The madman roared, still feeling angry. He stared at Wang Lin and directly bit Wang Lin's shoulder. He let out a growl like a mad dog. This king is going to bite you to death. Bite you to death. After messing around for a while, the madman was breathing hard. His eyes were red and his expression became fierce. He stared at Wang Lin and loosened his bite. Then he covered his mouth and let out painful groans. I hate the ancient nation cultivators. Their bodies are too hard. This king's teeth are killing me. Little Red, go to the Zhou family to fetch that something this king forgot. Quickly, go. If they won't give it, tell them I'll get my big brother to steal it tomorrow. The madman walked to the side while muttering and letting out painful groans. He then turned to stare at Wang Lina and gradually showed signs of going crazy again. I just refuse to believe this. You wait. Let me think. The madman's blood-red eyes flashed, and after thinking for a while, he still couldn't think of anything. Feeling even more irritated, he roared at Wang Lin. Ordinary people couldn't understand the anger of a madman. The longer he couldn't think of what to do, the more angry he became. Finally, he raised his right hand, grabbed his left arm, and tore it off his body. There was no blood, and the wound was extremely smooth. While holding his left arm, he didn't even look at it. He stared at Wang Lin and said some words even he himself couldn't understand. He waved his right hand and the left arm he had ripped off landed, giving off a thunderous rumble. His right hand moved faster and faster and the rumble became even more intense. In the end, the madman jumped up and began to scold-curse Wang Lin. This cursing lasted for several days. Only when the madman's mouth was dry did he get tired and stop. He put his left arm back on his body and there was a flash of gold. A round rune appeared on the wound. It gave off an ancient aura and looked very complicated. Just looking at it would make one lose themselves. This rune gave off the aura of the origin of the world. It was strange and mysterious. Looking at the rune on the wound on his left arm, the madman was startled for a moment. Soon, a bright light appeared in his eyes. That's it, haha. That's it. The madman licked his lips and rubbed his hands. He ran excitedly to Wang Lin's side. In his view, this corpse was his toy. He had to find some fun to ease the boredom. However, a person that goes crazy from playing around would be extremely terrifying. How could this king forget the three prints of the celestial ancestors? Haha, the three prints of the celestial ancestors. Yes, that's it. The madman felt like his blood was boiling. He looked at Wang Lin while giggling. However, there was a flash of confusion in his eyes. Something seems wrong. It seems that my big brother said that even if I die, I can't give the three prints of the celestial ancestor to anyone not of my celestial clan. He even forced me to swear on it. I can give small amounts of blood to people, but the three prints of the celestial ancestors can't be given to others. The madman began to hesitate and look down on Wang Lin. That doesn't seem right. Maybe Big Brother said that the three prints of the celestial ancestors can be given to anyone. Which is it? The madman frowned and raised his right hand to knock on his own head. The more he knocked, the more confused he became. This king has to listen to my big brother's words. The image can be given to others, that's right, it can be given like this. The madman solemnly nodded. That's right, even Little Red said that my memory is very good and can't be wrong. The madman became excited again after muttering to himself. He licked his lips and then quickly formed a few seals. The entire cultivation planet trembled and the madman's body also trembled violently. The round rune that had appeared on the wound on his left arm gradually appeared between his eyebrows. The heavens and earth open. The ancestors descend. The three prints form immorality for all generations. First print summons the heavens. Second print summons the Tao. Third print summons... What does it summon? Little Red. What does the third print summon? The madman froze and shook his head. Forgot. Damn it. This king's memory is too good. I will definitely remember. He muttered as his right hand hit the area between his eyebrows. An aura rushed out. Then an indescribably powerful force rushed out and filled the world inside the nether beast. With a roar, the madman's right hand reached out and seemed to dig out the mark between his own eyebrows. He then pressed it down between Wang Lin's ancient god stars. Three prints of the celestial ancestor, power of the celestial clan's immortal body. At the moment the madman's right hand fell on Wang Lin, an unimaginable power erupted from Wang Lin's body. His body shot toward his head and collided with the madman's right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The madman coughed out a mouthful of blood and was thrown into the distance. When he landed, he felt confused and muttered, "I seem to remember, can't be taught." In particular, not to the three members of the Ancient Order clan, as it would cause a lot of trouble. Hey, why is this king worried? This king didn't teach anything. This king's memory is very good, and I definitely didn't teach. Thinking about this, his eyes rolled over and he fainted. Wang Lin's body shook and his eyelids trembled rapidly. His mind roared. He clearly felt the madman's movement. Just as the madman pressed his hand down, Wang Lin felt the Ancient Order power he had suppressed erupt as if it had gone crazy. "You madman!" Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, a round mark appeared between his eyebrows. This mark was almost exactly the same as the one the madman had. The appearance of this mark immediately made the new blood in his body surge as if it was boiling. Originally, the power from the blood and the Ancient Order power had reached an equilibrium. Although the blood held the advantage, it couldn't destroy the Ancient Order power. However, the appearance of this mark set off the beacon of war. This caused Wang Lin's bloodline power to suddenly surge and try to destroy his Ancient Order power. As a result, the Ancient Order power that had been suppressed erupted in a berserk counterattack. And Wang Lin's body became a battlefield of life and death. The power of the bloodline was an outsider that had just fused with Wang Lin, unlike the Ancient Order power that had accompanied him almost all his life. The fierce battle between the two had reached a terrifying degree. One of the stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows collapsed, and a surge of Ancient Order power entered his body, and his body quickly recovered. However, just as his body recovered, the mark between his eyebrows suddenly released a powerful force, causing Wang Lin's body to collapse. This collapse was a complete collapse. His arms, legs, whole body, including his head and original soul, all collapsed. However, before his flesh and blood scattered far, an extremely pure celestial spiritual energy rapidly condensed into a blurry figure. This blurry figure was an origin soul. However, this wasn't the origin soul of a cultivator but that of a true celestial, a celestial origin. After the celestial origin appeared, all the scattered flesh and blood immediately gathered to form a body. This body was crystal smooth and gave off endless celestial spiritual energy. It also gave off a powerful aura. However, the moment this body appeared, it trembled and collapsed again along with another star between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The celestial body collapsed, and as the blood and flesh splattered, a powerful surge of Ancient Order energy appeared. The flesh and blood quickly gathered, and a 10,000-foot ancient god suddenly appeared. However, before the ancient god body appeared for long, it collapsed once more. Wang Lin suffered unimaginable pain. His Ancient Order power was on the weaker side, so it had to rely on shattering his stars. He no longer had a choice. The ancient god power inside him was going to turn into a storm that would destroy everything. He felt like when that time came, he would without a doubt die. He had to maintain balance and make them fuse. Otherwise, this fortune would become a life or death calamity. The seventh star collapsed and the seventh celestial conversion happened. Now all 7 stars had shattered, and all of this had happened in an instant. Every shattered star caused the Ancient Order power inside his body to increase greatly. After 7 stars broke, the Ancient Order power inside Wang Lin was heaven-shaking. Just at this moment, the 8th cycle began. What Wang Lin shattered was the vortex that hadn't formed into a star yet. A thunderous rumble echoed, and his body quickly changed between Ancient Order and Celestial for the 8th time. After the 8th time, Wang Lin would face the fact that he had no stars left to shatter. His ancient god body suddenly exploded, and as his flesh and blood splattered, the celestial spiritual energy appeared once more to form the celestial body that had collapsed several times. Immortal celestial body. This immortal body came from the celestial ancestor body. It was because of the mark that Wang Lin had this immortal body. The mark between his eyebrows flashed, and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body became even more intense. His bone marrow created even more blood that circulated through his body. It seemed like the celestial body was going to completely suppress his ancient god body. However, all of this was far from over. If Wang Lin was only an ancient god before he got the ancient order inheritance, then, at the last moment, he would lose his ancient god inheritance, become a real celestial, and then die from his body exploding. However, this ancient god inheritance was that of a royal ancient god. And it was also the ancient order inheritance. The mark not only changed his bloodline but also triggered the ancient order inheritance in his body. Just like what the madman had said, this mark couldn't be given to outsiders and definitely couldn't be given to the 3 clans from the ancient nation. A roar came from Wang Lin's mouth and countless cracks appeared on his celestial body. At the same time, the ancient order power inside him surged. Although there was no star left to shatter, this surge seemed to have caused Wang Lin's second trial to arrive early. The second trial arriving early was completely due to the will of the ancient order power inside Wang Lin when it was faced the possibility of being driven out. There were 2 vague wills inside Wang Lin's body, 1 ancient order and 1 celestial. The collision of these 2 wills was the cause of all of Wang Lin's fortune and danger. The early arrival of the second trial caused countless cracks to appear on the celestial body. Then the body exploded. The power of the explosion collided with the power of the second trial. The 2 powers frantically destroyed each other, wanting to wipe each other out. At this moment, it was as if everything, including Wang Lin's origin soul, was going to be destroyed. Heaven shaking. Wang Lin's whole body began to disintegrate. His ancient god flesh and blood entered the planet, causing the ground to tremble. Waves of invisible ripples spread. These ripples caused all the mountains to collapse, making the entire continent as flat as a mirror. His celestial body collapsed and shot into the sky with his broken origin soul. The sky seemed to separate from the world inside the nether beast, and after it replaced everything, the sky was golden. The heavens and earth had changed. Golden sky and black earth. This was like something out of a myth, but it appeared right now. The madman had awakened and was lying there, watching all of this. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Has this king's eyes gone bad? Golden sky and black earth. Isn't this the first sign of the celestial ancestor descending that my big brother talked about?" Just at this moment, a heaven-shattering roar came from the earth. The entire earth trembled as if a power was erupting outward. The madman saw a giant black shadow come out of the ground. It was like a mountain, and it shot toward the sky. The giant shadow was as tall as the heavens itself. It was an ancient god. It looked exactly like Wang Lin. His 7 stars were rotating rapidly, and he waved his giant fist toward the sky. At this moment, the golden light made the sky look like a golden ocean, and a golden figure walked out of it. This golden figure was filled with celestial spiritual energy and gave off a majestic aura. He coldly stared at the ancient god rushing up and waved his sleeves, setting off endless golden ripples. From afar, it looked as if the person in the sky was wearing a very large golden cloak. But this cloak was the entire sky. This person also looked like Wang Lin. The round mark emitted endless golden light, and with a wave of his hand, he charged at the ancient god. The 2 Wang Lins closed in an instant as if they were going to fight to the death. They got close and closer. In a flash, the 2 Wang Lin collided. Just as they were about to collide like 2 mountains crashing into each other, a ghostly light flickered between them. This ghostly light was a bead that was only the size of a baby's fist. The heaven-defying bead appeared once more. The madman that was lying there suddenly opened his eyes and stared this bead. He muttered, it seems very, very important, as if even my big brother is looking for it. This object, I forgot, what is it? Little red, what is that?" A thunderous bang echoed. The power of the golden sky and black earth collided with the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead slowly rotated. After 1 rotation, The golden sky was instantly absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. Then a golden body suddenly appeared outside the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead rotated again. On the second rotation, the ancient god was absorbed just like the golden sky. The ancient god power permeated the golden celestial origin and formed the body of an ancient god. However, this ancient god body gave off a faint golden glow. He was Wang Lin. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. His left eye contained a golden dog and his right eye had a bolt of golden thunder. The round mark between his eyebrows had disappeared and the 7 ancient god stars were rotating in its place. But those 7 stars were now golden. Golden stars. The moment he opened his eyes, his body trembled and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He viciously stared at the madman that was in a daze before he took a step and fell to the ground. He then closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The madman trembled and pretended he didn't see anything. He continued to whistle and look at the other direction. However, he was observing Wang Lin's reaction from the corner of his eye. The madman continued to observe Wang Lin's reaction. He scratched his head and carefully walked close. He rubbed his hand and revealed a mischievous smile. "Let's talk. What is your name? Tell this king and this king will reward you." Wang Lin responded with silence and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. "You won't speak? You dare to not speak." When Little Red was caught by me, he also didn't speak, and I pulled out all his hair. Can you guess what happened? The madman chattered. Then he walked even closer. He sat across from Wang Lin and began chatting. "You can't guess. This king gave Little Red. He." The madman began laughing like crazy while holding his stomach. After laughing for a long time, he viciously stared at Wang Lin. "Why didn't you laugh? Was the king not funny? When this king speaks, even the Li family has to laugh. If you don't dare to laugh, then I'll find my big brother. It seems as if I haven't told you what I did to Little Red. Why don't you ask me what I did to Little Red?" "Humph, even if you don't ask, this king will still tell you. Back then, I forgot." The madman frowned and knocked his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. "Damn it! Why did I forget again?" Once the madman began to chatter. It was almost endless, and he spoke for a few days non-stop, becoming more and more excited as time went on. His only regret was that Wang Lin was only listening and didn't cooperate by answering. However, having a living creature to speak to was already very satisfying. He spoke endlessly, like a mosquito, and the sound lingered for a long time. Wang Lin didn't hear a single word. His body was in a chaotic state. His ancient god body was outside and his celestial origin was inside, acting as his origin soul. Even deeper, the heaven-defying bead was slowly rotating. Going by mortal time, it would take 12 hours for the heaven-defying bead to rotate once. The origin energy inside his body had collapsed and disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the dense celestial spiritual energy that came from the new blood made by his bone marrow. This celestial spiritual energy was far stronger than his origin energy, even though there was far less of it than his origin energy. If his original origin energy was like a mighty river, then his celestial spiritual energy was like a stream. Although this was the case, this small amount of celestial spiritual energy shook Wang Lin's mind. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from this celestial spiritual energy. Due to the collapse of the 7 stars, the second trial had started early. However, before the power of the second trial could erupt, it was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. Right now, his physical strength was several times stronger than before. Every beat of his heart seemed to create an invisible wave that could shake the surrounding area. A feeling of power erupted inside Wang Lin's body. He was confident that not even late-stage Nirvana Void cultivators would be able to escape from him. Perhaps a peak Nirvana Void cultivator would have the power to battle him. Right now he was a fusion of celestial and ancient order, an extremely rare mutation among the vast starts. Wang Lin didn't know if this change was good or bad, but right now he felt intense pain in his body. Although his body and celestial origin were in a state of fusion, the rejection between them still existed. Even the heaven-defying bead couldn't seem to stop and change this rejection. I could force Wang Lin's celestial origin and his ancient god body to fuse, but it couldn't dissipate the root of this intense pain. If this rejection force couldn't be resolved, then Wang Lin would be unable to display his full power. Every time he wanted to use his celestial spiritual energy, it would cause intense pain and be stopped by his ancient god body. He would only be able to display 20% of his power. However, just this 20% was enough for him to instantly kill a late-stage Nirvana Void cultivator. Wang Lin wasn't sure how powerful his full power would be, but he was certain that people like esteemed Ninzhao wouldn't be his match at all. Similarly, his physical power would be stopped by his celestial origin inside his body. If this was all, it wouldn't matter, but what Wang Lin was worried about was that the rejection force was getting stronger and stronger. Once it reached a limit and erupted, his body and celestial origin would collapse. Even his soul and his everything would be destroyed. This rejection force was like a knife of death hanging above his head, and it could fall at any moment. Wang Lin quickly thought of everything as he sat there. He thought of everything he could to get rid of this rejection force. But in the end, he couldn't think of anything. Although the celestial ancestor mark looked like it had collapsed, only Wang Lin knew that it wasn't gone. Instead, it had fused with his 7 ancient god stars, causing golden stars to appear. This had never appeared in the ancient order before. Several days later, as the madman spoke excitedly, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of golden light erupted from Wang Lin's eyes and landed in the eyes of the madman. The man suddenly stopped speaking when the 2 rays of golden light stared at his eyes. He looked confused and scratched his head. He then looked at Wang Lin and carelessly said, "Hey, why do you have my clan's golden eyes? But it is only light gold, that's not enough. Look at this king's." As the madman spoke, he took a deep breath and his cheeks bulged out. Even his body began to swell, as if an airflow was going into his body. As he swelled up, his dim eyes became sharp and 2 rays of golden light erupted from his eyes. Under this golden light, this madman seemed to become a different person. He was filled with a shocking sense of majesty. How is it? How is it? This king is fierce. The moment the madman spoke, that sense of majesty disappeared. Just you wait. This king can be even more fierce. The madman inhaled and revealed a smug face. His body inflated and crackling sounds echoed. His thin body rapidly grew and became filled with flesh and blood. At the same time, that sense of majesty appeared once more. However, just at this moment, there was thunderous hiss and a stream of air was ejected from the madman's buttocks. His body was like a deflating balloon. The golden light in his eyes disappeared and he was no longer as fierce as before. The madman felt embarrassed and scratched his head. His face turned slightly red and he shook his head. Accident. This was an accident. Wang Lin looked at the madman with a complicated gaze. The madman became even more embarrassed under Wang Lin's gaze. He held his buttocks and retreated a few steps. Accident, I already said it was an accident. Why are you looking at me like that? Strange, this king rarely releases gas. Does someone miss me? The madman rubbed his buttocks with his right hand and subconsciously sniffed his right hand. Wang Lin let out a sigh. This madman had given him a great fortune, but it had also nearly killed him. In truth, if not for the celestial ancestor print, Wang Lin's body wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Although the rejection force would still be there, it would not be as fierce as it was now. Forget it. What's the point of trying to argue with this madman? Wang Lin shook his head. What he was most worried about was this rejection force. While pondering, his right hand reached out at the void and a spatial rift to his storage space opened. A surge of devilish energy erupted. The ancient devil he had obtained in the ancient tomb appeared before him. This ancient devil's body was already petrified, but when Wang Lin obtained the ancient order inheritance, it was changed back into flesh. The 6 devil stars were rotating in its right eye, but right now this body had no soul, so it was still a corpse. Wang Lin stared at the 6-star ancient devil. He originally planned to condense an ancient devil soul for his ancient devil body, But facing the danger of the rejection force in his body, he changed his mind. His eyes lit up and he pointed forward. The ancient devil trembled violently, and as it trembled, its large body shrank rapidly. All of its flesh, blood, and devilish energy all gathered toward the stars in its right eye. In a flash, the ancient devil's body disappeared and gathered inside the 6 ancient devil stars. Wang Lin grabbed them and they flew toward Wang Lin's right eye. In an instant, the 6 ancient devil stars entered Wang Lin's right eye and were imprinted below the golden thunder. The moment the ancient devil stars entered his body, Wang Lin took a deep breath. His hand formed a seal, his body trembled. The 7 golden ancient god stars between his eyebrows flashed. The rays of golden light seemed to enter his right eye. Then they rapidly fused with the 6 ancient devil stars. The madman retreated not far away and stared at this scene. He stared at this while rubbing his eyes and muttering, "To use the ancient god as the body and ancient devil as the avatar. This is the 3 clans of the ancient nation. The 3 clans of the ancient nation. The Ji country has the demon as their root. The Shi country has the devil as their root. Strange, he is clearly a member of my celestial clan and he has the immortal body that only me and my big brother have. How can a cultivator from the ancient nation have it? Strange. So strange. Humph. Who has the guts to give a cultivator of the ancient nation our immortal celestial body? If my big brother knew of this, he would be extremely angry. This can't go on. This king must find out which bastard dares to be so bold." The madman became serious. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Wang Lin continued to move the rejection force into the 6 ancient devil stars to help withstand the rejection force. The 6 ancient devil stars gradually became golden and were hidden under the golden thunder, making them very difficult for outsiders to see them. This slowly suppressed the intense rejection force in his body and caused the speed of its growth to slow down a bit. However, this method would only delay the danger and not resolve the problem at the root. This rejection force was like a shadow that hovered over Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin opened his eyes. His expression was very gloomy. He didn't even look at the madman but looked at the sky. "I remember that after I obtained the Li Guang Bao, the nether beast appeared and spat out the golden storm. I sent out a message for the nether beast to devour me. So right now I should be inside world within the nether beast. If I wanted to leave, it would be very easy." While he was pondering, the madman saw that Wang Lin had woken up. He suddenly began to point at Wang Lin and shout, "Tell me who taught you the immortal celestial body. This king wants to see which bastard dared to do this." The madman was filled with anger. Wang Lin was startled for a moment and looked at the madman. As he looked, he carefully recalled everything he had seen. He was certain that this person was indeed a madman, and a madman with very poor memory. This person had great origin. He called himself king, and his words were shocking. Who the hell was he? Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, his expression became excited. He seemed to forget why he was so angry and revealed a mischievous smile. "Ah, little girl, smile for this king. This king will give you a reward. I will definitely give you a reward." Wang Lin frowned and his expression became indifferent. Ignoring this madman, he waved his hand and a bow appeared. However, the string on it had broken, making the bow unusable. Looking at the bow with a complicated gaze, Wang Lin let out a sigh and began to ponder. What method can I use to deal with the issue of this rejection force? After seeing Wang Lin ignoring him, the madman let out a cold snort and muttered, "If you're not going to smile, then don't smile. This king won't reward you. This king's blood is very precious. I'm not going to give you a single drop. Not a single drop." Although he was saying this, he rolled his eyes and revealed a proud smile. He smiled at Wang Lin and said, "Forget it. Forget it. This king is generous. Since you're shy, you can smile later. So, little girl, tell this king your name. This king will reward you. You won't even say your name? You're going to anger me to death. You should at least tell me your family name. You're still not going to say it. Good. This king likes stubborn little girls like you. The more you act like this, the more excited this king will be. The madman laughed and began to speak again. As he spoke, he began to walk around Wang Lin. Wang Lin gradually grew irritated from listening. He looked up at the madman and said, "Noisy!" The madman was startled and his eyes widened. He stared at Wang Lin and roared, "No one dares to speak to this king like this. You got a big." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and he waved his right. A gust of golden wind that even the planet shook appeared. The madman let out a miserable scream and was blown far away. There was finally some peace and quiet. Wang Lin lowered his arm and began to ponder once more. However, Wang Lin had underestimated the determination of the madman. He didn't think for long before a roar came from the distance and the madman quickly ran back. He was very fast and arrived before Wang Lin in a flash. He let out a roar and was about to speak. "Do!" Wang Lin waved his hand and the storm appeared again. The madman let out a miserable and was blown away again. Once, twice, 3 times, until 7 or 8 times. The madman would always quickly rush back and roar as if he wanted to finish that sentence. However, he never had the opportunity and would be swept away every time he came back. That miserable scream was extremely clear on this abandoned planet. It wasn't until the 15th time that the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He faintly heard a hint of cheerfulness in the madman's miserable scream. After the madman came back, Wang Lin didn't wave his hand but waited for him to finish speaking. "So exciting!" The madman was filled with excitement. After he roared at Wang Lin, he immediately closed his eyes. He looked intoxicated, as if he was waiting for something. After a moment, there was a hint of doubt on his face and he opened his eyes to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin also looked at him, and the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. "Fly, fly, fly!" The madman blinked and jumped a few times before he stretched his arms out to fly. Seeing how Wang Lin wasn't reacting, he became annoyed and looked at Wang Lin. After jumping a few more times, he angrily said, "This king is playing happily. You better continue right now." Wang Lin felt like he was going to collapse. He clenched his teeth but didn't wave his sleeve. Instead, he stood up and directly kicked the madman in the buttocks. He used 70% of the physical power he could use without causing the rejection force to appear. This force was enough to fight a mid-stage Nirvana void cultivator. A powerful wind swept by and Wang Lin's kick landed on the madman. The madman let out an excited, miserable scream as his body was kicked into the air. He stretched open his arms and his body flew off into the distance, drawing an arc. A moment later, the madman ran back for the 17th time. His excitement had reached a limit. He didn't speak but roared at Wang Lin and then immediately turned around. He lifted his buttocks, closed his eyes, and opened his arms. Wang Lin clenched his fist, and after taking a deep breath, he calmed down. "Do you like roars? Good." Wang Lin raised his hand and reached at the void. A rift to his storage space appeared, and he pulled out a large, black ape. This black ape was the one Wang Lin had found on a continent in the Cloud Sea. It was weak but liked to roar. When the black ape appeared, it let out a roar. Its powerful arms hit its chest, creating drum-like sounds. The madman was startled and turned to look at the black ape. He had a look of excitement when he arrived before the black ape and roared. He also learned from the ape and hit his chest. The black ape's eyes were filled with doubt as it stared at the person before him. It felt like this person was provoking it. Although this person gave off a terrifying aura, thanks to Wang Lin's will, that fear dissipated and was replaced by anger, so it began to roar in anger. Just like this, the person and ape faced each other and roared at each other. Both wanted to suppress the other. The roars became even more intense. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief and no longer bothered with the madman. He closed his eyes and pondered a solution to deal with the rejection force. He gradually thought of some ideas. The most difficult of my 5 essences are life and death, karma, and true and false. If these 3 essences can be completed, I will be able to control this rejection force. I could use the life and death essence to split the rejection force into life and death. Then I could use the karma essence to form a world and allow the rejection life and death force to form a cycle. Finally, I could use the true and false essence to deceive the rejection force like the Tao of deception, so that the celestial and ancient order powers would completely fuse into one. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he carefully thought about this, and determination filled his eyes. If all of that happens, the completion of the 5 essences would allow my 5 fingers to be complete. Then I could open the void gate to become a real third-step cultivator. How strong will I be then? Wang Lin clenched his fist. Life and death, karma, and true and false. How could I cause these 3 essences to reach completion? From my analysis from before, I was lacking something that could increase my chances. Dao fruit. I need a few more Dao fruit. The more the better. While pondering, the roars gradually got lower and lower. The black ape seemed to not be able to keep up the continuous roaring, and its voice had gotten hoarse. It looked at the madman with fear in its eyes. It retreated a few steps. The black ape didn't dare to roar anymore and looked pleadingly at Wang Lin. The madman became even more proud even though he was also tried and his voice was also hoarse. The excitement on his face became even more intense and he hit his chest with a big smile. This king has been roaring at my big brother ever since I was growing up. Little Red is always after of my roars. Everyone on the celestial immortal continent knows that my voice is the loudest and the most beautiful. You little monkey, you dare to roar against this king? Come, after we finish competing with roars we can compete spells. See how pretty this king's spells are. The madman grasped with his right hand and raised into the sky. Then a flash of light appeared in the sky. A giant palm appeared in the sky, giving off a powerful pressure. The palm print was clearly visible and it descended from the sky. War Spirit Print. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his expression changed. He remembered now that, when he couldn't move, the madman had used various spells on him, and each of them were extremely authentic. Staring the descending War Spirit Print, Wang Lin was moved. This was the other great fortune this madman had given him after the celestial bloodline. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he stared at the giant palm in the sky. It seemed to appear out of thin air, and ripples spread out from it. Every single line on the palm was extremely clear. It looks like a real palm and not a fake one. This print was very similar to the War Spirit Print Wang Lin knew, but there were some subtle differences. The War Spirit Print he knew was a giant palm with no clear palm print. After appearing, it would absorb a large amount of origin energy, making it extremely large. It contained shocking power but was not easy to control. As the War Spirit Print grew larger and absorbed more power, he would eventually lose control. Wang Lin knew that this was because he hadn't obtained the inheritance and had only learned it from watching. The real War Spirit Print used by Taoist water didn't have that flaw. However, even the War Spirit Print used by Taoist water didn't have a palm print as clear as the one used by this madman. There were also no strange ripples along its edges. These ripples looked like the most powerful technique from the Black Tortoise. The power of vibration. As Wang Lin observed, his expression became very serious. He watched the War Spirit Print directly fall on the ground, and the earth trembled. A shockwave caused the area to be surrounded in dust. Wang Lin was also inside the palm and felt the palm land on him. He was pondering the changes in the inner workings of this palm. What a powerful War Spirit Print. The vibration shakes the heavens and earth as if it were enslaving the world. To enslave the origin energy of the world to form a palm, or to enslave the origin energy of the world to form a spirit. This spirit is then surrounded by celestial spiritual energy before it forms this print. There are still some details that aren't clear. I would need the inheritance to find the secret. Wang Lin licked his lips and his eyes lit up. After the dust settled, the madman laughed with a smug smile. How is it? Is this king's spell powerful? The madman seemed to be showing off before the black ape but was, in fact, looking at Wang Lin with a proud smile. Wang Lin smiled. He looked at the madman, and his smile became even brighter. After the madman saw Wang Lin's smile, he became confused. He lowered his head and looked at his body before scratching his head. He didn't know why Wang Lin was smiling. Wang Lin calmly said, "This spell is okay, but I know this spell as well, and mine is more powerful than yours." The madman revealed disdain as he pointed at Wang Lin and bared his teeth. "This king's spell is the most powerful. Except for my big brother, no one is better than me. Hehe. Do you want to secretly learn from me? Let this king tell you, my big brother said I can't teach anyone my spells. Even if you beat me to death, I won't teach you. Back then, who wanted to steal from me, but I saw through him. Humph. This king is very clever. You don't even want to cheat me." Without a word, Wang Lin raised his right hand up at the sky and pressed down. The sky rumbled and a vague palm print appeared. As soon as it appeared, it began to frantically absorb origin energy. The palm print gradually became clearer and smashed down toward the ground. As the palm print descended, a powerful pressure descended and wind began to howl. The earth trembled and a giant rift opened on the surface of the planet. The madman's messy hair and eyes were filled with dullness as he stared at the palm print. At the moment it was going to land, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and pointed forward. "Gather, gather, gather." After saying "gather" 3 times, the palm print shrank rapidly, and as it shrank, it showed signs of instability, as if it was going out of control. Finally, it landed on the planet. The whole planet shook, causing the madman to jump into the air. A giant palm print was clearly imprinted in the earth in the distance. It was tens of thousands of feet wide and looked like a giant sinkhole. "If you can create a sinkhole this big with this spell, then I'll admit your spell is good," Wang Lin said slowly, purposely revealing a hint of contempt. It was this hint of contempt that made the madman's eyes turn red. He continued to wave his arms and hit his chest like a drum as he roared. He had just learned this from the black ape and felt that doing so was very domineering. "This king is the strongest. Just you wait." The madman was filled with anger. He stepped forward and pointed up at the sky with his right hand. He roared and a giant palm print appeared, and with a wave of his hand, the palm print fell. The palm print landed on the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust and leaving a shallow imprint. The madman was startled for a moment. After looking at the shallow imprint and then at the sinkhole Wang Lin had made, madness appeared in his eyes. He let out an even more intense roar and began to bombard the ground. Wang Lin was completely focused on the side, his eyes flashing like crazy. He began deducing the spell. At this moment, he had forgotten about everything beside the madman using the war spirit print over and over again. There would never be another opportunity like this for someone to use the same spell before him over and over again. It was very unlikely even between teacher and student. After half an hour, the madman had used dozens of consecutive war spirit prints, causing the mark on the ground to be a bit deeper. However, it was far from being as deep as the sinkhole Wang Lin had created. The madman was running out of breath and felt very tired from using the spell. He thought about giving up when he secretly looked at Wang Lin and saw the scorn and ridicule on Wang Lin's face. This made him angry. Damn it! This king refuses to believe it. He let out a roar as if he had forgotten how tired he was and bombarded the ground with war spirit prints. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Every time he was about to give up, he would see the contempt on Wang Lin's face. He couldn't stand this look from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with blood. He was carefully observing while his right hand was waving before his body. He was using his shocking comprehension to figure out this spell. After 6 hours, the madman had launched hundreds of war spirit prints. He was covered in sweat and his tongue was sticking out. It was as if he couldn't gasp fast enough. Damn it, too tired. This old man won't play. If I can't win, I can't win, so what? This king is going to sleep, he muttered. Just as he was about to give up, he looked at Wang Lin. He was startled for a moment. He saw a hint of shock on Wang Lin's face. It was this hint of shock that made the madman that was about to give up excited. He let out a roar and his hands hit his chest. If Wang Lin still had that look of disdain, he would have chosen to ignore Wang Lin because he was too tired. However, the shock on Wang Lin's face gave him confidence. Ha ha! This little girl finally stopped underestimating me. Humph, humph. This king has to put more strength into it to show you how strong this king is. The madman became excited and began bombarding again. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly began to comprehend the spell. As time passed, the palm print became more and more clear until it was engraved in his mind. This palm print became more and more profound. 7 hours, 8 hours, until 9 hours later, the red-eyed madman let out a roar and let out a final war spirit print. The earth rumbled, and after 9 hours, the imprint was finally almost as deep as the one Wang Lin had made. After doing all of this, the madman started crawling on the ground with a tired expression, but he still looked at Wang Lin and shouted with a hoarse voice, "How is it? How is it? Isn't this king's spell the most powerful?" Wang Lin revealed a hint of shock and slowly said, "I'll have to personally examine it. Go check it, this king will wait," the madman said with disdain, but he couldn't conceal the joy in his eyes. Wang Lin's shock made him feel content, as if all the exhaustion he felt was nothing. Wang Lin got up and made his way to the pit the madman had made. He began to carefully observe. Although the madman was resting, he was constantly staring at Wang Lin's expression. He wanted to see how shocked Wang Lin would get. However, the madman felt like something was wrong. Wang Lin's expression was originally filled with shock, but that shock gradually disappeared. A calmness replaced it, and the hint of contempt that he couldn't bear reappeared. After seeing the contempt on Wang Lin's face, the madman became angry. He stared at Wang Lin and rared, "I didn't expect you to be so sinister. Your spell clearly can't compare to mine, and you secretly cheated." Wang Lin shook his head and the contempt on his face became even stronger. He turned around and sat down without even looking at the madman. The madman was frozen for a moment. His face turned completely red and he rushed to Wang Lin. This king didn't," he roared. Wang Lin's eyes widened and he coldly said, "The spell you've been using this whole time is not the same as the one from the start. Don't try to deceive me. You're falsely accusing me this king used the same spell. I can't be wrong. You go take a closer look, take a closer look. This king didn't lie to you." The madman was getting anxious, and there was even hint of water in his eyes. He felt very wronged, very, very wronged. He had toiled for several hours to reach this point and then was unexpectedly called a liar. "I have already seen through it, it's not the same." Wang Lin's words were firm as he coldly looked at the madman. There was a hint of regret shown within this contempt. It was this hint of regret that made the water inside the madman's eyes become even more intense, and in the end he actually cried. When he started crying, Wang Lin felt sorry in his heart. He felt like an uncle trying to cheat the toy out of a child's hand. "Forget it, karma, karma. I've met this person inside the nether beast. He gave me the celestial bloodline, and now I'm obtaining his spells with this method. I'll have to repay him eventually. Cultivators rarely go crazy, so there must be a great story behind him. I, Wang Lin, remember my benefactors. I vow that in the future, all his business will be mine as well." Wang Lin looked at the madman again, but now there was a hint of softness hidden in his gaze. "This king didn't lie. This king used the same spell as before. This spell is called the War Spirit Print. My big brother stole it from the twin celestial sovereign and then passed it to me." It seemed the madman hadn't washed his face in a long time. As his tears flowed down, 2 lines of black mud appeared on his face. He wiped his tears as he looked at Wang Lin with a gaze filled with grievance and roared, "If you don't believe me, I'll tell you the secret chant. This king has never lied since I was little, because my big brother said he would hit me if I lied." The madman felt extremely wronged, and without thinking, he recited the chant for the War Spirit Print. See, this is the secret chant. You go cultivate it yourself and go see it yourself. Then you will see that I didn't lie to you. I clearly won through my hard work, but you won't believe me. I'm not going to play with you." The madman became angry again and walked to the side. He was still filled with grievance as he sat down and deliberately didn't look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart pounded. He memorized the chant. He then secretly muttered in his mind, and the part he didn't understand suddenly became clear. He pointed at the sky and an authentic war spirit print appeared. Although it didn't descend, a powerful pressure spread out. As he looked at the war spirit print, Wang Lin's pupils shrank and excitement filled his heart. With his cultivation level, he could tell that this war spirit print was not just a spell but a Dao spell. An extremely powerful Dao spell that could destroy the heavens and earth. This spell could instantly multiply Wang Lin's strength through some mysterious method. Most importantly, there were 3 sources of power inside this palm. If all 3 were used, 3 palms would descend to kill the body, origin soul, and soul at the same time. The one Taoist water used could only kill the body. The Dao spell I learned now is the real war spirit print. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After firmly memorizing the war spirit print, he looked at the madman. In his eyes, this lunatic was like a huge treasure chest that could burst at any moment. Okay, don't cry. I admit your spell is really powerful, and I was wrong to blame you. Wang Lin got up and apologized. There was a hint of softness in his gaze as he clasped his hands. The madman let out a snort and turned his face so he didn't look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a wry smile and his right hand reached out as he pondered. He opened his storage space and took out some pills. He picked pills that had very strong fragrance the moment they were taken out. The madman's nose suddenly moved and subconsciously sniffed. He licked his lips but forced himself to not look. However, he kept glancing over. Humph, what do these pills count as? The worst pills this king fed Little Red were much better than these. Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as he held a pill and squeezed. It immediately broke and the fragrance quickly spread. The madman suppressed the impulse, but his belly rumbled. It had been a very long time since he had devoured any pills, and now he felt like it was a bit unbearable. I'll give these pills as compensation for blaming you. Okay? Wang Lin's voice was gentle as he waved his hands. These several pills flew toward the madman and floated there. The madman swallowed hard. He turned around and stared at the pill. He said with disdain, "This king wouldn't even look at them in the past. They're just trash. However, since you seem to be flattering me, this king will reluctantly take them." As he spoke, his right hand quickly reached out and grabbed the pills. His eyes lit up when he put them in his mouth. He crushed them in a few bites and quickly swallowed them. Wang Lin revealed a smile and clasped his hands. "Your spell is indeed amazing. But is that the only one? I wonder?" The madman was proud, but he suddenly looked at Wang Lin and became on guard. "I remember someone saying that to me before. Who was it? Little Red? Who was it? Forget it, but this king remembers that that person said those words to cheat me of my spells. Humph. Humph. This king is wise. How can I be fooled? Don't even try to cheat me out of my Dao spells. Even if I die, I won't tell you any secret chants or spells." The madman raised his head and let out a cold snort, giving off a feeling like he was high above. He shook his head and let out a sigh. Learning too many Dao spells is a very annoying thing. This king's talent is simply too high. Since you're so respectful, I'll show you. But there is no way I'll teach you. After the madman spoke, he stood up and stretched his arms. He proudly raised his right hand and then the sky suddenly turned dark. Bright red light appeared and a huge umbrella suddenly appeared. This umbrella used the sky as the umbrella canopy, and the pole formed from the endless sea of fire. A destructive fire suddenly spread out in all directions, forming 9 umbrella-like fire seeds. These fire seeds gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He recognized that this spell was similar to the realm-burning umbrella he knew, but the difference was that he had to open the umbrella when he used his own spell. However, the umbrella was already open when the madman used it. It looked similar, but the difference was like heaven and earth. How is it? This king is strong. If the umbrella closes, the power is very strong. The madman waved his right hand and the umbrella disappeared from the sky. Humph. I just won't teach you. I'll let you see it, but you can't learn it. Let this king show you more. The madman proudly raised his hand and formed a pose as if he was going to shoot a bow. If he had a bow in his hand, Wang Lin would recognize it looked almost exactly the same as the pose Li Guang had made. A shocking arrow energy came from the madman like crazy. It was as if the world would be torn apart by this arrow energy if he let go. This king knows a lot more. What does this count as? The madman's mood seemed to change, especially after seeing Wang Lin become so serious. He became smug once more and let out another roar. He loosened his hand and the shocking arrow energy dissipated. At the same time, his hands formed a seal and he waved his hand. The world trembled and the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple appeared. These 7 lights quickly gathered to form a 7-colored lance. This lance was heaven-shaking and occupied the entire sky. The sky rippled as if it was going to be shattered by the lance. Wang Lin felt his skin crawl, and cold sweat covered his body. The 7-colored light contained the power of emotions. When it appeared, it seemed to be able to affect the emotions of anyone who saw it. It was similar to ethereal fire, but Wang Lin felt that it was far stronger than ethereal fire. The madman laughed and loosened his hand. The sky returned to normal. His face was filled with exhilaration and smiles. How is it? How is it? Isn't this king strong? Do you want to learn? Do you want to? This king will tell you, there are too many people that want to learn my Tao spells. Humph, humph, what has this king not seen? No one can deceive me. Even if you beat me to death, I won't teach you. Even if you want to learn, it is useless. This king can't help it. A real pity. The madman shook his head and became even more proud. Let me guess how you will respond. I remember someone's answer was that they didn't want to learn and pretended to be indifferent to evoke this king's interest. The result was haha. Haha. I'll let you guess the result. Haha. Haha. I'm going to laugh to death. The madman immediately began laughing and holding his stomach. If you answer yes, then this king will severely reject you. Little girl, this king is very strict. Even if you try to seduce me, it is useless. Ah. The madman began chattering again and became more and more excited as he talked. Looking at the madman, Wang Lin slowly smiled. I remember that in the nether beast's memory, this person didn't know about the nether beast and was very afraid of it. Wang Lin's smile became even stronger. The madman felt like something bad was going to happen when he saw Wang Lin staring at him with a smile. He seemed to vaguely remember that it was after that smile that he spent hours using the war spirit print until he was breathless. Just at this moment, the cultivation planet trembled and the sky darkened as if a storm was going to appear. A thunderous rumble echoed and a huge phantom slowly appeared. The phantom was very large and looked like a whale. It had 2 long whiskers that danced in the wind. It was the nether beast. After hearing Wang Lin's call, a phantom of it appeared inside its own world. The moment it appeared, the pride on the madman's face suddenly collapsed. His pupils shrank, his body trembled violently, and he let out a miserable scream. Ah, you chased me to this place. Damn it to hell, you still won't let me go. I don't taste good. I really don't taste good, ah. The madman's scream caused the nether beast to become startled. It slowly recognized the madman as that person from before. After it recognized him, a roar came from the nether beast's soul phantom. Now that it was frightened, its body trembled and its roar became even stronger. Its roar caused the madman to immediately turn pale and retreat in fear. If Wang Lin wasn't here, the nether beast would have fled without hesitation. However, at this moment its other personality appeared. After a moment of fear, its dazed eyes slowly turned. Then its expression suddenly became fierce and it roared at the madman. Its large body appeared completely and charged at the madman. The madman let out another miserable scream and quickly retreated. However, the more he retreated, the more fierce the nether beast became. It was about to close in on the madman. The 2 large whiskers started to lash around, causing popping sounds to echo. The nether beast was very excited right now. It had always been frightened by the madman, while the madman had never seemed frightened before. This fun made even its soul feel cheerful. Its roar became even more intense as it closed in. Because it was too close, one of its waving whiskers hit the madman. The madman let out a scream and retreated even faster. Similarly, because its whiskers had touched him, the nether beast also trembled. It retreated a bit to maintain a certain distance before it began to let out fierce roars to frighten the madman. Little Red, quickly, come and save me. Go and let it eat you so it won't eat this king. This king is not tasty, H. The madman trembled, feeling completely frightened. Escort, escort. Which warrior will come and escort me? The madman yelled as he quickly retreated. He fell on the ground and began crawling backward, looking miserable. This showed how frightened he was of the nether beast. Just as he was about to be overcome by despair, Wang Lin stepped forward and stood before the madman. At this moment, the madman felt like Wang Lin was extremely mighty. You are the best, you are really good to me, even better than my big brother. Go stop this evil beast from eating this king. This king doesn't taste good, H. The madman was agitated. He didn't expect Wang Lin to appear before him at this critical moment. He was so moved, he had forgotten everything. In his eyes, Wang Lin had become the only one he could rely on. This king will reward you. This king will give you Little Red. This king will give you Little Silver. This king will give you that little 7-colored girl. This king's back palace has 40,000 beauties. I'll give them all to you. Wang Lin didn't speak and raised his right hand. Wang Lin sent out a message, and the nether beast was startled. With its low intelligence, it didn't understand Wang Lin's intent, and began to ponder in a daze. However, as it was thinking, its body subconsciously rushed toward Wang Lin, wanting to rub Wang Lin with its big head. In the madman's eyes, the nether beast was charging straight at Wang Lin. A moment later, the nether beast touched Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's expression changed and he coughed out blood. He grabbed the madman and quickly retreated. Wang Lin's retreat caused the nether beast to become startled. It was wondering why its master had retreated. It doesn't seem like it had collided with its master yet. However, Wang Lin sent out a message and it decided to listen. In its mind, Master wanted to play a game with it. When it thought of this, it became excited, let out a roar, and started charging at Wang Lin. This caused the sky to change colors and its aura to become shocking. Ah! It's coming again. It's coming again. It's going to eat me. It won't let me go. The madman was being held by Wang Lin and continued to let out miserable screams. The apologetic gaze in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger, but he hid it well. Warrior. Save me, warrior. Save me. I'll let my big brother give you the title of king. I'll make my big brother give you all his concubines. Warrior. Save me. This beast is extremely powerful. Even I'm not its match. This beast likes to eat people, especially living ones. It will slowly chew the person and then digest them. If your body is fragile, it's not a bad thing because you will instantly die. What's most terrifying are those with indestructible bodies. They will suffer from being chewed and digested for thousands of years until death. Wang Lin quickly retreated with the madman in hand. However, he never got too far from the nether beast and always kept a certain distance. It was close enough that the nether beast's whiskers were almost right in front of him. This short distance pressed the madman with a great deal of pressure and made him feel endless fear. What should we do? What should we do? How about you let it eat you? Maybe it will be too full to eat me. The madman trembled and was about to cry. Tears began to gather in his eyes. Wang Lin began to laugh in anger from his remark. Wang Lin stared at the madman and said, word for word, look at its giant body. Do you think it will be full from eating just one person? The madman was startled for a moment and carefully looked at the nether beast chasing them. His face immediately turned pale and he shook his head. Unfortunately, I only have cultivation but no spells to display my cultivation. If only I had those spells to drive the beast away. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Yes, what should we do? What should do we? I'm going to die, I'm going to be eaten. It's over. The madman trembled and his eyes filled with despair. I have been afraid of fierce beasts ever since I was little, especially fierce beasts this big. Just at this moment, The nether beast's whiskers unconsciously swept past the madman's face, causing him to scream miserably again. The madman's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, I know spells, I know spells. Yes, this is it. This king is too clever. You can quickly learn them and then drive the beast away. He didn't hesitate to tell the chant for the realm-burning umbrella and everything about the spell to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his heartbeat quickly accelerated. He memorized it without missing a thing and continued to confirm it in his mind. The more he confirmed, the more serious he became. This chant was extremely accurate. It was the great Dao spell that not even the second Vermilion Bird's master could be taught and had to learn in secret. However, this Dao spell was not something that could be learned immediately. It would require many years of closed-door cultivation and comprehension to learn. Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and millions of restrictions appeared. The stolen Verizon of the realm-burning umbrella appeared. The moment the realm-burning umbrella appeared, fear appeared in the nether beast's eyes. Its dull mind couldn't understand what was happening and why its master would use a spell like this against it. The moment the umbrella appeared, it collapsed. Wang Lin quickly retreated with the madman in hand and said, Still not enough. Ah, not enough. I have the Li Guang's heaven-shattering Bao Dao. I'll teach it to you, just quickly drive the beast away. The madman was nervous and immediately told Wang Lin the chant for this Dao spell. After he finished speaking, he still seemed unsure. Just then, the nether beast's whiskers swept by again and the madman quickly said, I'll tell you the 7-color Dao spell as well, but I can't tell you the others. Even if I'm devoured, I can't tell you Wang Lin couldn't bear to push the madman too much. If not for the fact that these spells were extremely important to him, he wouldn't be doing all this. He felt even more apologetic toward him, but at the same time the seed of karma had been planted. Although it was a bit shameless, Wang Lin would repay this several-fold in the future. On the path of cultivation, once he made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate. This was Wang Lin's path. The fortunes this madman had given him would be forever remembered in his heart. Even if this brought disaster upon him in the future, he wouldn't hesitate to continue down that path. Everything was because he believed that he had to repay all the kindness he received. After memorizing the 7-colored lance and the Li Kuang Bao, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He raised his left hand and pressed down on the nether beast. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin let go of his right hand and threw the madman to the ground. He waved his right hand and dense fog surrounded him and the nether beast so the madman couldn't see anything. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo across the world. The madman fell to the ground and looked at the fog in the air with excitement in his eyes. You're not a warrior. You're this king's benefactor. My big brother said that I must repay my benefactor. You can rest assured that after you die, I'll repay you, so please stop this beast. The madman said as he quickly got up and ran without looking back. Benefactor, go peacefully. This king will remember this matter and will certainly repay you. The madman ran faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. The sky rumbled even more violently. But this didn't last for too long and the fog dissipated. Wang Lin walked out and looked at the madman before stepping forward. The nether beast followed Wang Lin and chased with a fierce expression. The madman turned around as he ran and let out another miserable scream. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be eaten now. Filled with fear, he closed eyes and clenched his teeth. He then stretched out his neck and roared, Eat! Eat! So what? Eat! However, after waiting for a long time, he wasn't eaten. Still frightened, the madman opened his eyes and was startled. He saw the big beast that terrified him reveal a look of intimacy, and it was rubbing against Wang Lin. Wang Lin gently patted the beast with his right hand. You tamed it? You actually tamed it. The madman froze for a moment. His eyes were filled with fervor as he stared at Wang Lin. My big brother said that there are many powerful people among the stars. This beast is so frightening, I don't think even my big brother could tame it. Expert, you must accept me as your disciple. You must take me as your disciple. Esteemed teacher, please accept this disciple. The madman knelt down before Wang Lin with the nether beast nearby. He continued to kowtow as his eyes were filled with a reverence. With my celestial ancestor as my oath, this king, Lien Daofei, worships you as my teacher and will never rebel against you in my life. As the madman spoke, he raised his right hand and hit the spot between his eyebrows. A mysterious power came from inside his body and shot toward Wang Lin. In a flash, it entered Wang Lin's body. Even Wang Lin was startled by this. He only meant to scare this madman to get the chance for the spells. He didn't expect this to happen. Teacher, quickly teach me the method you used to tame this large beast. I want to learn this so that if I meet another beast that wants to eat me, I'll just charge in and tame it. The madman was extremely excited as he looked at Wang Lin. He sat down on the side and thought, humph, humph. This king is so smart. Not only did I find my big brother an expert, but I can also learn spells. This deal sure is good, it sure is good. If my big brother knew, he would surely praise me. Wang Lin's expression became strange as his right patted the nether beast. The nether beast disappeared without a trace and the planet became quiet, leaving only the two of them. Wang Lin looked at the madman and gradually smiled. Wang Lin slowly said, "The spell to tame this beast is very difficult. It isn't the time to teach you yet. Teacher also needs to know what else you know." The madman rolled his eyes and blinked. "I don't know any more. Just those. I forgot all the others. Since you don't want to tell me, forget it." Wang Lin smiled and changed the subject. "However, do you want to leave this place?" The madman's expression became excited. He quickly got up and said loudly, "I've always wanted to leave, but I have looked for a very long time and couldn't find the way out." Wang Lin sat down on the side and smiled softly. "I can take you outside, but I need to know the strongest Dao spell you know. 9 Celestial Vanishing Dao." Just as the madman finished speaking, he quickly covered his mouth and shook his head. "I can't say the exact details. There is an oath in my body, and if I say it, I'll suffer the punishment." The madman loosened his hand, but he didn't put it down. He pinched his nose and looked at Wang Lin. It didn't look like what he said was true at all. Wang Lin smiled and shook his head, no longer asking. He was greedy, but he wasn't going to push too hard. He had already obtained so much from this person, and being greedy for more seemed a bit too much. Also, all 4 of those spells Wang Lin was given would take a large amount of time to comprehend. He didn't have the time to comprehend more spells. "I'll take you out of here in 3 days." Wang Lin pondered and then closed his eyes. He knew time was of the essence. He had to obtain enough Dao fruits to deal with the rejection force that was like a sword hang above his head. He was going to suppress the rejection force in his body to a certain degree so he would have the power to finish the remaining tasks. "No, this king has already worshipped you as my teacher. You haven't even taught me 1 spell yet, so this king doesn't agree. Quickly teach me a spell, or you're just bullying this king." The madman quickly ran up next to Wang Lin when he saw Wang Lin close his eyes. He began to roar once more. This roars got louder and louder. After a while, he seemed to get tired and sat down opposite Wang Lin and began to ramble. "You can't bully me like this. I have already given you so many spells, so you have to give me a few. At least 1. Ah, Little Red, isn't he just bullying this king? This king can endure. But Little Red, can you endure?" Wang Lin opened his eyes amid all the chatter. He waved his hand and a golden wind filled the sky. 9 golden dragons appeared and blew out a gust of purple wind. As the purple wind swept the earth began to freeze. "This spell, call the wind. I'll teach it to you." The madman looked at the sky with disdain in his eyes. "Don't fool me. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to learn this little spell." Wang Lin waved his right hand and the 9 dragons disappeared. Then his hand formed a seal and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and golden rain quickly started falling. This rain caused the origin energy of the world to quickly gather. "It's raining. Little Red, look, it's raining." The madman was startled for a moment before yawning. He shook his head and murmured, "Still trying to fool me? What kind of spell is this?" This king won't learn it. Wang Lin used Call the Wind, Summon the Rain, Magic Arsenal and Mountain Crumbles. However, the madman only took a glance and shook his head. He gradually became angry and roared at Wang Lin. You old ghost, you're so stingy. Can't you just give me a good spell? You're too much. Wang Lin stared at the madman. After taking a deep breath, he showed him the Heaven Reversal Stamp, the Light and Shadow Shield, and the Tao Fusion spell. What kind of thing is this? This can be called Heaven Reversal? I won't learn. Body covered in light, what kind of spell is this? I won't learn. This Tao spell fusion is too weak. A mouthful of this king's blood can melt everything. I won't learn it. Wang Lin frowned and slowly asked, What exactly do you want to learn? The madman became even more angry and cried, You just don't want to teach me. I want the spell you used to capture that great beast. Wang Lin felt some headache. After thinking for a bit, his right hand formed a seal and pointed. The entire planet suddenly became dark and turned into an endless ocean. Then the sun slowly began to rise and the power of the sundered night began to appear. The madman's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed. He shook his head and said, This is not bad, but I have something even better than this. Wang Lin finally became irritated and he waved his right hand. The darkness disappeared and a giant stone gate appeared. The power of time flowing quickly spread out. Thunderous rumbles and time rapidly moved as if thousands to tens of thousands of years were going to pass. The madman carefully looked for a while and then shook his head. This stone gate isn't as good as my mansion's gate. I won't learn it. No matter how good Wang Lin's personality was, this was a bit unbearable. He took a deep breath and revealed all the spells he had learned in his life for the madman to choose. However, even until the end, the madman continued to shake his head. If the madman only shook his head, it wouldn't be so bad. But he was even angrier than Wang Lin. He roared at Wang Lin many times. You're an expert. There is no way you only know these spells. You just don't want to teach me. Enough! Wang Lin interrupted the madman's roar and let out an angry laugh. He coldly said, This is the last spell. If you want to learn it, or else forget it. Wang Lin raised his right hand and didn't even form a seal. He used the first spell he had ever learned, the attraction spell. With his cultivation level, using the Qi condensation attraction spell was simply too easy. The earth trembled and a large rock flew in circle in the sky. The madman was startled for a moment and then stared at the rock in the sky. His eyes lit and he jumped up, rubbing his eyes. Then he began to clap. This is fun, haha. This is fun. I'll learn this. Expert. Teacher is really an expert to have such an incredible spell. Wang Lin was simply too lazy to pay attention to this madman. He took out a jade and imprinted the attraction spell on it. He threw the jade at the madman and closed his eyes to cultivate. The madman caught the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately jumped in the air in joy and immediately learned the spell. He quickly ran off into the distance and waved his hand. The earth shook and a piece of rock flew into the air. Fun! This is fun! The madman was filled with excitement and pointed many times. He caused dozens of stones to fly into the air and rotate around him. He rotated with the stones in circles until he was dizzy, but his excited laughter never stopped. He felt this wasn't exciting enough, so he ran into the distance and flew into the air. He pointed at the air and the earth below him rumbled. Large quantities of rocks flew into the air, thousands of them. 3 days of time flew by in a flash. Wang Lin opened his eyes and gradually hid the golden light inside them. Unless you looked closely, you wouldn't notice it. He looked into the distance and frowned, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He saw the madman was laughing angrily. He had tens of thousands of rocks beside him like soldiers. Opposite of him, there were tens of thousands of rocks that were like enemies. He was actually manipulating heaps of rocks and directing them to collide in the air as if they were fighting. 7-colored little girl, will you obey this king? This king has an army of tens of thousands. If you don't listen, this king will be angry. After roaring, he ran into the opposite side. He wiggled his body and revealed a charming and delicate expression. You pervert, if you got guts. Then come. Wang Lin didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Seeing that the madman was still happily playing, he got up and stepped forward. Enough. Let's leave and you can play more. The madman didn't want it to end, but he excitedly followed Wang Lin. He still looked back as if he wasn't willing to leave. He was wondering if he should take those with him. Wang Lin helplessly said, "There are plenty more outside." The two walked further and further away and disappeared from this world. How beautiful is the outside world! How beautiful are the women of the outside world! How many people are in the outside world? Loud howls echoed from the area the nether beast was hiding. This sound was filled with excitement that had been suppressed for countless years. Along with the voice was a dirty and thin figure that continued to roar as he rushed around within the area. Wang Lin was already used to the madman's noise and didn't pay attention to his madness. Wang Lin silently looked ahead at the stars before him and felt that familiar aura. The aura of his home. Finally returned home. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with melancholy. He had a home and it was in the brilliant void on planet Suzaku. However, he had no family left, only dead souls. He didn't even know why he wanted to go home. This wasn't just for Qing Shui, Situnan, or others, but in his heart, even after thousands of years of drifting, there was a strange force that made it so he couldn't cut himself off. Even if he had no family members left, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. This sadness had been with him his entire life. Wang Lin looked ahead for a long time before closing his eyes. There was no tears, only pain. The madman's roars gradually weakened. He looked at Wang Lin with a puzzled expression and stretched his head. He had never seen Wang Lin reveal such an expression, but he could faintly feel the sadness coming from Wang Lin's soul. "Hey, little girl, what's wrong with you? Come and tell this king if someone is bullying you. This king will get justice for you." The madman put his hands on his waist and raised his chin, making himself look mighty. Wang Lin opened his eyes and silently shook his head. He walked off into the distance with heavy steps. He walked very slowly and his gaze fell on the stars. He felt like everything here was very familiar, but the more clear this feeling was, the more melancholy he felt. He couldn't understand why he felt even more melancholy than the time he came back from all heaven. Perhaps this time he had experienced far too much and gone too far away. Don't be like this. If you're like this, this king will feel sad too. This king is now homesick too. Little Red, Little Silver, where are you two bastards? Why haven't you come find this king yet? I miss home, I want to go home. The madman followed Wang Lin, slowly being influenced by Wang Lin's emotions. He eventually became depressed. However, the madman's mood changed quickly. It didn't take long for him to forget his sadness from before and become excited once more. He roared as he controlled the rocks around him, having the time of his life. Wang Lin silently walked forward as he buried the sadness and hid his exhaustion. He had many things to do, he couldn't rest yet. Looking at the madman that was playing in the distance but would never go too far away, Wang Lin revealed a hint of envy for this madman's happiness. The madman was able to forget anything and always find ways to make himself happy. Wang Lin couldn't do this. Just like this, the two of them walked into the distance as the madman's laughter and hoarse roars echoed. Shortly after, a large cultivation planet appeared before them. This planet was very large and was similar to the size of planet Tianyun. However, the amount of smaller planets protecting it was far more than planet Tianyun. Wang Lin hadn't come to this planet before, so it was a bit unfamiliar. There were ripples echoing around the planet, giving off the aura of restrictions. The entire cultivation planet was completely silent. It was as if it was dead. There was no sound. As he looked over, the madman also saw the cultivation planet. He immediately became cheerful. His eyes lit up, and he began to roar. Wow, wow! So many people, so many girls, this place is good. This king is finally seeing other people. So fun! So fun! The madman excitedly waved his hands and looked at Wang Lin. I want to go play there. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the cultivation planet. He didn't attract the attention of any cultivators on the planet and clearly saw the entire situation. This was a rank 7 cultivation planet divided into hundreds of countries. There were a lot of cultivators too, but most of them were at the first step. There weren't many second step cultivators present. On the surface, the person with the highest cultivation level was a middle-aged man at the Nirvana cleanser stage. However, at the center of the planet there was a cavern, and there were clearly 4 old monsters who were always in closed-door cultivation there. The one with the highest cultivation level was a person at 3rd Heaven's Blight. The other 2 were at the 1st Heaven's Blight, and the final person was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. There were fire and ice forces in the cave in the center of the planet. These people were clearly borrowing this power to suppress their Heaven's Blights, attempting to slowly pass them. I have important matters to attend to, so I can't play with you. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He knew that no one here could injure this madman. No problem. I'll go play by myself. If you follow me, I'll feel uncomfortable. Even if you insist on following, this king won't agree. The madman let out a snort. Wang Lin pondered a bit as he looked at the madman. There was a hint of softness in his eyes as he said, "Must it be here? You better follow me, and once I finish my matter, I'll take you to play." The madman shook his head as he looked back at the cultivation planet. His eyes were filled with excitement as he muttered, "So many people here. This must be very fun. So many women, so many cultivators. Haha, I escaped back then just to find a place like this to play. I don't want to go anywhere else. This is the place." Seeing the madman's expression, Wang Lin let out a wry smile. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin still felt uneasy. After all, the madman had the mind of a child. Even though he had an immortal body, it was inevitable he would be deceived. It was fine if Wang Lin deceived him, but he wouldn't allow anyone else to deceive this madman. Wang Lin always repaid those who had been kind to him, and this madman had granted him a great fortune. He wouldn't allow anyone to harm this madman. No! Wang Lin waved his sleeves and a ray of golden light shot toward the madman. After it wrapped around the madman, he left with the madman in tow. There was anger in the madman's eyes and he began to roar. He struggled and used some unknown method to break free from the golden light. He then angrily roared at Wang Lin while feeling proud. "Damn it! You dare to try to force this king? Even Big Brother can't control me. If this king wants to go play there, this king will go. Even if you're this king's teacher, so what? Humph, humph, how many teachers does this king have? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 8. Forget it. How dare you try to force me? I will go there to play." The madman glared at Wang Lin and bared his teeth, revealing a ferocious expression. Wang Lin coldly looked at the madman. He was a quiet person and was not someone who liked to accommodate others. Seeing the madman so determined, he let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. 2 rays of light flew out from his storage space. An excited roar came from the first ray of light. "I'm not going back, no matter what. I'm not going back. Every time you need me, you take me out and then throw me back when you don't. Even though I'm a sword spirit, I have contributed great merits for a fiend like you. You can't do this to me." The ray of light was Su Ligua. The moment he appeared, he saw the madman. The madman was also startled for a moment and looked at Su Ligua. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while before a head peeked out from the second ray of light. It was Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao carefully looked around and then examined the madman. Finally, he let out a few dry coughs and carefully walked out. "The 2 of you, accompany him and wait for me here on this cultivation planet. During this time, don't let anyone hurt him." Wang Lin was a man of few words, and his words gave off a sense of pressure. Wang Lin looked at the madman before he turned around and walked into the distance. With Su Ligua, who had a decent cultivation level, and Lu Jinbiao, who was good at deceiving, this madman should be fine on this safe cultivation planet. As a result, he could rest assured. He then charged straight for the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. "Senior brother Qing Shui, Wang Lin is coming." After Wang Lin left, the madman and Su Ligua stared at each other. After a long time, the 2 spoke almost at the same time. "Little girl, tell this king, what is your name? Who are you?" Su Ligua was startled for a moment and immediately became angry. He viciously stared at the madman and said, "Who is a little girl? This old man is a man." The madman laughed and pointed at Su Ligua. He was about to say something but continued laughing and holding his belly. It was as if he was rolling on the ground. "You're a man? Ha 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 ha, little red, come here and see. This sword spirit thinks he is not a little girl. Ha ha. This king is going to laugh to death. Ah, it's raining. Little red, it's raining. Go get me an umbrella?" As the madman talked to himself, confusion filled his eyes. He gradually stopped laughing and stared at Su Ligua. Su Ligua blinked after being stared at the madman, feeling very strange. He looked toward Li Jinbiao with a questioning gaze. Lu Jinbiao had a solemn expression and took a few steps forward. He carefully examined the madman before looking at Su Ligua with a smile. However, no matter how one looked at it, there was something sickening about that smile. Madman? Yes, a madman, no doubt about it. Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao made eye contact. They turned their heads at the same time and smiled at the madman. Wang Lin moved among the stars by himself. His body was extremely powerful, so he didn't even need to avoid spatial rifts. The spatial rifts would often collapse when they touched him, causing him no harm. There was a faint golden light inside his body. As he moved forward, space itself seemed to shrink under his feet. Just one step would carry him over countless kilometers. Without the madman following, Wang Lin's speed had reached a peak. He was far away from the Alliance headquarters, but it only took him 3 steps to sweep through the star system. With the first step, he appeared within an area filled with cultivation planets and cultivators. No one noticed Wang Lin's presence. Most only felt a faint ripple appear and immediately disappear. Master Lu Fu was among these cultivators. The brilliant void had very few third-step cultivators, and those that knew ancient formations were even less. Master Hongshan had invited Master Lu Fu here to place down formations. Even he only felt his vision blur, as if someone had passed by. His eyes immediately narrowed. It feel as if someone has just passed. A very familiar aura. Master Lu Fu looked ahead and shook his head. This aura is very similar to him. It has been a few decades, but there has been no news of him. Maybe my vision just went blurry. Master Lu Fu's expression seemed down. Wang Lin also saw Master Lu Fu, but time was of the essence, so he didn't stop and took the second step. With this second step, he arrived at the center of the brilliant void. This area was rather empty, and soon spatial rifts appeared like scars. It was as if there had been a great battle here years ago. This battle was very fierce, so much so that it caused the space here to collapse. It was because of these collapses that countless spatial rifts had appeared. It was as if this area was cut off from the brilliant void star system. The rifts also made it very difficult for divine sense to cover this area. Coupled with the ripples that filled the area, it was impossible for divine sense to sense anything. This became an area where divine sense was useless. There was even the faint smell of blood lingering about. This revealed the tragedy that had taken place here. Wang Lin clearly remembered that the battle between All Heaven and the Alliance was not this intense. There was only one answer to this change. It is unknown how much time I spent inside the Nether Beast. I wonder how many more battles against the outer realm have occurred. The 7 colored realms should have been found and destroyed. Wang Lin was about to take the third step, but before he put his foot down, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes and he looked into the distance. There were 3 rays of lights flying in the distance. The one in front was an inner realm cultivator. It was an old man with a pale expression who was constantly coughing out blood, but his expression was ferocious. Behind him were 2 outer realm cultivators with different marks between their eyebrows. One of them was from the Fire Sparrow clan, and the other was actually from the Heavenly Wolf clan. The 2 had gloomy expressions and revealed a cruel intent. The Fire Sparrow clan cultivator sneered and waved his right hand. A fire rushed out from between his eyebrows. Master Flamespark, you have entered this place several times. Do you think this place belongs to your inner realm? We let you go the last few times, but this time you can stay. The fire shot toward the old man like crazy. That old man was Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark's eyes were filled with madness. His hands formed a seal and he waved forward. More than a dozen fragments appeared and formed rotating barriers. They collided with the sea of fire. There was a thunderous bang, and as the impact spread, Master Flamespark coughed out blood. He borrowed his impact to charge forward like crazy. The fragments behind him were burned by the sea of flames and 3 of them collapsed. The remaining fragments followed Master Flamespark. If not for the Vice Deputy of the Sovereign Council, esteemed teacher Xianxia, having an agreement with your inner realm to cease all fighting, do you still think the brilliant Void Realm would belong to your inner realm? The Heavenly Wolf clan member revealed a look of contempt. He waved his right hand and a green wolf phantom thousands of feet tall appeared, pounced at Master Flamespark. Their 2 cultivators from the ancient star system were both at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage, same as the current Master Flamespark. The fact that he was able to persist until now was evident of how powerful he was. As the green wolf closed in, Master Flamespark suddenly turned around. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood at the dozen fragments behind him. His expression became ferocious and he shouted, "Explode!" Thunderous rumbles continued as more than a dozen fragments exploded, creating a powerful destructive force. The green wolf let out a miserable scream and collapsed. However, similarly, Master Flamespark's body trembled. His face turned pale and he staggered. Remnant Outer Realm cultivators, if Master Hongshan wasn't trapped, if Master South Cloud came out from closed-door cultivation, if the Lord of the Sealed Realm wasn't missing, how would you dare to be so arrogant? Master Flamespark's voice was mournful and his eyes were filled with madness. He knew that as long as he escaped, these 2 wouldn't chase him anymore. After all, once he left this area, there would be no special rifts sealing his movement and he would be able to use spatial bending. If those 2 continued to chase, they would have to worry. However, he was still a certain distance from the edge of this area. Master Flamespark clenched his teeth and retreated with all his power. The Fire Sparrow Clan cultivator and the Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator stepped over the impact from the collapse and got closer and closer. Ridiculous. Forget Master Hongshan and Master South Cloud. But what about the so-called Lord of the Sealed Realm? That person just got lucky and gave up his own life. He is clearly dead. But you continue to insist that he is just missing. There was hatred in the eyes of the cultivator form, the Fire Sparrow Clan. He let out a cold snort and his right hand formed a seal. A black fire bird appeared behind him and let out a cry. The Lord of the Sealed Realm is already dead. You all are more aware of this than us. If he's alive, why did he not appear in the 2nd and the 3rd battles? Why did he not appear when Master Hongshan was trapped? Lord of the Sealed Realm. That's just a false name. In this old man's eyes, he is but a child. The words from the Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator were sharp. His right hand formed a seal and green hair soon grew on his entire right arm. Master Flamespark's expression was dim as he retreated, but he still laughed wildly. He pointed at the Fire Sparrow Clan cultivator and smiled fiercely. Ridiculous? He killed your Fire Sparrow Clan ancestor in an instant and cut down more than 100,000 Outer Realm cultivators. Did you hear the miserable screams of your ancestor before he died? The killing intent in the Fire Sparrow Clan cultivator's eyes became monstrous. This was the pain their entire Fire Sparrow Clan was suffering. And you from the Heavenly Wolf Clan, your ancestor is slave to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Although he fled, do you see a day where he isn't afraid? A day he isn't frightened? The expression of the Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator changed greatly. The green hair on his hand grew more and soon covered most of his upper body. His right arm suddenly turned into a giant wolf head. Go to the underworld to find your Lord of the Sealed Realm. With a roar, the Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator threw a punch. A shocking wolf howl echoed and his right arm flew off. It turned into a giant wolf that shot toward Master Flamespark. At the same time, the cultivator from the Fire Sparrow Clan let out a roar. The black fire bird let out a hiss and a monstrous sea of black fire surrounded it. It charged toward Master Flamespark at a shocking speed with the giant wolf. All of this happened in an instant. Master Flamespark revealed a miserable smile and gave up all thoughts of escape. Madness appeared in his eyes and a sense of haughtiness surged. This old man isn't afraid of death. If I die, I'll die with a bang. He didn't retreat but laughed like crazy. He was going to burn himself to gain that burst of power. The black firebird carried a monstrous fire and the giant wolf carried a murderous aura as they closed in. The Fire Sparrow clan and Heavenly Wolf clan cultivator revealed cruel smiles. The two could already imagine Master Flamespark dying. Even if he were to self-destruct, it would useless before their combined force. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. An ordinary right hand suddenly appeared behind Master Flamespark's body. It gently grabbed him and softly pulled. This extinguished the fire on Master Flamespark's body and pulled him to the side. Shortly after, a figure in white suddenly appeared. His expression was gloomy. Then he suddenly looked up and his eyes revealed a dazzling golden glow. This golden light was heaven-shaking. When it appeared, it lit up the entire area as if it was a golden world. Scram! The moment the golden light appeared, an extremely cold voice that caused the two Outer Realm cultivators to lose their wits echoed. The two of them were very familiar with this voice. This voice was a nightmare in their memory. They were part of the third wave of cultivators, and this voice was the source of their endless fear. When they clearly saw that figure, the last strand of hope they were clinging to collapsed. Lord of the Sealed Realm! Lord of the Sealed Realm! A voice distorted by indescribable fear came out of those two. This kind of voice could only appear when one had been scared to the point of their mind collapsing. Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin. The last voice was filled with unimaginable joy. This was from Master Flamespark, who was shocked with disbelief. I have returned. The Fire Sparrow clan cultivator instantly turned pale and quickly retreated. He didn't know if he could escape, but the only thought in his mind was escape. 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 However, forget about him. Even if the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was reborn, he wouldn't able to put up any resistance against Wang Lin. The golden light from Wang Lin's eyes swept the area, causing all the spatial rifts in the area to collapse. As for the Fire Sparrow clan cultivator, he only took half a step back before golden light surrounded his body. He let out a miserable scream and his origin soul collapsed without any resistance. The big black fire bird he had summoned to devour Master Flamespark was filled with fear. It had gained some intelligence and began to panic. However, it was also surrounded by the golden light and erased from existence. The cultivator from the Heavenly Wolf clan trembled. He didn't see the death of his companion as everything before him was replaced by the golden light. He could vaguely see Wang Lin's blurry figure from behind the golden light. This figure had been his nightmare for the past several decades. He could never forget that figure that held the giant axe that prevented tens of thousands of cultivators from entering and tens of thousands of cultivators from leaving. He still remembered that name, Lord of the Sealed Realm. With him there, tens of thousands of cultivators didn't dare to take half a step. The power of that axe had destroyed countless cultivators from the third wave. The shocking spatial rift it had left was still there. Every time he passed by that rift, his heart would tremble. He couldn't forget that he was on the other side of that axe back then. Large amounts of his companions had died, and he was lucky to survive. He carried with him a lifetime of nightmares as he retreated in fear. Today he saw that terrifying figure once more. Under this indescribable fear, the Heavenly Wolf clan cultivator unexpectedly went crazy. With a twisted smile, he forgot to retreat. His skin immediately melted and his origin soul collapsed. His existence instantly disappeared. All of this happened in a flash. For Wang Lin, killing these two little Outer Realm cultivators was like crushing ants. He turned around and looked at the startled yet excited Master Flamespark. All Heaven Northwest Frontline Deputy Commander, Lord of the Sealed Realm ranking 53rd. Master Flamespark greets the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Master Flamespark excited clasped his hands and bowed. Lord of the Sealed Realm, the Inner Realm has lost. The seven-colored realms were left here tens of thousands of years ago by the Sovereign. After he disappeared, Master Hongshan and the others launched the full force of the inner realm to find them. In the end, including the one inside the Alliance headquarters, we only found a total of 5. However, no one had thought that these 5 7-colored realm were a trap set by the Sovereign. When 2 of them were opened, large amounts of outer realm cultivators appeared. Then the second battle suddenly began. The 5 7-colored realms became 5 portals into the inner realm, allowing the outer realm cultivators to enter. With the 7-colored realms as bases, they were able to invade the inner realm. The casualties were heavy. During the second battle, Senior Master Hongshan was attacked by the cold-looking boy and other third-step cultivators from the outer realm. In the end, he was trapped inside the 7-colored realm in Summoned River, with 30,000 cultivators guarding it. Currently, the person leading the inner realm is one of his avatars. Senior Master Southcloud was seriously injured by the Sovereign and went into closed-door cultivation. Even today, he shows no sign of coming out. The second battle affected the 4 major star systems. At the most critical moment, Celestial Emperor Qinglin left the Rain Celestial Realm and led the battle. Even with the third-step cultivators from the Summoned River delaying them, we were unable to stop the approach of the Outer Realm army. The Outer Realm has far more third-step cultivators than our Inner Realm. In the end, Celestial Emperor Qinglin used an ancient celestial spell that summoned the ancient light to seal the connection between the 7-colored realms and the Outer Realm. This made it so the passages were sealed for a short period of time, allowing us to barely survive the second battle. The Outer Realm cultivators that entered the Inner Realm were divided into 5 armies that remained in the 5 7-colored realms. They are like 5 nails that have been stabbed into our Inner Realm and can't be removed. The battle subsided for a period of time. The Outer Realm will need some time to break the ancient light open. After that, all the third-step cultivators rested and then gathered all the remaining cultivators to launch the third battle. The purpose of the third battle was to shatter the 5 7-colored realms. But in the end, we only managed to destroy 3, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Several Outer Realm third-step cultivators were killed and seriously injured, but it was the same for us. Celestial Emperor Qinglin was seriously injured, 2 from the Summoned River died, and the rest were all forced into closed-door cultivation to heal. Now it is the 9th year after the third battle. According to Master Hongshan's calculations, it won't take long for the Outer Realm to break the ancient light. Then they will enter and combine forces with the 2 remaining 7-colored realms. The Inner Realm is in danger. Master Flamespark quickly told Wang Lin what had happened. He had been seriously injured in the third battle and his cultivation level had dropped. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hunted by 2 Nirvana Shatter cultivators. After excitedly saying all of this, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked extremely bleak. His injuries erupted and he was at this end. Lord of the Sealed Realm, the Inner Realm is in danger. There was no 7-colored realm in all heaven. The one in the Cloud Sea was destroyed by you. After you disappeared, we found the other 5 places. Aside from the one in the Brilliant Void, the rest were all at the Summoned River. As a result, the Summoned Revered fell when the second battle began. To this day, we are still unable to take back Summoned River. It has become a territory of the Outer Realm cultivators. They often abuse the cultivators of the Summoned River. During the first battle, the Cloud Sea almost collapsed, but it is still within our control. All heaven is the most calm and there wasn't much collapse. However, the Brilliant Void is similar to the Summoned River. Due to the 7-colored realm in the Alliance headquarters, this star system is controlled by both sides. Master Hongshan tried to destroy the remaining 7-colored realms because he was afraid of facing 2 fronts once the 4th battle began. However, he has tried many times, but the Inner Realm doesn't have the power to destroy them anymore. Everyone is in closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin silently pondered, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He didn't expect time to flow differently inside the Nether Beast. So much fighting had happened outside. The Summoned River has fallen. The Alliance headquarters is occupied by Outer Realm cultivators. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Why are you here? Wang Lin's killing intent caused the golden light to unconsciously leak out. When it landed on Master Flamespark, he felt like he was an ant before Wang Lin, and Wang Lin was like the heavens. He had long felt that Wang Lin was even stronger than before. Lord of the Sealed Realm said that you would come here. I didn't believe you were dead, and I guessed that you would come here once you appeared. So I came here many times over the years. In addition, I have orders from Master Hongshan to observe this place. If anything happens to the seven-colored realm, I need to report it. Master Flamespark was very respectful and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin's eyes. That golden light made him feel fear. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved at Master Flamespark as he pondered. A ray of golden light flew into Master Flamespark and his body trembled. The veins on his face swelled and large amount of sweat appeared, but his eyes became even brighter. In an instant, he let out a painful roar. The sweat from his body was dark and smelled, but his scattering aura began to condense. It was even showing signs of a breakthrough. In a flash, Master Flamespark's eyes became bright and his white hair suddenly turned black. His appearance went from an old man to middle-aged. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at this body and became even more excited. Thank you, Lord of the Sealed Realm. There was fervor in Master Flamespark's eyes, and he deeply bowed at Wang Lin. He could clearly feel that the golden light had caused his body to be reborn. The golden light that made him feel suffocated had changed everything. He didn't know what this golden light was, but he guessed that this light had to come from a powerful source. Follow me to destroy this realm. Wang Lin stepped toward the former Alliance headquarters that was now occupied by Outer Realm cultivators. This one line revealed Wang Lin's self-confidence and determination. This filled Master Flamespark with an inexplicable sense of confidence. As long as Wang Lin went, then no matter how dangerous the seven-colored realm was, the enemy wouldn't be able to stop Wang Lin at all. Killing intent flashed in Master Flamespark's eyes, and he nodded. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and followed Wang Lin. When he looked at Wang Lin's slightly golden figure, he had a feeling that Wang Lin didn't belong in this world. This golden light made him feel awe. He even felt the urge to worship. Master Flamespark followed behind Wang Lin and respectfully said, Lord of the Sealed Realm, the Sovereign Council's Vice-Deputy, esteemed teacher Tian Zhao, is inside the seven-colored realm in the Alliance headquarters. He is also a third-step cultivator at the early stage of Spirit Void. There is a still large amount of restrictions and treasures left in the Alliance. Even Master Xianxia is still alive and became a dog of the Outer Realm. No problem. Wang Lin's was calm as he got closer and closer to the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. Wang Lin's calm words caused Master Flamespark to become even more respectful. Wang Lin's expression was calm, revealing no emotion, but his cold eyes could freeze the world before him. He took the final step. With this step, the world distorted and the countless spatial rifts collapsed. Wang Lin took Master Flamespark and crossed a huge distance to appear outside the Alliance headquarters. There was a huge vortex silently rotating before Wang Lin. Every time it rotated, it felt like origin energy was being absorbed into the vortex. Looking at the giant vortex before him, Wang Lin recalled the past. Back then, he wasn't able to enter this place, or he wasn't qualified to enter. This was the peak of the brilliant void star system when he was a cultivator on planet Suzaku, the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance. The Cultivation Alliance of the past was the ruler of the brilliant void star system, and its power swept across the entire star system. However, due to the battle against All Heaven and Qin Shui entering, the alliance had collapsed. The headquarters then sealed itself off from the inside. Wang Lin was now here, looking at the alliance headquarters and muttering some words only he could hear. Senior brother Qing Shu, you have to live. Wang Lin let out a sigh and raised his right hand. He pointed at the giant vortex that hadn't stopped rotating for countless years. With this point, a golden light shined from his finger. A ray of golden light flew out and landed on the vortex. At that moment, a shocking rumble began to echo. The vortex trembled and slowly stopped rotating. This scene caused Master Flamespark's eyes to widen. He had already guessed that Wang Lin was powerful, but this still shocked him greatly. As the former elder of the Cultivation Alliance, he knew that this was the first seal, and it could be said to be the first gate for the Cultivation Alliance. This sealing vortex came from the ancient Cultivation world. It was obtained by the Cultivation Alliance when the Rain Celestial Realm collapsed. Later on, it was reinforced by others and became an extremely powerful formation. Once it was activated, it would never stop. It would constantly withdraw power from the world, making it even stronger. Although the inner realm cultivators were split off to the different seven-colored realms, there was still a large amount of cultivators, along with Master Lufu and a third-step cultivator from the Summoned River. Even they weren't able to make the vortex stop, only slow it down. When Master Flamespark saw that Wang Lin's casual point had caused the vortex to release a sound as if it couldn't bear it anymore, he became startled. What kind of cultivation is this? Master Flamespark looked at Wang Lin's back in terror and his mind went blank. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral. As he pointed forward and stopped the vortex, he waved to the side. The vortex rumbled and released loud roars. Thousands of cultivators suddenly appeared from the vortex. They all had marks between their eyebrows. They were outer realm cultivators. Who dares to break in? Ants of the inner realm. You're all looking for death. Haha. It has been quiet for so many years. Someone finally tries to break in. This old man wants to see how many people came. After these people appeared, they all revealed murderous expressions. But even more apparent was their bloodthirst. They had stopped fighting for a long time, and the killing intent that had been suppressed finally erupted. Now that someone had attempted to break in, they became excited. In an instant, thousands of cultivators charged out and filled the vortex. A fierce aura erupted and roars shook the heavens. Only 2 people? 2 mere ants dared to come here. This person. These thousands of cultivators were originally filled with cruel expressions. However, some of them recognized Wang Lin's indifferent gaze, and their expressions changed greatly. Those cruel and excited expressions collapsed and were replaced with disbelief and monstrous terror. He is Lord of the Sealed Realm. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Isn't he dead? He is the Lord of the Sealed Realm. This caused an uproar, and the thousands of cultivators that were charging out all retreated. No, a single one of them dared to take half a step out. Their expressions were filled with terror. Wang Lin's figure was like their lingering nightmares. Most of these cultivators had been part of the Third Army. When they saw Wang Lin, it was as if the fear from the past had reappeared. It really is him. The Lord of the Sealed Realm that killed countless outer realm cultivators and destroyed the first battlefield. Because of how traumatized they were, some people screamed when they saw Wang Lin. As if they had forgotten everything, they tried to retreat. The thousands of cultivators immediately became a mess. Watching this, Master Flamespark began to tremble. He understood that in the whole inner realm only one person could do this. Only Wang Lin could cause the minds of thousands of cultivators to collapse just by showing himself. This momentum, this majesty, this killing intent was something no one else could replicate. This was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and he waved his right hand. The vortex rumbled and a giant crack appeared inside it. It was as if a pair of giant, invisible hands had ripped the vortex open. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the vortex was ripped in half. Wang Lin walked forward. Although he looked slow, he was actually moving extremely fast toward the vortex that was ripped open. As Wang Lin moved forward, the tear on the vortex became even more intense. Wang Lin was like an invisible sword, and as soon as he got close, the invisible sword energy would destroy anything in his path. The vortex that had stopped rotating was torn in half and scattered to the side. Hundreds of cultivators let out miserable screams as they were affected by the collapse of the vortex and died. As Wang Lin moved forward, he stepped into the vortex. He then raised his right foot and mercilessly stomped down. A thunderous rumble echoed, space itself trembled, and cracking sounds echoed. Spider web-like cracks appeared and immediately collapsed. Space itself began to collapse, and as it collapsed, Wang Lin waved his right hand. A golden light shot out, forming a golden storm that swept the area. It was as if had wind blown by and lifted off a veil. The thousands of cultivators that had charged out all died miserably under this golden storm. They couldn't fight back at all. When the veil was lifted, the space became clear and the Cultivation Alliance headquarters was revealed. It was a giant cultivation planet with countless smaller planets surrounding it. A monstrous blood light was being emitted from below the planet. At a glance, there was spatial rift below the cultivation planet, and the blood light was coming from that rift. As Master Flames Park followed Wang Lin, he looked at all of this with hatred in his eyes. He stared at the giant planet before him and pointed. Lord of the Sealed Realm, that is where the main hall for the Cultivation Alliance is located. Master Zhongxian is there. At the same time, rustling sounds came from all directions. Outer realm cultivators rushed out from the planet and tens of thousands of cultivators appeared. When they saw Wang Lin, their monstrous killing intent suddenly disappeared and their expressions all changed greatly. They recognized Wang Lin. Master Flames Park became nervous after being stared at by tens of thousands of cultivators. But after looking at Wang Lin, he relaxed. Wang Lin's calm expression revealed that all of this meant nothing to him. Lord of the Sealed Realm? A sneer came from the large cultivation planet. Then a black mist appeared out of thin air. An old man in black walked out. The moment he appeared, all the outer realm cultivators became spirited. Master Flames Park quickly said, "He is esteemed teacher Tian Zhao." Wang Lin's indifferent gaze landed on the old man in black and then he stepped forward. The moment Wang Lin moved, the old man in black smiled. His hands formed a seal and boundless Joss flame energy appeared. So what if he is the Lord of the Sealed Realm? All of you watch how this old man kills this Lord of the Sealed Realm. After I kill him, this old man will be ranked first in the ancient star system ranking. The old man in black sneered and also stepped forward. He waved his sleeves and the Joss flames formed 3 black dragons. They were covered in thorns, looking like 3 black whips. The spiritual power unique to spirit void cultivators spread out and the strange murmur echoed. The 3 black dragons opened their mouths, revealing 3 Joss flame realms containing countless Joss flame disciples. The Joss flames entered the 3 black dragons, turning them into 3 Joss flame dragons. This was esteemed teacher Tian Zhao's ace. It was even famous in the ancient star system. These dragons were not dead. He had gone through a lot of danger to capture these real dragons in a mysterious land. After being refined for tens of thousands of years, esteemed teacher Tian Zhao was able to make these 3 black dragons worship him and become his Joss flame souls. Although esteemed teacher Tian Zhao sounded arrogant and revealed a look of contempt, he was extremely serious. Although he hadn't seen Wang Lin before, the name of the Lord of the Sealed Realm was often talked about in the past several decades. In particular, how the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was cut in half brought him shock. However, if this was it, he wouldn't mind. After all, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void and not worthy of his attention. What really shocked him was esteemed Nan Zhao. Esteemed Nan Zhao's cultivation level was similar to his, but in the end he died miserably to this Lord of the Sealed Realm. He was seeing Wang Lin for the first time now, and he had watched him stop and tear apart this vortex that had been rotating for countless years outside the Alliance headquarters. This caused his scalp to go numb. However, right now he had to speak like this. Otherwise, if he revealed any intent to retreat, the minds of these tens of thousands of cultivators could immediately collapse. This person borrowed the formation spirit from back then. There is no way someone at his cultivation level could kill Nan Zhao. Today, he was able to pause the vortex due to his understanding of restrictions. This old man doesn't believe he can do anything without the heaven-splitting axe. Esteemed teacher Tian Zhao calmed down after thinking about the thing inside the 7-colored realm. At this moment, he waved his big sleeve and the 3 Joss flame black dragons shot toward Wang Lin. The tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators were all nervous. Wang Lin had appeared too suddenly, and before they could adjust their thoughts, they were already filled with fear. They didn't even dare to resist. Wang Lin had left a profound impression on them back then. It was a sense of madness that could make their souls quake, a sense of glory and might that made them tremble in fear. Before the first battle, the ancient star system had placed Wang Lin as the number one person to kill. Most people in the ancient star system felt disdain toward this, but after the first battle, no one questioned it. Wang Lin was someone the Outer Realm cultivators feared a lot. It was a painful tear in the flesh. It was very painful. The three Joss flame black dragons let out a heaven-shaking roars and charged at Wang Lin. Before they even got close, a gust of wind caused Wang Lin's long hair to flow and his white clothes to flutter. Even the space around Wang Lin seemed like it was going to collapse under this wind. Crackling sounds echoed and large amounts of spatial rifts appeared. Master Flame's Park was behind him, and his pupils shrank and all his hair stood up. He could clearly feel an extremely terrifying force inside the wind from the black dragons. This power could collapse space itself. If one sliver landed on him, his body and his origin soul would be destroyed. He felt that even if Master Lu Fu arrived, Master Lu Fu would have to quickly retreat. A bit of carelessness would lead to Master Lu Fu being seriously injured. However, this gust was not what terrified Master Lu Fu. What terrified him was Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm as his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. The wind left no mark on his face. It seemed as if this destructive wind was a mere gentle breeze to him. Three Joss flame black dragons. As Wang Lin looked at the three fierce black dragon, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He could only use 20% of his power if he didn't want the rejection force to kick in. If it was a Nirvana Void cultivator, Wang Lin could instantly kill that person. However, 20% wasn't enough to instantly kill a Spirit Void cultivator, not even one at the early stage. However, there were things he had to do today. Save Qing Shui and obtaining the Tao Spirit were things he absolutely had to do. Wang Lin made a decision. I'll ignore the rejection force for now. Even if it shortens the time I can suppress it, I must go all out this once. After making a decision, Wang Lin didn't use any spells. At this moment, when the three black dragons closed in, Wang Lin's eyes emitted a flash of golden light. In a flash, the golden light filled the area. Wang Lin's figure became blurry under this golden light, and a heaven-shaking aura spread out from his body. This aura shook the world as the golden light shrouded the area. Three miserable roars came from the three Joss flame black dragons that were charging at Wang Lin. After being swept by the golden light, their bodies trembled and they didn't dare to approach. They wanted to retreat instead. However, as the golden light spread out, the three Joss flame black dragons retreated only a few dozen feet and didn't dare to continue. They looked at Wang Lin in fear, making their huge bodies seem extremely small. The fear in their eyes seemed to drown them. They recognized this golden light. Deep within their memories, this golden light was something that couldn't be erased. Although they had been caught by esteemed teacher Tian Zhao when they were young and had been slowly refined to become his Joss flame souls, the memory of this golden light from their inheritance couldn't be erased. They clearly remembered that a long, long time ago, anyone who had this golden light stood at the pinnacle of the world. Even their parents had to tremble in fear before this golden light. Even their entire Black Dragon clan would be wiped out if they dared to resist this golden light. But this golden light was even more pure than the one from their memories. This was an extremely authentic celestial spiritual energy. While they were trembling, one of the black dragons couldn't bear it and let out a miserable scream. As its body trembled, black blood ejected out from between its scales. The remaining two black dragons also let out miserable screams and spewed out a lot of blood. Trembling, they coiled up and began worshipping Wang Lin. The tens of thousands of cultivators that were hit by this golden light trembled and felt unimaginable fear and awe. The aura from Wang Lin made them all tremble. They were like mortals just meeting a celestial. An invisible majesty came from this golden light. One of the tens of thousands of cultivators couldn't bear it anymore. He coughed out blood and his knees went soft. It was as if a powerful force was pressing down on him. He had to kneel. If he didn't kneel and worship, his mind would collapse. While coughing out blood, he knelt down. A large amount of outer realm cultivators beside him followed suit. They all coughed out blood and knelt down. Then tens of thousands of cultivators knelt down. and not a single one had the strength to remain standing. It was as if there was an extremely noble bloodline in Wang Lin's body, and all the cultivators in the world had to worship him. As long as one was a cultivator, they couldn't resist this sense of awe that came from their soul. At this moment, they seemed to forget about the inner and outer realms. At this moment, all they could see was Wang Lin, who stood above them like a king. The tens of thousands of cultivators were kneeling and the black dragons had been defeated. Ask the heavens who controlled life and death. Wang Lin, whose expression was calm, walked toward esteemed teacher Tianzhao. Master Flames Park subconsciously licked his dried lips and his mind was blank as he stared at all of this. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. The moment esteemed teacher Tianzhao saw this golden light, his eyes flooded with extreme fear, and he let out an uncontrollable scream. He seemed to remember something when he saw this golden light, and his expression changed greatly as he retreated like crazy. The battle between the outer and inner realm, personal honor, the order from the Sovereign Council. He had forgotten it all as he let out a scream and rapidly retreated in terror. This is impossible. This golden light is... Wang Lin's figure was calm, and the aura of a master could be seen by everyone. He stepped forward toward esteemed teacher Tianzhao, who was retreating like crazy, and threw a punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a golden storm appeared to form a giant, golden first. It rapidly pierced through the void and appeared before esteemed teacher Tianzhao's body. A thunderous bang rang out and esteemed teacher Tianzhao coughed out blood before his body was torn apart. Large amounts of Joss flames appeared in an attempt to form another body. After the punch, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and golden thunder came out of his right eye. The Alliance headquarters was filled with golden thunder. A bolt of golden thunder descended upon esteemed teacher Tianzhao's origin soul. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the endless Joss flame souls around esteemed teacher Tianzhao let out miserable screams. They all collapsed and died. Celestial thunder. This is celestial thunder. Esteemed teacher Tianzhao coughed out a mouthful of essence origin energy. His eyes were filled with indescribable fear as he desperately retreated. Celestial. You're an celestial. Esteemed teacher Tianzhao had almost lost his wits and given up all will to resist. He didn't dare to resist. Back when he captured the 3 dragons, he saw such golden light from a celestial before. At that time, just one gaze from that man caused him to enter a coma for 10 years. Wang Lin felt intense pain in his body and the rejection force showed signs of erupting. He decided not to pay attention to it and waved his left hand. He pointed at the retreating Tianzhao and the golden fire in his left eye flew out. A sea of golden fire swept by and instantly engulfed Tianzhao. Then the Emperor Furnace appeared and everything vanished. Esteemed teacher Tianzhao's origin soul was instantly collected. Wang Lin hadn't spoken a single word this entire time. However, when he easily killed esteemed teacher Tianzhao, he silently made his statement. Ask the heavens who can control life and death. Wang Lin looked at the giant cultivation planet as the outer realm cultivators knelt there, shaking. He looked calm, but the ancient devil stars in his right eye started flashing. The rejection force broke out, but he continued to suppress it so no one noticed a thing. While he suppressed the rejection force inside his body, Wang Lin looked at the huge cultivation planet. There was a restriction around the planet. This had to be the second gate to the Alliance headquarters after the vortex. This restriction was very intricate. It used the surrounding dozen planets to form a formation that created a loop. It made the planet like a cultivator and allowed it to cultivate. Wang Lin had never seen this before, and after seeing it his eyes lit up. This planet is very interesting, Master Flames Park. When you were an elder of the Alliance, did you hear anything about this planet? Master Flames Park was awakened from the shock from before. He became even more respectful and quickly said, Junior has heard of some matters. This cultivation planet isn't natural but was refined by the Alliance by using many cultivation planets. Cultivating on it would take only half the effort. Under Master Longpan's unknown spell, this became the second formation of the Alliance. It was said that this formation is much stronger than the vortex. However, outsiders were rarely allowed to come here, so Junior has never seen the power of the formation. After he finished speaking, Master Flamespark seemed to remember something and said, Master Longpan was the head elder of the Alliance and also Master Zhongxian's teacher. However, he died long ago. Not necessarily. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge planet. He could feel 4 auras inside. 3 auras were trembling. They were very nervous. The final aura seemed to be sleeping. The tens of thousands of cultivators kneeling around them were trembling, their minds filled with fear. They no longer had control over their fate. It was controlled by the white-robed lord of the sealed realm. The 3 black dragons were also trembling while coiled up. Their eyes were filled awe. Even their roars had turned into whimpers. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the giant cultivation planet. While he suppressed the rejection force inside him, he raised his right hand and reached out at the 3 black dragons. The 3 black dragons flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his hand and one of the 3 dragons flew toward him. Wang Lin grabbed hold of the black dragon by the neck. The black dragon was like a snail and coiled its body as it was filled with fear. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the black dragon. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate into the black dragon and see the Joss Flame world inside. There were thousands of Joss Flame souls inside, and they were all clearly inner realm cultivators. There were even a few that looked familiar. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and he mercilessly squeezed. The black dragon screamed and Wang Lin's right hand reached inside it. The thousands of inner realm cultivators it had devoured were taken out and allowed to enter the reincarnation cycle. Wang Lin threw the Joss Flame black dragon at Master Flamespark. Do you remember that when you and I met, you said I was your fated person? I give this to you. Joss Flames are poisonous, but for you, perhaps the benefit is greater than the disadvantage. With these Joss Flames, if you have the opportunity, you may become a 3rd-step cultivator. Master Flamespark's body trembled and he revealed monstrous excitement. He grabbed the black dragon sealed by Wang Lin but didn't know what to say. Filled with excitement and a complicated feeling, he bowed at Wang Lin. How could he forget when they first met? When he said they were fated, it was just a joke. He didn't expect that joke to eventually create this karma. The Shengong family has a child called Shengong who, is he still alive? Wang Lin then looked at the outer realm cultivators. To him, these people were already dead. Master Flamespark's hands trembled as he put away the black dragon. He was an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. He suppressed the excitement and respectfully said, Shengong who? Junior remembers. He is still at all heaven. Wang Lin revealed a hint of reminiscence. His memory of Shengong who reappeared in his mind. Back then, he was weaker than Shengong who, but Shengong who had decided to recognize Wang Lin as his lord. Every time Wang Lin thought about it, he would smile. That Shengong who helped me before. When you go back to all heaven, take care of him for me. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the 2nd black dragon flew over. After he took out the inner realm cultivator souls and sealed it, he threw it Master Flamespark. Help me deliver this to Shengong Hu. Tell him this is my gift to him for recognizing me as his lord. Master Flamespark was startled for a moment and felt a hint of envy. He quickly nodded and put the 2nd Joss Flame black dragon away. Wang Lin's golden gaze landed on the 3rd black dragon. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and he slowly said, You can understand my words. Devour all the cultivators here and destroy this formation for me. I'll give you a chance to live. The black dragon trembled and looked up. Then he turned around and let out a roar before charging at the outer realm cultivators. Miserable screams echoed across the stars. Even Master Flamespark's eyes twitched when he heard these screams. Although he was an inner realm cultivator, watching the weak and fragile struggle of the outer realm cultivators before the black dragon was still shocking. Looking at all of this while feeling satisfied, he felt an even stronger sense of respect for Wang Lin's ruthlessness. These tens of thousands of cultivators were powerless to resist. The black dragon was filled with fear and despair. When it heard Wang Lin would give it a chance to live, it almost went crazy. In less than 15 minutes, almost none of the outer realm cultivators remained. All the outer realm cultivators were devoured and their souls had become part of the Joss flame realm in its body. The flesh and blood of these cultivators integrated with its body, giving the dragon a purplish glow. The sharp thorns around its body grew out a bit more. Even the single horn on its head grew an inch. With a roar, the black dragon also grew longer. Its body that was hundreds of thousands of feet long charged at the cultivation planet. It was so fast that afterimages appeared. It closed in on the planet in an instant and smashed into it, causing a thunderous rumble. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The giant cultivation planet trembled. Then the small planets seemed to be controlled by some force to shoot out toward the black dragon. A thunderous rumble echoed, and as the black dragon smashed into the planet, a shockwave spread. The black dragon trembled and was knocked back far away. The giant planet also trembled and large amounts of cracks appeared on it. Wang Lin calmly stood there. The rejection force inside his body had been slowly suppressed as he stared at the planet. When the cracks on the planet appeared, the fourth aura that had been sleeping suddenly awakened. When it awakened, the giant planet seemed to come to life. The smaller planets around it formed two lines and a ghostly light linked them together. They were lined on both sides of the giant planet. A white light came from the giant planet. This white light shot into the air, and then the phantom of a white-haired old man appeared. The white-haired old man's phantom body was connected to the planet. It was as if he was the planet. Anyone who offends the alliance will be destroyed. An ancient voice came from the soul inside the old man. This voice entered Wang Lin's soul and Master Flamespark's body. When Master Flamespark saw the white-haired old man, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Master Long Pan!" From far away, the Cultivation Alliance headquarters looked extremely shocking. The huge planet was like a body without legs, and the two lines of planets were like its arms. As for the old man connected to the planet, he was like the head of this body. What kind of cultivation planet was this? It was clearly a person. What great courage! He actually fused his origin soul and soul with the cultivation planet. In a way, he was able to gain immortality. Wang Lin had long noticed that something was wrong with the planet. That's why he had allowed the black dragon attack. And at this moment, he finally understood everything. Master Zhong Xian's teacher, Master Long Pan, must have reached the end of his life when he thought of this shocking idea. He also was able to perfect this idea and make it come true. No old monster should be underestimated. Anyone who could come up with such a method would be extremely smart. Wang Lin looked at the old man. Although they were enemies, he still felt admiration in his heart. Master Flamespark looked at all of this. He was very intelligent, and after pondering for a moment he gasped. "I only met Master Long Pan once. I thought he had already died. I didn't expect this." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he pointed forward. The black dragon that was knocked back began to struggle and let out a roar. It frantically rushed forward with its huge body and roared at the cultivation planet. Its roar continued, and when it closed in, it opened its mouth. Its Joss flame realm opened up, and a large amount of Joss flame souls flew toward the cultivation planet. However, just at this instant, a shocking change occurred. A mournful and frantic roar came from the cultivation planet. This roar was filled with madness and an indescribable killing intent. Only those who had slaughtered many in their life could have this killing intent. This killing intent was clearly the slaughter essence. Wang Lin was familiar with this roar. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin's expression changed for the first time. A burst of excitement appeared. Senior brother Qing Shui. Wang Lin cared a lot about those that helped him. Even if the world decayed due to the passage of time, Qing Shui's kindness would not disappear. Wang Lin always repaid those who helped him. Qing Shui recognized Wang Lin as a cross-generation junior brother due to one spell and had taught Wang Lin the complete spells. He had also acted like a mountain for Wang Lin when Wang Lin was weak. "You are my junior brother. I won't let anyone hurt you." That line was enough to keep Wang Lin warm for thousands of years. Back then, Wang Lin had to escape in fear as he didn't have the power to save Qing Shui. He had made a decision that as long as there was a chance, he would go to the Cultivation Alliance and save his senior brother. Bai Fan was a stranger to Wang Lin and he didn't recognize Bai Fan as his teacher. However, Wang Lin recognized Qing Shui as his senior brother in his heart, his senior brother for life. Qing Shui's life was sad. His life was not happy. His wife had died by his hand and all his relatives were killed by him during his madness. Eventually, Bai Fan sealed him. The teacher he respected died, but he was left alive due to the seal. However, this made Qing Shui feel even more pain. As his memories slowly reawakened, he went completely mad. Mad from sorrow. He faced devastation in his early years. He was the prince of the country of clear water. He was pursued by killers and, facing the sadness and despair, he awakened his G realm. Then he returned to the country of clear water with monstrous hatred and killing intent. That night, rivers of blood flowed in the country of clear water. Many cultivators died. He got his revenge, but the joy in his life disappeared. In his life, all he did was kill, kill, kill. His killing intent was shocking, and as he killed, he entered the Thunder Celestial Realm. In the Thunder Celestial Realm, after spending his entire life in grief and slaughter, he met his teacher. He also met the woman that warmed his cold and closed-off heart. For this woman, he gave up slaughter and gave up everything. He eventually became Celestial Lord Qing Shui of the Thunder Celestial Realm. He thought he had found the joy that had left him for many years, and during those days, he was indeed very happy. However, all of this evaporated during his madness. It was like the moon reflected in the water, much too fragile. He personally killed his wife, and her blood filled with affection flowed to her face. That blood caused his soul to tremble and awaken him from the madness. The moment he awakened, he saw his wife struggling to touch his face with her hand. As her hand lost all strength and fell, Qing Shui let out the most desperate roar in his life. From then on, there was no such thing as happiness in his life. The roar that came from the cultivation planet caused Wang Lin to tremble. The composure in his eyes collapsed. He couldn't remain calm anymore. Excitement appeared in his eyes. Qing Shui was not dead. Although his roar was filled with madness and slaughter, Wang Lin began to laugh. His laughter was filled with joy as he knew Qing Shui was not dead. As long as Qing Shui was not dead, then Wang Lin was confident he could make senior brother Qing Shui regain his sanity. The Joss Flame Black Dragon was hit by the roar from Qing Shui as it charged toward the planet, making its body tremble. It felt the killing intent from the roar and the dense slaughter essence. Wang Lin took a step forward as he laughed. He grabbed the black dragon and threw it behind him. "I'll let you go, but if you kill even a single person in the inner realm, I'll destroy you." The black dragon's body trembled, and then it revealed unimaginable joy. It nodded at Wang Lin before disappearing without a trace. Wang Lin's figure gave off a monstrous golden light, and with a step, he closed in on the planet. At this moment, the many smaller planets that formed the right arm smashed toward Wang Lin. After learning that Qing Shui was still alive, Wang Lin ran out of patience. He no longer suppressed the rejection force in his body. When the arm arrived, the golden light in his body disappeared and 7 golden stars appeared between his eyebrows. Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist and he punched at the incoming arm. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Then the large right arm of the cultivation planet collapsed and countless fragments were knocked in all directions. Wang Lin paused for a moment and quickly recovered. At this moment, the cultivation planet's left arm closed in and smashed toward him. Scram! A flash of golden light radiated from Wang Lin's eyes as he looked over. A bolt of golden thunder shot out, and it was covered in golden fire. Collided with the left arm on the cultivation planet. There was a thunderous bang and large amounts of cracks appeared in the planet's left arm. Golden fire rushed into the cracks, and as the heat spread, the arm collapsed. It was as if there was no force that could stop Wang Lin and his determination to save Qing Shui. With his third step, Wang Lin arrived above the giant planet. Just at this moment, the old man's eyes shined and he raised his hands. His hands formed a seal, then he closed them before jerking them open. The moment the seal appeared, the entire planet trembled and the earth moved. Countless mountains collapsed and two large mountain ranges slowly rose. From afar, these two mountain ranges looked to be straight and tens of thousands of kilometers long, parallel to each other. They looked like two branches, and if there was a scroll between them, it would look like a painting that was spread out. Mountain and river painting. Protect the alliance. An ancient voice came from the old man's mouth. At this moment, ripples appeared in the area between two mountains. From away, this looked like a painting. When the painting appeared, the entire planet trembled. Then ripples echoed and ink began to fly out as if it had a soul. It gathered before the old man and formed a phantom painting that was more than 100,000 feet large. The painting spread out and became even more clear. It was filled with magnificent mountains and rivers. Wang Lin had seen the mountain and river painting before. Greed had a screen that had a copy of the mountain and river painting on it. Today, Wang Lin was looking at the real mountain and river painting that was a treasure from the Rain Celestial Realm. Back then, the Cultivation Alliance were the first to enter the Rain Celestial Realm when it collapsed, obtaining a lot of treasures. It looks like that is true. Wang Lin felt a powerful pressure as he looked at the mountain and river painting. Wang Lin even felt Joss flames inside. It seemed that there were Joss flame disciples inside. The mountain and river painting formed its own realm, and its origin was unknown to many. At this moment, the mountain and river painting opened and rapidly spread. A suction force appeared and attempted to pull Wang Lin in. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he was being devoured by the nether beast. Space itself seemed to be absorbed by the mountain and river painting. A sense of time seemed to appear, as if countless years had passed as it sucked. Wang Lin's clothes fluttered and he raised his right hand as his eyes shined golden. As the mountain and river painting sucked, countless ripples spread and a thunderous roar came from the distance. A giant palm print suddenly appeared above Wang Lin and the painting. The lines on the palm print were extremely clear. What was even more shocking was the golden light this palm print emitted, and the shocking celestial spiritual energy that spread across the brilliant void. This celestial spiritual energy was very pure, far stronger than the celestial thunder and fire Wang Lin had used earlier. It had reached a terrifying degree. War Spirit Print. The most authentic War Spirit print used by Wang Lin with his celestial bloodline. The celestial body that was like an origin soul inside Wang Lin's body released a large amount of celestial spiritual energy into his right arm. This caused the War Spirit print to be filled with even more celestial spiritual energy. Such pure celestial spiritual energy appearing in the brilliant void star system was the same as dropping a drop of water into boiling oil. The moment the water falls into the oil, it will explode. Since the birth of the brilliant void star system, such pure celestial spiritual energy had never appeared before. The moment the War Spirit print appeared, this pure celestial spiritual energy set off a monstrous wave. It shocked a number of people and caused them to be filled with disbelief. In the summoned river, although it had fallen to the outer realm, there was a young man without any mark between his eyebrows walking with a lazy expression. Ah, where is the place Uncle Master Ma mentioned? Why is it so hard to find? It should be here, but I still can't find the entrance. The young man muttered. Then his expression suddenly changed. This kind of change had never appeared on his face before since he came to the inner realm. This is celestial spiritual energy. This celestial spiritual energy is so pure that not even Uncle Master Ma can compare. This is a royal celestial. Who is it? Who descended? Damn it. How could a royal celestial come here? How did they find it? The mysterious old ghost John and the noble ancient celestial realm were also shocked by this celestial spiritual energy. In the all-heaven star system, the almost destroyed thunder celestial realm was now in ruins. There was no trace of any living being there. There would be flashes of broken spatial cracks that would flicker and disappear. They were like broken pieces that were being swept by the wind. Master Flamespark had taken away most of the continents in the thunder celestial realm. What remained were just some irregular rocks that slowly floated through this broken world. In the depths of the ruined thunder celestial realm, there was a circle of light. This circle was almost 10,000 feet wide and looked like a ball of light. Inside, one could see a grass hut, and it was surrounded with some flowers and plants. Inside the hut sat an old man in black. He wasn't cultivating but holding a green leaf as if he was observing the veins on it. This old man was an extremely powerful cultivator that had appeared in the first battle, Old Ghost John. No one knew where Old Ghost John was hiding, or could have expected him to be hiding in the collapsed Thunder Celestial Realm. Old Ghost John was holding the green leaf in his hand and observing it carefully when he suddenly looked into the distance. His eyes shined, but if you looked closely, you would see a faint hint of gold. However, this gold color was too weak, almost insignificant. Celestial! Old Ghost John's pupils shrank and the green leaf in his hand collapsed. Old Ghost John was moved and slowly got up. His eyes lit up as if he was going to pierce the void and see what had caused this feeling. His gaze could see through the world, the inner and outer realm, but at this moment, he couldn't find the person that gave him this feeling. Could it be Royal Celestial? Old Ghost John was shocked and took a deep breath. He only calmed down after a long time. He knew that if a real Celestial's bloodline was very pure and noble, it would make it so he could feel the celestial spiritual energy but not find where it was coming from. This was very mysterious spell. A bloodline spell. The more pure the Celestial's bloodline, the more difficult it was for others to find that Celestial. Even the general location seemed to be covered by fog. Due to this, the young man from the summoned river misunderstood and thought that a Celestial had descended. He couldn't see what was happening at the Alliance headquarters. He only felt the shocking celestial spiritual energy coming from the inner realm. The Celestial that descended has a very pure bloodline and should have noble status. However, his cultivation level is not high, only a rank 7 Celestial. I once obtained a great fortune and won a celestial inheritance. My current cultivation level is early stage void turbulent, which is equal to an Earth Celestial. If I can obtain his bloodline, Old Ghost John silently pondered. There was another place in the inner realm. This place was a vast land and with a dim sky. It existed inside the inner realm, but at the same time it didn't exist. To be more accurate, it was a world that overlapped with the inner realm but was stationed above the inner realm. It was a painting hiding inside a painting. Only after ripping open the first painting could one see the truth within. There were endless ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil statues spread across this area. This was the place Wang Lin saw when he went through his divine retribution. It was also where the young man in the summoned river was from. This was the rumored ancient celestial realm that had disappeared according to the rumors in the inner realm. There were almost 10,000 statues here, and they were spread out all across this area. There were 4 statues in the enter that were much bigger than the rest. The ancient god had no ancient god stars between his eyebrows. It was as if they had been absorbed by someone. Looking closer, there was a deep hole between the ancient god's eyebrows. There was a figure shrouded in a golden light sitting inside the hole. The 3 main statues were the same. Celestial spiritual energy. What powerful celestial spiritual energy. If Master can obtain it, it could speed up his awakening and restore his memory. The golden figure inside the first statue murmured before raising his right hand to reach out of the ancient god. However, as soon as he lifted his hand, there was a strange force from the ancient god that quickly gathered between the eyebrows and turned into a strange seal. The golden figure's right hand touched the seal and was knocked back. An angry roar came from inside the hole. Inside the second statue, there was another golden figure, and he slowly said, "Damn it! Don't waste any more celestial spiritual energy. This seal has trapped us for all these years, but it won't be long before we can break out. Vermilion Bird, you're good at scheming. What is the chance of that plan succeeding?" A somber voice came from the third statue. "It won't fail, and the result will soon appear." These 4 huge statues sealed the ancient celestial emperor's 4 great generals. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise. If Wang Lin were here and saw this, he would be shocked. His first thought would be that if the real vermilion bird was sealed here, then who was the person that proclaimed himself to be the first generation vermilion bird? Brilliant Void Star System Alliance Headquarters. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the sky and the giant palm print descended upon the mountain and river painting. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he was serious. When Master Long Pan had just awakened, he was only at the Nirvana Void stage, so Wang Lin was able to break his two arms. However, when the mountain and rain painting appeared, Master Long Pan, who had fused with the planet, gave off the powerful aura of a mid-stage spirit void cultivator. With the Joss flames from the mountain and river painting, his aura became even more solidified and real. Wang Lin was not surprised that Master Long Pan was a third-step cultivators with Joss flames. He was Master Zhongxian's teacher and had lived before the celestial realm collapsed. He was in the same generation as the previous lord of the sealed realm. Before the four great celestial realms collapsed, they were used to produce Joss flames. Master Long Pan must have obtained a great fortune during that time. Although it was unknown when he had to fuse with the planet, he must have been extremely powerful. Mid-stage spirit void. Wang Lin silently pondered and his eyes shined. Although it looked like he had easily killed esteemed teacher Tianzhao, in truth, he had used his full power while ignoring the consequences of the rejection force. That was already his limit. The consequences were very serious and the rejection was very difficult to suppress. It raged through his body, making him feel like his body was going to collapse. Although others couldn't see it, Wang Lin was bitterly enduring. At this moment, facing a mid-stage spirit void cultivator, Wang Lin had no confidence. That's why he had risked it all and used the War Spirit print. Using the War Spirit print was the second time Wang Lin had used his full power without caring about the rejection force. All the celestial spiritual energy inside him had erupted and the rejection force was rampaging throughout his body. The veins under his clothes were swelling and were clearly visible. However, Wang Lin didn't care about this. He had come here to save Qing Shui. Wang Lin was going to save Qing Shui no matter what. Wang Lin's expression was fierce and he took a step forward. He then lowered his right hand and a thunderous rumble echoed. After absorbing so much celestial spiritual energy, the War Spirit print had become a real celestial spell. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking. There was a large amount of ripples around the palm as it closed in on the mountain and river painting. From afar, this scene looked extremely shocking. The palm seemed like it was going to rip the mountain and river painting before it apart. At this moment, the ripples around the palm touched the mountain and river painting. The suction force from the mountain and river painting increased and caused the ripples to distort. The moment the ripples distorted, the giant palm touched the mountain and river painting. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world and turned into a powerful impact that scattered in all directions. Wang Lin's body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated a few steps and the rejection force inside his body rapidly erupted. It raged inside his body. His origin soul-like celestial body was frantically attacking his flesh. His flesh also erupted in an attempt to destroy the celestial body. The collision of the two forces caused a tearing sound to come from Wang Lin's body, making it seem as if his body was going to be split in half. As for the War Spirit print, it landed on the mountain and river painting and unexpectedly tore off a corner. It went into the painting and crushed all the mountains and rivers inside. However, the mountain and river painting was extremely mysterious. The moment the mountains and rivers collapsed, they were quickly redrawn onto the painting. At the same time, a giant palm print appeared and seemed to start studying the War Spirit print. A moment later, it took shape and collided with Wang Lin's War Spirit print. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the world trembled. The aura from the old man inside the planet seemed to increase once more, revealing the terrifying power of a peak mid-stage spirit void cultivator. Anyone who attacks the Alliance will be destroyed. An ancient voice rang out and then the torn-apart mountain and river painting quickly recovered. It spread out and descended toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled angrily and stared at the old man inside the white light. He waved his right hand and a bow came out of his body. What's the use of your alliance? The outer realm has invaded and the inner realm has suffered heavily. The cloud sea was almost wiped out. The summoned river has fallen. all heaven is giving it their all, and the brilliant void is struggling. But your disciple became a lackey of the outer realm, and your alliance has been occupied by the outer realm. There is also a seven-colored realm hiding here. I'm the current lord of the sealed realm. I came to destroy the seven-colored realm and save my senior brother Xianxia and kill the outer realm cultivators. What right do you have to stop me? What did you say? The ancient voice paused for a moment. The expression of the old man inside the white light changed after hearing Wang Lin's roar. He raised his head and his ancient gaze looked at Wang Lin. You're the lord of the sealed realm? Wang Lin held the bow with his left hand. The bowstring was originally broken, but after fusing with Wang Lin, it was restored. However, pulling this bowstring was the same as pulling Wang Lin's tendon. However, Wang Lin didn't care about the consequences right now. Although he was as cunning as a devil, his personality hadn't changed. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't back down. He was going to save Xianxia no matter what. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the bowstring. This caused the veins on his face to swell. He let out a roar and pulled the bowstring back. After the bowstring was pulled, Wang Lin felt every tendon in his body being pulled. His face went pale, but his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he didn't care about the rejection force or his tendons being pulled. His only thought was how to kill anyone who blocked him from saving Xianxia. You can ask your disciple if what I said is true or false. Wang Lin's words were cold, and he pulled the string a bit more. The force inside the bow could collapse the world. The old man inside the white light looked at the bow in Wang Lin's hand and confusion appeared in his eyes. This was the first time had awakened since he went to sleep, and he had been awakened by his disciple. He didn't know what had happened before and after. He only saw Wang Lin trying to destroy the planet. Wang Lin's words shook his mind. Although he had been asleep for a long time, he remembered that he was an inner realm cultivator and the help he had received from the Lord of the Sealed Realm. While pondering, the old man looked down at the giant planet below him and waved his right hand. 3 figures were surrounded by white light and pulled out of the planet by him. The 3 figures were 3 frightened old men. One of them was Master Xianxia, but his appearance had changed from middle-aged to that of an old man. The 2 people beside him were the 2 head elders of the Alliance. The senior elders trembled as they looked at the old man in white in awe. They knelt down and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." "Greetings, teacher." Master Xianxia was extremely nervous. He was terrified after hearing all of Wang Lin's words. He was quickly thinking about what to say. "Teacher, this matter is not as that junior says. It's—" He raised his head while trembling and tried to explain. However, Master Long Pan coldly looked at him. This caused Master Xianxia to swallow his words. His body trembled and he didn't dare to speak. "You are Xianxia. When you went to sleep, you were a child under me." Master Long Pan's gaze fell on the old man to the left. "That's right. Junior is Xianxia." The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't expect Master Long Pan to remember him. "Tell me if what this person said is true or false." Master Long Pan's voice was calm, but it was filled with a sense of majesty. Xianxi's eyes were filled with hesitation and fear as he subconsciously looked at Master Xianxia. "Useless trash." Master Long Pan let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. A ray of white light shot out and landed on the old man. The old man screamed and his body exploded into flesh and blood that splattered Master Xianxia and the other old man. Wang Lin coldly watched. His right hand pulled the bowstring back a bit more. After killing Xianxia, Master Long Pan looked at Master Xianxia, revealing a powerful sense of regret. He let out a sigh and grabbed the other elder. The other elder let out a fearful scream as Master Long Pan placed his hand on the elder's head. His powerful divine sense swept the elder's mind. Master Long Pan's expression became more and more ugly. "Traitor! You've got guts!" Master Long Pan squeezed his right hand and the old man let out a scream before being crushed. Master Xianxia's face turned pale and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. He knelt down on the ground in fear and his voice was distorted. "Teacher, have mercy. Teacher, have mercy. There is a reason for this." The outer realm cultivators invaded and the inner realm was no match at all. Even if Disciple resisted, it would have been pointless. Disciple had to guard the alliance. In order for the alliance to continue, I had to resort to making an agreement with the outer realm. The outer realm's sovereign council has promised to protect the alliance. Teacher, you have been asleep, so you don't know that nearly 1,000 years ago, all heaven launched an attack on the alliance. The alliance was torn apart and only the alliance headquarters was preserved. Back then, Disciple tried to call Teacher, but Teacher didn't respond. Disciple doesn't have any feelings toward the inner realm. If they came and attacked my alliance, then why can't my alliance help the outer realm cultivators? Moreover, this seven-colored realm was found by you, Teacher. The outer realm cultivators that appeared were killed by you and you sealed the seven-colored realm. You even established the alliance headquarters here to guard this realm. You have been asleep for all these years, so you don't know the changes that took place over the years. What's the use of dying for the inner realm? The outer realm's sovereign is extremely powerful. I fear not even Teacher is his match. What can we resist with? The loss of the inner realm is already set, and you can't change that, Teacher. With your power we can defect to the outer realm and obtain great fortune there. Why toil for the inner realm? You! Master Long Pan looked at Master Xianxia, and the regret in his eyes became even stronger. He actually hadn't found much in the elder's memory. Everything he had done was to scare Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia didn't know about this and said everything out of fear. No matter how much the inner realm fights, it has nothing to do with the outer realm. As long as they don't enter, this old man won't awaken. The rise and fall of the alliance is up to fate. This old man let you set up the alliance not to control the brilliant void, but to allow our cultivators to grow stronger in this cruel environment. It was all for the war against the outer realm. Master Long Pan let out a sigh. Cultivation Alliance. Cultivation Alliance. The reason the outer realm even made a deal with you is because they saw me inside the planet. You also told them of my existence in exchange for a great fortune. Master Long Pan understood his disciple too well. He looked at the pale Master Xianxia and faintly saw the past before there was a Cultivation Alliance. A beggar boy was climbing a mountain with determination. It took the boy 17 days to appear before him covered in blood. All of this was because the body wanted to cultivate. There was a rumor in his hometown that when one climbed up the mountain, if they were fated, they could see an immortal. Song Heir, you said in your earlier years that your greatest wish was to become rich and return home. Master Long Pan began to recall the past, and his voice gradually became gentle. However, his expression made Master Xianxia overflow with despair. His body trembled and he roared, "Teacher! Disciple originally didn't intend to open the seal on the seven-colored realm. It was Celestial Lord Qing Shui who slaughtered his way here and forced Disciple to break the seal. It was he who opened the seven-colored realm. Disciple had nothing to do with it. He is the culprit." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed on Master Xianxia. Master Flame's Park was filled with monstrous hatred, and even his breathing became rough. Master Long Pan seemed to not hear any of those words. His gaze toward Master Xianxia became even more gentle. Back then, your body was not good and you couldn't cultivate. Teacher pitted your fortitude and helped nourish your body. I obtained the heavenly 5 veins for your body and gave you Tao bones. However, now you no longer have a Tao heart. Master Long Pan recalled the past and let out a sigh. He waved his right hand and a white storm appeared. Master Xianxia's expression changed greatly, and he retreated like crazy. He let out a mournful scream. "Teacher, have mercy. Teacher, don't kill me. Teacher." Disciple knows he was wrong. Disciple admits his mistake. "Teacher." He retreated with desperation. As the storm closed in, he let out a miserable smile and closed his eyes. The storm wrapped around him but didn't hurt him. Instead, it pulled him behind Master Long Pan and outside of the range of Wang Lin's bow. You have committed a monstrous sin and brought forth disaster. You also no longer have the heart of an inner realm cultivator. However, you are my disciple. I have a responsibility toward my disciple's sins. Teacher will take you to repay your sins. Master Longpan looked at the startled Master Xianxia and then bowed toward Wang Lin. Lord of the Sealed Realm, I will take responsibility for all the sins he has committed. He raised his right hand and hit his chest. Master Longpan coughed out a mouthful of essence origin energy, and his expression became dim. The cultivation planet below him instantly turned gray. The vegetation withered, mountains collapsed, rivers evaporated, and the gullies widened. The entire planet was torn apart. As it collapsed, strands of white gas came out and entered Master Longpan's body. At the same time, an ethereal fire began burning inside his body. I will cut off my vitality, and in exchange I will burn my origin soul to allow me to reach the strength of early-stage arcane void. I'm going to kill all the outer realm cultivators in the inner realm, destroy the remaining 7 colored realms, and take back the summoned river in exchange for Master Zhongxian's life. Master Longpan clasped his hands at Wang Lin before he looked at Master Zhongxian with a gentle gaze. Teacher. Master Zhongxian became sober and kowtowed constantly on the ground. His eyes were filled with extreme sadness and a strong sense of remorse. Let's go. Master Longpan let out a sigh. He took Master Zhongxian and walked into the distance. I understand my disciple. He always prepares for both ends. The reason Celestial Lord Qingshui is fine is because he did this for his own survival. As his voice echoed, a white storm and shot toward the bloody spatial rift. Cracking sounds echoed and the red light collapsed, revealing 7-colored light. Qingshui was there. Master Flames Park, the matter of the past is not what you thought. Master Zhongxian was filled with remorse and sadness toward his teacher. As he left, he looked back at Master Flames Park with a complicated expression. There was no wind among the stars, and even if there was, it would be created by a spell. The storm Master Longpan had created destroyed the red light and released all the seals. So the 7-colored realm appeared clearly before Wang Lin. As the 7-colored light shined from the rift, a roar of madness came out from within. It was a beast-like roar that was filled with bloodthirst and killing intent. Listening to this roar, Wang Lin calmed down. He silently looked at the 7-colored rift, and after a long time, he looked back at Master Flames Park. Master Flamespark's gaze was still locked onto where Master Zhongxian had gone. The hatred in his eyes was powerful. Wang Lin didn't know the vendetta between Master Flamespark and Master Zhongxian. However, seeing how Master Flamespark did everything he could to launch an attack on the Alliance after escaping to All Heaven, it was obvious this vendetta was as deep as the ocean. I can't help you with this matter. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He knew the power of hatred. It was enough to make one crazy. Master Flames Park silently pondered, and after a long time he withdrew his gaze. He then clasped his hands and whispered, the matter between Junior and Master Zhongxian is private, so the Lord of the Sealed Realm doesn't need to be concerned. The overall situation is more important. Junior understands this. If by the end of this war Junior dies, then this matter will be over, and it is the same if he dies. However, if in the end both of us are still alive, then it will be time for Junior to get revenge. Master Flames Park hid the hatred in his eyes. He had endured for countless years and wouldn't mind waiting a bit more. He could never forget what happened back then. He was originally best friends with Master Zhongxian. It was also because of Master Zhongxian that he and his Dao partner had joined the alliance. The three of them would often debate Dao, and he was so enlightened by Master Zhongxian's insight that he was willing to obey him. Master Zhongxian was also extremely polite, and the two were good friends. At first their relationship was like water, but as time passed, it became like fine wine. However, all of this changed because of one matter. Master Flamespark would often awaken from his cultivation with the memory engraved in his mind replaying. Every time, he would clench his fist and let out a roar of anger and humiliation. He doesn't want to recall it, but the memory was deeply engraved in his mind, becoming a thorn in his heart. This thorn was buried deep inside him and had begun to rot. It had corroded his flesh and blood and become an eternal pain. Wang Lin let out a sigh and shook his head. If you can absorb the power of the Joss Flame Black Dragon, It will be a great fortune for you. Now I'm going to enter this seven-colored realm. It is filled with danger, so don't follow." Master Flamespark nodded and said his goodbyes to Wang Lin before leaving. He looked a bit crestfallen, old, and helpless. There was a hint of faint loneliness around him. It wasn't until Master Flamespark left that Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. The hatred between Master Flamespark and Master Xianxia obviously involved their own private matters. Wang Lin didn't want to guess, and he wasn't going to try. Although that story was buried in time, it had to still hurt, just like water that had flowed out of your palm. Although it was gone, the coldness was still there, covering up the warmth and spreading across your body. While pondering, Wang Lin walked toward the seven-colored realm. His pace wasn't fast, but each step was filled with determination. He didn't turn back nor hesitate, and with 3 steps, he entered the second seven-colored realm in his life. Seven-colored light filled this world and reflected off the ground. At a glance, it was extremely gorgeous and easy to lose oneself inside. 7 colors, like the rainbow. Wang Lin floated in the sky of the seven-colored realm and observed. This was not quite the same as the seven-colored realm he had entered before. Although there were mountains everywhere, they seemed to form a large formation. This formation was made of nearly 100,000 mountains. To give off a powerful aura. Every mountain was part of the formation. The deeper the mountain, the more majestic it was. The mountain in the deepest part pierced into the sky and was shrouded by 7-colored clouds. Only half of the mountain was revealed outside the 7-colored clouds. What was even more shocking was that there was a cultivator sitting on the peak of every single one of the 100,000 mountains. They weren't cultivating but howling in pain. The howling voices fused together to form a mournful cry that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. This howl couldn't be heard outside the seven-colored realm, but it would enter directly into your mind if you were inside. It was the struggling cries of 100,000 ghosts. It was so powerful it could shake the world itself. Every cultivator had countless sharp thorns penetrating their body. They didn't look like they were cultivating at all. More like they had been forced into this position with the thorns imprisoning them. Every cultivator had their head raised and their hollow eyes looked at the sky as they let out unconscious cries. Fresh blood seemed to flow endlessly from the cultivators down the mountain, as if it would never dry up. There wasn't much blood, however. There was only 1 person per mountain, and that amount of blood was insignificant to the large mountain. However, nothing could compare to the passage of time, through which blood had continuously flowed down over the years. It would go on for as long as the cultivators imprisoned there didn't die and their bodies continued to create more blood. Red smoke came from each mountain and shot toward the highest mountain within the 7-colored clouds. 100,000 mountains, 100,000 cultivators. Half of these 100,000 cultivators had marks between their eyebrows. They were clearly outer realm cultivators. The other half seemed to come from the Alliance. It was unknown how long they had struggled here. The smell of blood filled the 7-colored realm and seemed to fuse with the 7 colors. It caused the beautiful 7 colors to become demonic. Ghost-like shadows floated between the 100,000 mountains. They muttered Tao scriptures from their mouths. There were corpses walking within the 100,000 mountains in confusion, unable to ever get out. Their clothes were in tatters and their eyes were gray. Wang Lin silently looked at everything before him. After a long time, he slowly walked forward and entered the 100,000 mountains. As he closed in, a restriction inside the 100,000 mountains seemed to trigger. Then the endless howling seemed to suddenly stop. The gaze of every cultivator on the mountains that were originally looking at the sky suddenly turned to Wang Lin. They no longer howled, and their confused gazes were now filled with resentment as they stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as the bizarre gazes of 100,000 cultivators locked onto him. His steps stopped for a moment. At the same time, the large amount of enlightened ones floating between the 100,000 mountains suddenly stopped murmuring. Their hollow eyes stared at Wang Lin. It was as if Wang Lin's appearance had broken the balance here, or a living person had suddenly appeared among the dead. His abrupt entrance was felt by all the dead cultivators here. Blood. Blood. In this extreme silence, A gasping sob slowly spread. It came from one of the closest mountains to Wang Lin and from the mouth of an outer realm cultivator. When this voice appeared, even more sobs appeared. All the cultivators said the same thing. Blood, blood. The 100,000 cultivators' eyes were all bloodshot. They were no longer sane as they stared at Wang Lin and let out mournful screams. Just at this moment, one of the cultivators at a mountain peak coughed out a mouthful of blood. This blood mist spread out, and there seemed to be countless shadows inside his blood mist. Shortly after, even more cultivators coughed out blood. The blood mist quickly filled the sky above these 100,000 mountains and gathered. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. There was no longer any hesitation. He stepped forward and moved fast enough to break the void. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin charged ahead. He was extremely fast. Before the blood mist had completely fused, he had already rushed out quite a distance. He charged toward the depths of the mountain range, toward the highest peak. In a flash, Wang Lin closed in on the highest mountain. When he closed in, he saw a scene that caused him to gasp. At this position, he could clearly see that the 100,000 mountains were not connected to the earth but were being held up by a petrified black tortoise. These 100,000 mountains were on the back of this black tortoise. It could be said that these 100,000 mountains weren't mountains at all but torrents of this incredibly large black tortoise. The black tortoise was large enough to fill the entire seven-colored realm. At the head of the black tortoise sat a middle-aged man, but his body gave off an ancient aura. As he sat there, he emitted no trace of life. His body seemed to be connected to the black tortoise, and there was a 3-inch thorn sticking out of his head. If you looked closely, you would see that the thorn penetrated through his whole body and only 3 inches of it were sticking. Because this person was facing Wang Lin could see his expression. It was filled with joy and shock. It was as if he was very happy to be absorbing the power of this black tortoise. But when he was most excited, something terrifying happened, causing his death. This resulted in his happy and shocked expression. Wang Lin had not seen this person before, but he felt like this should be the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor that betrayed the Four Divine Sect and joined the Alliance. The Four Divine Sect and the Old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor were very puzzled as to why the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor would betray their clan and willingly become the dog of the Alliance. When Wang Lin saw the Black Tortoise and the middle-aged man, he had his guesses. This giant black tortoise-stone beast was similar to the giant dragon he saw inside the ancient tomb. The aura they gave off was extremely shocking. Although this aura was dead, the power of it when it was still alive shocked Wang Lin. He withdrew his gaze and stepped forward. In an instant, he shot toward the top of the highest peak. The blood mist spat out by the 100,000 cultivators rushed toward Wang Lin from behind. However, Wang Lin ignored all of this and arrived at the peak of the highest mountain in an instant. Just as he closed in, a frenzied roar came from the top. This roar caused everything nearby to tremble and Wang Lin's clothes to flutter. Even the 7-colored clouds were loosened by this roar and were pushed back quite a bit. This caused the top of the mountain to be exposed to Wang Lin's gaze. With one gaze, madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He saw Qing Shui. At the top of the mountain, a thin man with a ferocious expression was nailed to the mountain by 9 thorns. These 9 thorns gave off 7-colored light, but they weren't the 7-colored nails. This man with the ferocious expression was Qing Shui, although his appearance had changed greatly. He had lost the grace he had before and his hair was a mess while his eyes were red from madness and killing intent. But Wang Lin still recognized him as senior brother Qing Shui. Roars seemed to come non-stop from Qing Shui's mouth. He seemed to be trying to collapse the 9 thorns on his body. But he couldn't, so he could only roar loudly. Kill, 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 kill. Kill all of you. Kill everyone. Kill. A distorted and hoarse sound came from Qing Shui's mouth. There was another object before him. It was a 7-colored index finger 100 feet long that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It was 3 inches away from Qing Shui's forehead, pointing at him. It seemed to have existed for a very long time. Red threads seemed to be coming out from between Qing Shui's eyebrows and being absorbed by the finger. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. He faintly felt that these 100,000 mountains were not simple. This formation played a special role, and Xianxia was the sky to this formation. Petrified black tortoise, 100,000 mountain formation. 100,000 living dead cultivators with their blood being condensed into resentment and transformed into killing intent. What the hell is this formation? Wang Lin silently pondered as he closed in. In a flash, he entered the gap between the 7-colored clouds and was less than 1,000 feet from Xianxia. However, just as he closed in, Xianxia suddenly raised his head. His hair was covering most of his face and only his red eyes could be seen. He stared at Wang Lin and roared like crazy. Kill, kill, kill. I'm going to kill everything. Kill all of you. Kill until there is nothing left. Kill all life. These roars contained a shocking killing intent. Wang Lin was within 1,000 feet, so he took the brunt of the force. This killing intent was powerful enough to break one's Tao heart. It was like the G realm, which could penetrate your mind and kill you from fear. Wang Lin's eyes revealed sadness. He vaguely guessed a few things, but there were still things he didn't understand. At this moment he moved forward despite the killing intent from Xianxia. 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 600 feet, until 300 feet. When Wang Lin was within 300 feet of Xianxia stared at Wang Lin, and his body struggled. Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank and a bolt of red lightning shot out. This red lightning was his G realm. As he roared, the red lightning shot toward Wang Lin. They were too close, so the lighting closed in instantly. An extremely powerful killing intent erupted from the lightning along with the power of essence. This was the slaughter essence. Thunderous rumbles echoed. When the lightning closed in, Wang Lin formed a seal and waved with his hand. The red lightning touched his hand and collapsed. Wang Lin felt his hand go numb, and the power of the G realm entered his body. He could feel it try to destroy his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Just as he was about to close in, Xianxia opened his mouth and let out the most powerful roar since Wang Lin entered this place. As this roar rumbled, the slaughter essence inside reached a terrifying degree. Just as he roared, a blood shadow appeared before Xianxia. This was a giant head, and it rushed at Wang Lin as it opened its mouth. Even Wang Lin's expression changed when facing this slaughter aura. This aura was extremely powerful, enough to shake his body and cause him to feel a sense of crisis. The golden fire from his left eye and the golden thunder from his right eye flew out at the same time and collided with the blood shadow. There was a thunderous bang and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, forcing them to retreat. However, he still looked at Xianxia, and the sadness in his eyes became even stronger. Senior brother Xianxia. I'm Wang Lin. I'm your junior brother Wang Lin. Wang Lin bit his lower lip and roared at the crazed Xianxia. The blood shadow dissipated under the golden fire and thunder. The impact blew back Xianxia's hair, revealing his eyes and his face. This allowed Wang Lin to see swollen veins on Xianxia's face, and there seemed to be something moving inside. As Wang Lin's words echoed, Xianxia's eyes narrowed and revealed a painful expression. This pain contained sadness and a sense of despair after finding out some secret. My soul is chained to the black tortoise's body. Wang Lin, kill me, kill, kill, kill. I am going to kill all living being. The moment he became sober, the petrified black tortoise trembled and a gray gas appeared. It instantly went toward the top of the highest peak and rushed into Xianxia's body. After the gray gas entered his body, the brief moment of sadness in Xianxia was replaced by killing intent. Even his previously struggling speech became roar of madness. His head was shaking, his expression was filled with pain, and his eyes became even redder. When the impact blew back Xianxia's hair, Wang Lin clearly saw that there was another thorn that was 3 inches away from the area between Xianxia's eyebrows. The 10th thorn. This thorn was hidden inside the hair and was very difficult to find. 10 thorns. It's not 9 but 10. I understand. Wang Lin quickly retreated. He then lowered his head and looked at the 100,000 mountains below him, his eyes shining. The 100,000 mountains turned into 10 thorns to seal Qing Shui's body. The cultivators on the 100,000 mountains are using their blood to nourish the black tortoise and their killing intent to stimulate Qing Shui. This black tortoise isn't dead but its true body. They are using the black tortoise's body to trap Qing Shui's soul. The purpose of all this is to create the slaughter essence, or maybe it's correct to say senior brother Qing Shui is a furnace for creating the slaughter essence. I understand the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor betrayed the Four Divine Sect because the Cultivation Alliance managed to find this Black Tortoise body somewhere. This Black Tortoise was likely one of the 4 great generals under the ancient Celestial Emperor. It contains the aura of the Black Tortoise clan, and as a descendant, the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor had to betray the 4 Divine Sect. Only this kind of temptation would be enough for him to become a traitor. Senior brother Qing Shui came here to find the reason for his madness. He must have found something that caused him to become crazy again. That 7-colored finger is the root of all of this. The red gas it absorbs is slaughter essence. Wang Lin retreated and his mind trembled. He faintly grasped the truth. As he retreated, the blood mist from the 100,000 cultivators condensed before Qing Shui. Bloody images began to appear within the red mist. Inside the image, a small, mortal country was overthrown and a teenage prince fled with sorrow. However, there was a 7-colored light in the sky, with a vague 7-colored shadow. The image flashed, then the teenager entered a sect and was humiliated. He stood on a peak as his weak body let out a cry. He hated the heavens, the earth, and all life. The G realm was born. The 7-colored light was still in the sky and the 7-colored figure seemed to be looking at the young man below. Wang Lin's mind was shaken. When he looked at what was happening inside the blood mist, he was no less horrified than when he found out about the scattered Thunder Clan's 7 million worlds. He had a terrifying speculation. Raising Tao. The image changed once more. The teenager grew up and returned to his destroyed country. The red moon hung in the sky for 7 days and blood flowed. The 7-colored light was still there. In another image, a river of blood flowed as many cultivators that came from afar were slaughtered. Then the sad young man left. Wang Lin's mind trembled as he looked at the images. He saw Qing Shui's past. He saw Qing Shui enter the celestial realm. And he saw Qing Shui's face filled with happiness instead of killing intent. Beside him was a woman. The woman wasn't an absolute beauty, but she exuded a sense of gentleness. She looked at Qing Shui and revealed a sweet smile. Before the two of them was an old man. This old man was Bai Fan. He had a kind gaze as he looked at the two, seeming to be saying something. However, in this image, the 7-colored light was still faintly present in the sky. The indifferent gaze from the 7-colored light stared at Qing Shui. This gaze appeared many times, and the more Wang Lin saw it, the more strange he felt. It was as if someone was looking into the mirror at another self. Blood mist surged and the image changed. The new image was a shocking change that caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow and fill with sadness. In the image, Qing Shui was sitting on top of a mountain. The 7-colored figure in the sky suddenly raised his right hand and pointed down. With this point, Qing Shui suddenly trembled and the look in his eyes was replaced with bloodlust and killing intent. He let out a shocking roar that echoed across the entire celestial realm. A distance away, Bai Fan also stared at the sky with a look of disbelief. He vaguely felt something. Qing Shui went mad. The slaughter that had been buried in his body for a long time suddenly erupted and descended upon the Thunder Celestial Realm. Wang Lin saw a lot of Celestials die to Qing Shui. He was like a bloodthirsty demon that went more and more crazy as he killed. Then that woman appeared before Qing Shui. Her eyes were filled with sadness but were still gentle. She died to Qing Shui, but she hid her pain and looked at Qing Shui gently. She then lifted her jade-like hand in an attempt to touch her lover's face but was powerless and her hand fell. She seemed to have said something. It was what she said and her flowing hot blood that caused Qing Shui to become sober. He let out a heaven-shaking roar of sadness that could only be produced once you had reached the limit of your despair. As this roar of sorrow echoed, the image collapsed. The blood mist surged and everything repeated from the first image. This continued. It seemed there was a force that was going to use this cruel method to force Qing Shui to recall this memory so that he could always be trapped in his slaughter, madness, and sorrow, trapping him inside his cycle forever. This method was stimulating Qing Shui so the slaughter essence inside him would grow stronger and stronger. Wang Lin felt empathy. He vaguely knew Qing Shui's story before, but now that he was seeing it himself, he felt even more sorrow. He felt sorrow for Qing Shui's life and mourned for what Qing Shui had to face. Senior brother Qing Shui, I, Wang Lin, will give it my all to save you. Wang Lin turned around and no longer looked at the images inside the blood mist. He charged toward the black tortoise that was trapping Qing Shui. This black tortoise was extremely large as this seven-colored realm. Although it had already turned to stone, the aura it released was extremely powerful. Wang Lin could clearly feel that aura coming from it. He even had an illusion that this black tortoise wasn't dead but sleeping. In order to save Qing Shui, I must free his soul. With Wang Lin's understanding of restrictions, he had already seen that this black tortoise was the key to breaking this formation. If the suppression from the black tortoise on Qing Shui's soul wasn't broken, it would be impossible to remove the 10 thorns from Qing Shui's body. Wang Lin was sure of this. Wang Lin charged downward and his right hand formed a fist. Ancient god power gathered in his fist, forming a phantom punch that shot toward the black tortoise. The moment the punch appeared, a powerful gust of wind appeared and landed on the black tortoise. The black tortoise trembled, but there was no damage. A powerful rebound force landed on Wang Lin, forcing him back several hundred feet. Break for me! Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and he roared once more. He raised his right hand and threw 10 more punches. Each punch contained the full power of his 7-star ancient god body. These punches turned into a storm and smashed down on the black tortoise. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the stone black tortoise trembled, but its back was unimaginably hard. There was no sign of breaking after the 10 punches, but at the same time, a powerful rebound force shot toward Wang Lin. Cracking sounds came from Wang Lin's right arm and he was knocked back over 1,000 feet. Blood started flowing from the corner of his mouth, but his expression became even more fierce. Just at this moment, as the thunderous rumbles echoed across the 7-colored realm, a muffled hiss came from the black tortoise's body. It couldn't be heard by one's ears. It could only be felt by the mind. When the hiss appeared, the 100,000 cultivators on the 100,000 mountains began to roar. Their bodies seemed to regain freedom and all the thorns embedded their bodies were pulled out. Blood sprayed everywhere and the wounds on their bodies instantly healed. From the outside, aside from their torn clothes, there were no signs of injuries. The 100,000 cultivators were filled with madness as they roared at the sky. They then charged toward Wang Lin from all directions. The spells they shot out shrouded the entire 7-colored realm. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes and the golden fire shot out from his left eye. Although the fire was now golden, it was still ethereal fire. It shot toward the incoming cultivators. However, there was no ethereal fire born from these 100,000 cultivators. This meant only one thing. These 100,000 cultivators were not living and had long died. Although they looked alive, they were actually being controlled by a mysterious force. Although no ethereal fire appeared, Wang Lin's celestial fire was much more powerful than it was during the first battle against the outer realm in the Cloud Sea. The fire spread and golden thunder rushed out in all directions. However, just at this moment, the 100,000 cultivators exploded by themselves before the golden fire and thunder. The flesh and blood condensed together to form a giant blade. This blade was made of flesh and blood. It was formed by the flesh and blood of 100,000 cultivators. When it was lifted into the sky, it casted a giant shadow. From afar, there were countless twisted faces and dismembered arms and legs on the body of the blade. The blade rapidly chopped down on Wang Lin as the 100,000 cultivators howled miserably. A sense of crisis filled Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, he could still retreat and leave the 7-colored realm, not caring about what would happen to Qing Shui. But how could he do that? He couldn't do it. A sense of crazed pride arose in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand hit his forehead and the 7 golden ancient god stars began to rotate rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10,000-foot ancient god. Wang Lin's body trembled. He clearly felt countless mournful roars filled with resentment and killing intent enter his body from the blade. A powerful force also came from the blade and shook his body. This was the physical force of 100,000 cultivators that had been increased several-fold by some mysterious spell. It was enough to hurt a 7-star ancient god. However, Wang Lin's body didn't retreat a step as he kept this force inside his body. He let out a roar and waved his right hand to push back the blade of flesh and blood once more. Still not enough strength once more. Wang Lin's voice echoed. The blade of flesh and blood that was bounced back descended once more. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo and the blade of flesh and blood unexpectedly chopped down 100 times in a row. These 100 chops turned into one blade that wanted to chop Wang Lin in half. At this moment, Wang Lin released all the rejection force and allowed his body to erupt with 10 times his current power. This brief fusion of ancient god and celestial gave Wang Lin the power to kill a mid-stage spirit void cultivation. This was how he had killed esteemed teacher Tian Zhao. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's body trembled and he swallowed the blood that was surging up his throat. He smashed toward the black tortoise, borrowing the power of the impact from the blade of flesh and blood. Wang Lin was so fast that he descended upon the black tortoise in a flash. At this moment, Wang Lin turned around and both of his hands formed fists that smashed into the stone black tortoise. Break for me! The entire 7-colored realm trembled. The world seemed like it was going to collapse. When Wang Lin's fist smashed into the stone black tortoise's back, cracking sounds echoed. 5 subtle cracks appeared on the stone black tortoise's back when Wang Lin's punches landed. As cracking sounds echoed, the cracks spread and countless branches appeared. However, just at this moment, a gray gas filled with death aura came out of the cracks and rushed toward Wang Lin. The gray gas was rejected with a powerful force and gushed out like a storm toward Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin had been on guard this whole time, so the moment it shot out, he retreated. At this instant, a strand of gray gas split off and flew toward the black tortoise Divine Emperor on its head. The gray gas flew extremely fast and entered the black tortoise Divine Emperor's body, causing him to tremble as if he was going to revive. A powerful aura suddenly broke out from the black tortoise Divine Emperor, and a faint roar came from his body. If it was another cultivator, they would be caught off guard by this and would find it difficult to handle the situation. However, Wang Lin had spent his life amidst slaughter and had the mind of a demon. From the moment he first spotted the black tortoise Divine Emperor, he had already been prepared. Seeing that the black tortoise Divine Emperor was about to revive, he didn't hesitate to wave his right hand and retreat. As he did this, a monstrous blood light flashed. The blood sword appeared and flew toward the black tortoise Divine Emperor with the speed to break the void. In a flash, it flew by his neck. There was no blood when his head was cut off by the blood sword. It also cut through the thorn that penetrated the head. The gray gas that had entered the black tortoise Divine Emperor's body rushed out from the neck after the head was cut off. The faint roar became a mournful roar, and as the gray gas leaked out, it became weak. The black tortoise Divine Emperor's body withered and a large amount of gray gas leaked out and finally collapsed. Wang Lin decisively removed a threat. As Wang Lin retreated, the blade of flesh and blood descended once more. The howling from the blade seemed to want to devour him. As it fell, Wang Lin turned around, revealing madness in his eyes along with a hint of wisdom. His right hand formed a fist and punched toward the giant blade. There was a thunderous bang and Wang Lin retreated several dozen feet. The giant blade trembled and screams came from inside it as thousands of souls collapsed. The size of the blade changed slightly. Wang Lin charged out right after being pushed back. He waved his right fist to collided with the blade of flesh and blood. A thunderous rumble echoed as the bombardment continued and the blade rapidly shrank. In the end, Wang Lin let out a roar and destroyed the blade with one punch. The blade shattered into pieces and all the flesh and blood turned to ashes. All of this happened in an instant. Although it looked simple, every punch contained Wang Lin's full force. At this moment, the rejection force inside Wang Lin was monstrous. He felt intense pain and blood flow out from every pore in his body. However, he ignored all of this. After destroying the blade of flesh and blood, Wang Lin turned around with determination. He flew high into the air before rapidly descending. Borrowing distance to gain speed, Wang Lin smashed down toward the back of the stone black tortoise like a meteor. Break! 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 Wang Lin's roar echoed and his descent was extremely fast, causing a howl. In an instant, both his fists landed on the black tortoise's back. The giant, stone tortoise's body trembled and its back seemed to be torn. Large amounts of fractures appeared and some parts directly collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes were red and the only thought in his mind was breaking the black tortoise, so it could no longer suppress Qing Shui's soul. After one punch was not successful, he threw another punch. One punch after another. Wang Lin smashed down like crazy with his hands. Every hit caused the black tortoise to tremble even more violently and the cracks to become even larger. As Wang Lin's fists fell, they emitted a golden light. Fire and thunder fused into his fists, increasing their destructive power. In a flash, Wang Lin threw more than 100 punches. Blood mist sprayed out from his body as the rejection force inside his body erupted in full force. The intense pain was turned into a sense of madness by Wang Lin, a determination to save Qing Shui. In this world, only a few people could make Wang Lin go this far, and Qing Shui was one of them. As hundreds of punches fell, more than half of the black tortoise's back collapsed but hadn't broken completely. The veins on Wang Lin's face swelled and he flew 10,000 feet into the sky. He then pointed at the sky. War Spirit Print. The sky darkened and a giant golden palm appeared. The ripples from the palm covered the sky. As Wang Lin's right hand pressed down, the palm print went through him and descended on the black tortoise's back. Wang Lin descended with the palm. His whole body gave off a golden glow as if he was a celestial. He let out a roar as he smashed straight down. A thunderous rumble echoed when the war spirit print landed on the black tortoise's back. The black tortoise trembled and a palm-shaped imprint appeared on its shell. All the edges were shattered. Wang Lin's right hand pressed down on the black tortoise's back following the war spirit print. A powerful force erupted and all the scales on the black tortoise shattered in all directions. The black tortoise collapsed. A soul filled with sorrow flew out from the black tortoise toward Qing Shui. The moment it collapsed, the 100,000 thorns on its back, including the one Qing Shui was on, all collapsed. The one Qing Shui was on floated in place, but the remaining ones all shot toward Wang Lin. The nearly 100,000 thorns no longer looked like mountains but real thorns. They were too fast and didn't give Wang Lin any time to dodge. In a flash, they stabbed into Wang Lin's body. Intense pain washed over Wang Lin. In an instant, Wang Lin's chest was penetrated by a thorn, and soon more followed. Wang Lin was soon wrapped by the 100,000 thorns and could no longer be seen. All that could be seen was a giant ball of thorns. The rumbles slowly dissipated and the seven-colored realm gradually calmed down. The 100,000 mountains had disappeared and only the mountain Qing Shui was on remained. It was shrouded by seven-colored clouds and no sound came from it. Outside the mountain, there was a giant ball of stone covered in thorns. On the ground lied the black tortoise with its back broken, but its head still looked into the distance. There were faint, gray gas escaping from the broken back. However, deep within its back, there was a broken gray crystal that gave off a faint flicker. It seemed as if the entire seven-colored realm had calmed down. But 15 minutes later, a series of popping sounds came from the ball of thorns. It was as if someone was trying to break out of this ball of thorn with their fists. The popping sounds became even more intense and broke the silence of the seven-colored realm. A moment later, a part of the ball of thorns collapsed and a golden fist poked out. This fist was trembling and covered in blood. There were countless broken thorns penetrated deep into the hand. A roar came out from within the ball and spread across the area. As the roar echoed, another fist broke out through the gap, and this fist was also bloody. Both hands gripped the sides and mercilessly tore at the ball of thorns. A cracking sound echoed, and then a crack appeared across the ball of thorn. A figure with even its hair dyed red with blood was revealed. Countless thorns were sticking out of every part of this figure. Even his eyes had countless thorns pierced through. The rough breathing from the figure resulted in a large amount of white gas being sprayed out. He seemed to be resting to regain his strength. After 10 breaths, his right hand slowly grabbed a thorn in his eye and pulled it out. Tears of blood flowed down. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and let out a roar. His hand grabbed the ball of thorns and tore once more. This time, he ripped the ball of thorn completely in half. There were countless thorns connected to the figure inside, and when the ball was pulled in half, some thorns were pulled out. Blood sprayed everywhere. However, even more thorns broke off and remained inside Wang Lin's body. "Senior brother Xianxia, I'll save you." A faint voice came out of Wang Lin's mouth after the roar dissipated. He stepped out of the ball of thorns, but the pain in his body was almost unbearable. There were tens of thousands of thorns penetrating his body. Every step caused blood to flow down from the thorns. Wang Lin's body slowly shrank from its 10,000 feet size. During this process, a lot of thorns collapsed, but a part of each thorn remained inside his body as if they were part of his flesh and unable to be removed. "Senior brother, I'm coming." Wang Lin walked into the 7-colored clouds with his vision was blurry. However, he still saw the trembling Xianxia, whose hair covered his face. As blood continued to flow out, Wang Lin slowly arrived before Xianxia. He stopped 7 inches from Xianxia and his right hand reached out at the first thorn in Xianxia's chest. After taking a deep breath, he pulled at the thorn. Xianxia's body trembled violently. The thorn in his chest was pulled out several inches by Wang Lin. A suction force came from the wound, holding onto the thorn, and Wang Lin felt that suction force. As Wang Lin pulled the thorn, a strange aura went from the thorn into Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin's heartbeat increased and the sound of his heart beating surged out like crazy. The rate of his heartbeat became even faster and soon became an intense pain that washed over his body. Just at this moment, a ghostly voice came from behind Wang Lin. The first thorn was sealing his heart. Wang Lin stopped for a moment. He hadn't noticed anyone was here before. So when he heard this voice, his pupils shrank and he slowly turned around. The mountain Xianxia was on was floating in the air and had separated from the 7-colored finger. When Xianxia's soul returned to him, the 7-colored finger before him had disappeared from this 7-colored realm. However, when Wang Lin looked back, the 7-colored finger that dissipated had reappeared. The light from the 7-colored finger was very weak. To Wang Lin it looked like the 7-colored finger collapsed, but instead of dissipating it reformed into a vague 7-colored figure. Although this figure was blurry, its gaze was clear as it looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered as his ancient god stars rotated rapidly. The ancient devil stars in his right eye also rotated rapidly. His left hand formed a seal and his right hand loosened from the thorn. The blurry 7-colored figure quietly said, "Don't be nervous. You can continue to save him. I won't stop you." Wang Lin didn't relax at all. He immediately recognized that this 7-colored figure was the same one he saw in the image inside the blood mist. Wang Lin understood a lot about the 7 colors. He had the 7-colored statue, saw the 7-colored Taoist refine a Tao spirit, and he also saw the same 7-colored Taoist in the illusion inside the ancient tomb. Looking at the blurry 7-colored figure, Wang Lin couldn't determine if this was the person that had made his scalp go numb. However, the aura this figure exuded was very calm. Ancient inheritance, immortal celestial body, 5 essences, you have a lot of secrets within you. The quiet voice still came from the 7-colored figure. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" Wang Lin's mind trembled, but his expression didn't change. If this person was really who he thought he was, then it would be no surprise that he knew his secrets. Any one of your secrets can be considered a great fortune by anyone else. However, to me, they are useless for the time being. The blurry 7-colored figure shook his head. He pointed at Xianxia as he looked at Wang Lin and said, You can continue. This is the opportunity one gave you. If you can save him, you can take him away. If you can't, then leave. This is your only chance. Wang Lin's right hand stopped forming the seal, and he didn't turn around before grabbing the thorn in Qing Shui's chest. The moment he grabbed it, the aura of Qing Shui's heart surrounded him once more. As this aura spread around Wang Lin, he felt intense pain in his heart, but he suppressed it. He slowly pulled the thorn out. The more he pulled, the more pain Wang Lin felt in his heart, as if there was a hand trying to crush his heart. Fortunately, he had the body of an ancient god, which had astonishing recovery power. As the intense pain washed over him, he was quickly recovering. The blurry seven-colored figure looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "The body of the ancient inheritance is really good. Back then, Emo scattered 3,000 drops of blood to retain his inheritance, and it wasn't wasted." When the pain in Wang Lin's heart reached its limit, his eyes lit up and his right hand mercilessly pulled the first thorn out. Qing Shui clenched his teeth and his body trembled but made no sounds. However, his face that was hidden under his scattered hair was twisted with pain. Blood covered Qing Shui's body, and just as the blood was about to erupt, Wang Lin quickly placed a seal on the wound. The seal flashed and the blood slowly disappeared. Wang Lin silently pondered as the rejection force inside his body rumbled. The interaction between the celestial and ancient god powers caused endless rumbles to come from his body. The thorns outside Wang Lin's body collapsed due to this rejection force. Only those thorns that were buried deep within his body remained, as if they had taken root. The moment the stone-black tortoise's back shattered and the 100,000 thorns shot toward Wang Lin, he used both the light and shadow shield and the ancient god's blessing. All of this was hidden by the thorns and couldn't be seen by those outside. However, even so, he still couldn't stop the attack of the thorns, only delay them slightly. As Wang Lin stood there to regain his breath, the pain in his heart slowly dissipated. He looked at the blurry seven-colored figure before his hand grabbed the thorn stuck through Qing Shui's throat. This second thorn is sealing his muscles. Wang Lin's pupils shrank slightly and he said, "I wonder what your excellency meant by Yemo's 3,000 drops of blood." The seven-colored figure seemed to laugh as he shook his head and said, "If you can pull out 3 thorns, I can tell you a secret about the ancient ones." Wang Lin couldn't fathom the thoughts of the seven-colored figure. He had spent great amounts of effort to observe Qing Shui since birth to force Qing Shui to remain in a state of grief and despair. In the end, he set this formation in order to harvest the slaughter essence. However, from what Wang Lin had seen the seven-colored figure do and say, it seemed he didn't care at all. This caused Wang Lin to guess his previous speculations. The indifference in the seven-colored figure's tone didn't seem fake in Wang Lin's view. He really didn't care. What is he doing this for? While Wang Lin pondered, he grabbed the second thorn in Qing Shui's throat and pulled. As he pulled, Wang Lin felt like all the muscles in his body were being pulled indefinitely. He had felt this pain when he drew the bow earlier, and it was something he could endure. Wang Lin mercilessly pulled out the second thorn. Qing Shui clenched his teeth and let out a muffled groan. Sweat covered his body as he endured the unimaginable pain. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale as his right hand grabbed the third thorn on Qing Shui's left arm. This third thorn and the fourth thorn on his right arm are sealing his divine sense, the seven-colored figure said with a calm voice. Wang Lin let out a roar as he grabbed the third thorn and pulled. His divine sense was hit by a powerful force from the third thorn. It felt like his divine sense was seriously injured after it had spread out. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and then pulled out the third thorn with a fierce expression. He didn't hesitate to grab the fourth thorn in Qing Shui's right arm and mercilessly pull. Wang Lin's injured divine sense was hit by the powerful force once more. His mind rumbled and he coughed out blood again. The rejection force in his body surged, causing his body to tremble constantly. Qing Shui's arm fell and he looked up at Wang Lin. It seemed his gaze couldn't see the seven-colored figure, only Wang Lin. There was sorrow, relief, and excitement in that gaze. Wang Lin wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Qing Shui. However, soon his eyes narrowed. Qing Shui's gaze reflected Wang Lin's surroundings. Wang Lin could only see himself but not the seven-colored figure. He can't see me. Only you can see me here. You're a very interesting spirit cultivator, just like that little cultivator, Jean, who surprised me. All exceptions created here. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm confident you have nothing to do with me, I wouldn't believe that creation could be so wondrous. The seven-colored figure sighed. He said, I'm not related to him. What does that mean? The person named Jean? Is he talking about the dead Jean Kongli or old ghost Jean? Wang Li didn't look at the seven-colored figure. His eyes lit up and he slowly asked, What do you mean by Mo's 3,000 drops of blood? The seven-colored figure smiled and looked at Wang Lin. He began to speak with a hint of reminiscence. At the start, there was no cultivator from the ancient country, let alone ancient Emo, but he still came. Before his death, he scattered 3,000 drops of his blood. 1,000 became ancient gods, 1,000 became ancient devils, and 1,000 became ancient demons. As the years passed, the 3,000 drops of blood fused or diluted. That is the origin of your three ancient clans here. Wang Lin's mind trembled. He couldn't believe this person's words completely, but it was extremely similar to what the ancient demon soul inside the drum had said in the demon spirit land. Ancient demon Bei Luo once said that the Ancient One was the first generation of heaven-defying cultivators. He died fighting the heavenly Tao, and later the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils appeared. The three ancient clans were the second generation of heaven-defying cultivators. Although it was not the same as what the seven-colored figure said, if the two were combined, a clear image would appear. Ancient Emo was lured here by the ancient celestial emperor, or the seven-colored figure here. That battle was the ancient battle where the Ancient One battled the heaven that was mentioned by Bei Luo. The 3,000 drops of blood eventually turned into the three ancient clans. Those drops that fused became the royal bloodlines. Just how much of this is true? Wang Lin took a deep breath. The seven-colored figure slowly said, There are still 6 more sealing thorns. You can continue. Wang Lin silently pondered and suppressed the thought in his mind. His right hand reached out for the 5th thorn. This was located at the dantian. This 5th thorn is sealing his origin. The seven-colored figure's ethereal voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears. The moment Wang Lin touched the thorn, his celestial and ancient powers surged at once. It was as if his body was going to be broken. As the two forces rushed into his right arm, he mercilessly pulled out the thorn. A thunderous bang rang out when he pulled out the thorn. However, Wang Lin's body trembled and popping sounds came from his right arm. Blood mist gushed out and he retreated a few steps before he stabilized himself. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Lin walked up to Qing Shui. Qing Shui's face was filled with extreme pain and muffled groans were escaping his mouth. After approaching Qing Shui, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to grab the 6th and 7th thorns that were in Qing Shui's legs. Without waiting for the seven-colored figure to speak, Wang Lin let out a roar. Golden light flashed from Wang Lin's arms and ancient power filled them. While covered in blood, he pulled hard with both hands. Even someone as strong as Qing Shui could no longer endure the pain, but his miserable scream was suppressed into a hiss. With a bang, both thorns were pulled out by Wang Lin. Now blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, the rejection force inside Wang Lin had reached a peak, causing his face to become distorted. Not bad. There are 3 more left. However, these last 3 thorns are not easy to remove. If you can remove them, I will give you a gift. The seven-colored figure was calm and reached out at the seven-colored cloud in the sky. The cloud trembled and a giant, yellow fruit formed and slowly descended. There was still a branch connected to the fruit. The seven-colored figure cut the branch and the fruit fell down. This is a gift for you. Wang Lin looked at the Tao fruit and frowned. The seven-colored figure gave him the same feeling as the all-seer. He couldn't guess this person's intent. This person had allowed him to save Qing Shui, told him the secret of the Ancient Ones, and even gifted him a Tao fruit. All of this couldn't be done for no reason. There had to be a problem. Wang Lin silently pondered before withdrawing his gaze from the Tao fruit. He looked at the 8th thorn that was inches from the area between Qing Shui's eyebrows. Wang Lin could see the other 2 thorns, but they would not be easy to remove. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin's right hand rose up slowly and reached toward Qing Shui's head. This time, he was very slow and much more serious than his previous actions. This 8th thorn was located at the head, which was the intersection of life and death. If it was dead center between Qing Shui's eyebrows, it would make sense. But it was off by a few inches, which confused Wang Lin. This 8th thorn is not a thorn but something placed there to break open his reincarnation. The 7-colored figure seemed to be smiling as he watched Wang Lin's hand slowly close in on the 8th thorn. Wang Lin's hand paused for a moment when it was 1 inch from the thorn. This thorn was different from the other 7. Although they were also embedded in Qing Shui's body, most of the other thorns were outside. However, this 8th thorn was mostly inside Qing Shui, with only 2 inches of it outside. 2 inches was very short. Wang Lin's hand couldn't stop, but he didn't know what would happen to Qing Shui once he pulled it out. His position was simply too dangerous. Qing Shui slowly looked up and looked at Wang Lin. Although his face was filled with pain, his eyes were clear. He looked at Wang Lin for a long time and then nodded. Wang Lin looked at Qing Shui and clenched his teeth. He didn't hesitate any longer and grabbed the 8th thorn. The moment Wang Lin grabbed the thorn, the pain caused Qing Shui to let out muffled roars. When Wang Lin touched the thorn, distorted memories entered his mind, putting him in a state of chaos. The large influx of images caused Wang Lin's mind to feel swollen and painful. He couldn't look at the memories in detail. His hand grabbing the 8th thorn mercilessly pulled it out 4 inches. Qing Shui clenched his teeth and still didn't let out a violent roar. He held on and muffled hisses came out from between his teeth. A few short breaths felt like an eternity for Wang Lin and Qing Shui. The memories that entered his mind almost drove him mad. But he didn't let go. He slowly pulled the thorn out more and more. In the end, the thorn that was stabbed into Qing Shui's head was pulled out by Wang Lin. When the thorn was pulled out, blood flowed from Qing Shui's mouth. He was freed from the mountain. He fell toward Wang Lin and Wang Lin caught him. His head laid on Wang Lin's shoulder. His body was so weak that Wang Lin almost couldn't feel his weight. Wang Lin could only hear his faint words. "Thanks." After he said this, Qing Shui passed out. "Senior brother." Wang Lin threw away the thorn in his hand and held Qing Shui. Tears flowed down from his eyes. Not bad, however, the last 2 thorns are much more difficult than the previous ones. Forget it. Take this and leave. The 7-colored figure waved his hand and the Dao fruit flew toward Wang Lin. "I said I was going to gift this to you so you can take it." Wang Lin held Qing Shui and accepted the Dao fruit. He looked profoundly at the 7-colored figure as he put away the Dao fruit. He took Qing Shui and flew toward the exit of the 7-colored realm. Wang Lin felt a powerful sense of dread toward the 7-colored figure. He didn't know why the 7-colored figure had done all this. As he pondered, he stopped just before leaving and turned toward the 7-colored figure in the distance. "Why?" Wang Lin's voice was hoarse as he asked the question. "He is just a game. If you want to save him, then just take him away. As for why, I want to see if spiritual cultivators can go through the wonderful change that little boy Jean went through if they get lucky. Perhaps I can use this to find him." "What are you looking for?" Wang Lin frowned. He couldn't really understand what this person was saying. "If you can encounter it, you will know." The 7-colored man smiled and waved his right hand. Wang Lin's body retreated outside of his control. Shock filled Wang Lin's eyes as his body gradually left the 7-colored realm. As Wang Lin departed, he asked the last question, "Are you the celestial sovereign?" "I am and also not." The faint voice chode. Wang Lin appeared inside the brilliant void star system. Then the rift to the 7-colored realm slowly disappeared. His body regained its freedom, but what had happened left a deep impression on him. He seemed to vaguely understand something, but it left him more confused. What is he looking for? If the little Jean cultivator he was talking about is old Ghost John, then what amazing change happened to old Ghost John? This change would allow the 7-colored person to find what he is looking for. While silently pondering, Wang Lin retreated and looked at the seven-colored realm that had disappeared. The matter with Qing Shui is only a game. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He held Qing Shui and arrived at an abandoned planet near the Alliance headquarters. There were no cultivators or spiritual energy on this planet, only some beasts. However, for Wang Lin, this was the best place to remove the seal on Qing Shui. Wang Lin sat inside a valley in this planet and placed the unconscious Qing Shui before him. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes in an attempt to suppress the intense rejection force inside his body. However, it was very difficult, and in the end he only softened the intense pain. There were countless thorns buried in his flesh. Although they couldn't be seen, the pain he felt with every breath he took would remind Wang Lin of their existence. The cost of saving Qing Shui was very high. However, even if Wang Lin could choose again, he would do it again without hesitation, even if it didn't line up with his plan, even if this was very stupid. The reason he had waited this many years to save Qing Shui was because with his cultivation level back then, he had no chance at all, so he wouldn't be able to save Qing Shui. However, with his current cultivation level, he had a chance to save Qing Shui. If he still waited until he had a better chance, waited until he became a third-step cultivator, waited until he had enough strength, he wouldn't know if Qing Shui was still alive. Sometimes, if one calculated everything clearly, every possible gain or loss, that kind of person would never know what emotions were. Even though he knew the danger, he still had to go. If it was Qing Shui, Wang Lin knew that with Qing Shui's personality, Qing Shui would do the same. He would save Wang Lin. This was enough. It was a very simple reason and a very direct choice, but how many people could do this? Life was precious, but sometimes there were things more important than life. However, very few people still believed this. Wang Lin was not a gentleman or a ruthless cultivator. He was a person with flesh, blood, and emotions. Fortunately, both of them were this type of person. The ninth thorn was within his spine. It was completely buried within his spine and not an inch was sticking out. There wasn't even a wound. It was as if it was just hiding in a void inside his body. The unconscious Qing Shui's face was still twisted from pain, but there was a hint of relief and joy on his face. His sense of relief was because of Wang Lin, and his sense of joy was also because of Wang Lin. After a brief moment of cultivation, Wang Lin's exhaustion dissipated a bit. He took a deep breath and lifted the unconscious Qing Shui with his back facing toward himself. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Qing Shui's thin back. Qing Shui's spine was swollen. It was a shocking image. After a long time, Wang Lin's expression became serious. He raised his right hand and his index finger slowly moved down along Qing Shui's spine, as if he was looking for something. Wang Lin's eyebrows were locked tight as if he was thinking of something. Fortunately, it hasn't completely fused with his spine. If even more time had passed, this thorn would have completely used with his spine. Then it could never be removed. It's sealing his body and his origin soul. Even if the body was changed, it would still be there. Wang Lin's index finger suddenly stabbed into the first section of Qing Shui's spine. Qing Shui's body trembled and he opened his eyes. He clenched his teeth so the sound of his pain wouldn't come out. Wang Lin softly said, "Senior brother, the pain of this ninth thorn will be even more intense than the previous 8 combined. I have suffered throughout my entire life. I'm already used to it." Qing Shui's voice was hoarse, but it was extremely calm. There was a hint of sorrow in Wang Lin's eyes. After letting out a sigh, he no longer hesitated and softly said, "Endure." As he spoke, his right hand pierced through Qing Shui's flesh toward the spine. Wang Lin's finger gripped the thorn. A weak thorn was being held by Wang Lin's fingers. Qing Shui's face became deathly pale and cold sweat secreted out. However, he clenched his teeth and turned this pain into the flame of hatred that burned in his eyes. Wang Lin pinched the weak thorn and slowly pulled it out. This was like extracting bone marrow. Very few people could endure this pain. Wang Lin's expression was extremely serious and didn't allow his fingers to tremble at all. He pinched the thorn and slowly pulled it out. Every inch he pulled out would cause Qing Shui to let out a muffled groan. Qing Shui's hand gripped the ground hard and dug out a deep hole. Wang Lin couldn't see Qing Shui's expression. All of his focus was on his fingers. He slowly pulled up and always maintained a gentle speed. He didn't dare to be too violent. Although the soft thorn hadn't fully integrated with Qing Shui's spine, a majority of it has, so he had to be careful. Time passed. The 9th thorn was very long. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin had pulled out most of it. Sweat covered his forehead, but he ignored the sweat and focused on the thorn. The thorn that was pulled out was completely black, and drop of black blood fell on the ground, making sizzling sounds. Pull the rest out at once. Qing Shui's calm voice squeezed through his teeth and entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin silently pondered. An instant later, his right hand mercilessly pulled the thorn out from Qing Shui's spine. Black blood sprayed out and Qing Shui coughed out a mouthful of black blood. His back bulged out and then slowly returned to normal. Intense breathing came from Qing Shui's mouth, and it took a long time for his breathing to calm down. His hands formed a seal and he began to cultivate. Wang Lin's face was pale, and after throwing away the thorn, he also closed his eyes to cultivate. When he pulled out the 9th thorn, he also suffered the same pain, as if his bone marrow was also being extracted. Although it wasn't as strong as Qing Shui's pain, it was still very strong. After half an hour, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Wang Lin softly said, "Senior brother, the last one." Qing Shui slowly exhaled and turned around to face Wang Lin. He silently looked at his junior brother from the past. When he saw that tired expression and the dried, red blood, a hint of softness appeared in his eyes. "You've grown up." Qing Shui revealed a smile. The junior brother before him was no longer the little cultivator that needed his protection but an extremely powerful individual that could shake the entire star system. Wang Lin looked at Qing Shui and smiled. Although this smile was filled with exhaustion, it revealed his true sense of happiness. "Do you have any wine?" Qing Shui waved his hands. His body had been confined for many years, so now it felt somewhat strange. Wang Lin nodded and his right hand reached at the void. His storage space appeared and a wine jug flew out. Qing Shui laughed and grabbed the wine jug. He took a big gulp and the spicy feeling spread across his body. He let out a big breath and then handed the wine jug to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin took it, he also took a big gulp, and the spicy feeling spread across his body as well. The two looked at each other and began to laugh. Their laughter was filled with joy. It was very rare for the both of them to laugh so heartily. "After this thorn is removed, my cultivation will be restored and will be increased greatly. Slaughter essence, slaughter essence." As Qing Shui spoke, there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes, but he buried it deep within him. He took the wine jug from Wang Lin and took another gulp. "Come, take out the last thorn." Qing Shui put down the wine jug and his eyes shined. This gaze made Wang Lin feel like he was looking at the Qing Shui from the past. Wang Lin looked at the swollen veins on Qing Shui's body and slowly said, "The last thorn has penetrated all your blood vessels in your body. I fear this is the longest one. I remember that this thorn entered from here." Qing Shui raised his right hand to point at his chest where his heart was. As he pointed, a bloody hole opened and revealed the blue blood vessels within. After taking a deep breath, Qing Shui pinched without hesitation and dragged the blood vessel out from the wound. Although he looked calm, the contraction of his pupils revealed how painful it was. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. He cut off the blood vessel that Qing Shui had pulled out. Just as blood was about to spray out, Wang Lin placed a seal on one end to stop the blood, and his finger went into the other end. It seemed like Wang Lin had caught something and pulled. Qing Shui's body trembled like it never had before. His face that had somewhat recovered instantly turned pale, but he clenched his teeth. He stared at his chest and the purple thorn that Wang Lin was pulling out from his blood vessel. The thorn was soft like a snake, and the part that was being pulled out was still wiggling. Every time it wiggled, even more cold sweat would appear on Qing Shui's forehead. He grabbed the wine jug and took another big gulp. When he took that gulp, Wang Lin pulled hard and 7 feet of the thorn was pulled out. Qing Shui's face turned blue and his body trembled. Faint roars came out of his throat. He stared at the sky and the anger burned once more in his eyes. The intense pain caused him to crush the wine jug, causing wine to splatter everywhere. Wang Lin, do you have wine? Wang Lin's left hand reached at the void and a green gourd appeared. This wasn't wine but the dragon blood the old vermilion bird had given him. This blood was fierce. Qing Shui took the jug and took a gulp. He sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled. A bit fishy but still sweet. What kind of wine is this? This is clearly blood. But this blood wine is strong enough. Wang Lin, pull the entire thorn out. Wang Lin's gaze became serious and he mercilessly pulled the thorn out. The veins all over Qing Shui's body bulged and gathered toward his chest. As Wang Lin pulled, Qing Shui's frozen cultivation loosened. A slaughter aura spread into the air, causing black clouds to cover the sky. The slaughter aura was extremely dense at this moment. Black snow began to fall from the clouds, covering the earth. Take a break. I'll do it myself. There was a flash of coldness in Qing Shui's eyes and he stood up. He took another mouthful of the wine before his left hand grabbed the purple thorn and mercilessly pulled. There was a thunderous bang and the bulged veins all over his body moved violently. A lot of the purple thorn was pulled out. You have sealed his celestial lord for so long. Now get the hell out here for this celestial lord. Qing Shui's voice was cold, as if he didn't care about the pain. He grabbed the last piece of the purple thorn and the thorn snapped. The part connected to his blood vessel wanted to shrink back in, but Qing Shui didn't even look at it. He threw away the other half and his fingers moved like a sword toward his blood vessel. A shocking amount of slaughter essence surged out into his blood vessel. Since you don't want to leave, then die inside this lord's body. Just as Qing Shui's fingers descended, the black snow fell even more rapidly. The slaughter essence that even shocked Wang Lin rushed out from Qing Shui's fingers into his body. Popping sounds echoed inside his body and a miserable roar seemed to come from the bulged veins before calming down. It seemed the thorn that looked like it was alive was instantly killed by Qing Shui's slaughter essence. Qing Shui's body trembled and he coughed out a mouthful of black blood. His thin body began to grow and he recovered to his original appearance. At this moment, the slaughter essence inside his body erupted and the sky turned dark. As the black snow fell, a phantom door appeared. The void gate,